pleasant good morning to everyone. And again, a pleasant good morning to the Honorable Prime Minister and his cabinet, Johnny Bursenier. To the opposition, Honorable Sean Barrow. To the Honorable Madam Speaker, Valerie Woods. And to all the members of this House, the guests and the media personnel. I invite all persons of faith to join with me in asking and thanking our Heavenly Father the blessings on this house, this nation, for all who sit in the seat of power and influence, for wisdom and favor to guide this country of Belize objectively. Let's pray. Almighty and eternal God, through Jesus, has revealed your glory to all nations. Please protect and preserve Belize, our beloved country. God of might, wisdom, and justice, please assist our Belize government and all people with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude. Let your light of your glory, divine wisdom, direct their plans and endeavors, so that with your help we may attain your just objective. With your guidance, may all endeavors tend to peace, social justice, national happiness, increase of industry, sobriety, and useful knowledge. We pray, O God of mercy, for all of us who may be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in the objective of your most holy laws, that we may preserve in union and in peace, which the world itself cannot give. We thank you, Father, for in the peace which the world cannot give. And after enjoying the blessings of this life, please admit us, dear Lord, to that eternal reward who you have prepared for those who love you. Amen and amen. Thank you.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Honorable members, I take this opportunity to extend condolences to the member for Cayo South on the passing of his mother, which occurred yesterday. I have received communication from the honorable member that he is consequently out of the country and is unable to attend the House meeting. Leave has been granted. I further take this opportunity to remind members of the House of Standing Order 84-1 that requires members to notify the clerk of their inability to attend a House meeting, and I do thank all members who comply with this standing order. I also take the opportunity to welcome visitors in our galleries today. I particularly call attention to honorable members of the students on tour today of the National Assembly, and they're coming from the Holy Angels Roman Catholic School in the Pomona Village. I ask that visitors respect the standing orders as well and observe silence while visiting today. I recognize the Honorable Chairman of the Finance and Economic Development Committee,
Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table sessional paper number HR 159/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Customs Regulation Bill 2023.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Public Service, Labor, Industry and Trade Committee.
Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table sessional papers number HR 160/1/13, report from the Public Service, Labor, Industry and Trade Committee on the Supplies Control Amendment Bill 2023, and number HR 161/1/13, report from the Public Service, Labor, Industry and Trade Committee on the Non-Profit Organizations Bill 2023.
Honorable members, those reports are ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment. Apologies, members, there was a change in my notes. I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Tourism, Archaeology and Information Committee.
Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table sessional paper number HR 161A/1A13, report from the Tourism, Archaeology and Information Committee on the Retired Persons Incentive Amendment Bill 2023.
Honorable members, those reports are ordered to lie on the table.
Motion relating to the business or the sitting of the House.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, like yourself, please allow me to welcome the young students from the Holy Angel Primary, Catholic Primary School from the beautiful village of Pomona. Welcome, and who knows? I'd like to say, who knows, maybe someday in the future, several of you might be sitting in here in this honorable house. So welcome and listen, maybe we could start to practice and get ready for the future. That said, Madam Speaker, I move that at its rising today, the House suspends to Thursday, 23rd March 2023, that today the House suspends to March 2023 at 10 a.m.
Honorable members, the question is that the House at its rising today suspends to Thursday, 23rd March 2023 at 10 a.m. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Public business, government business.
Honorable members, before we begin today's debate on the second reading of the General Revenue Appropriation 2023-2024 Bill 2023, I feel I must remind members of the role of the Speaker. On the authority of the Speaker, you, honorable members, are the democratically elected representatives of the people in this House. You speak on their behalf, which is the highest form of representation and must be fully respected. However, you have drafted rules of the game, if I may call it that, and these are called the standing orders for how proceedings are to be refereed. You elected me as Speaker to preside over House proceedings in accordance with those standing orders in a fair, objective, and transparent manner. By those standing orders, the Speaker is the ultimate arbiter in matters of debate and discussion in this chamber. While, of course, members may not agree with the decisions made by the Chair, and the Chair may sometimes err, please be mindful of Standing Order 38.5. No member shall impute improper motives to any other member of either chamber. This includes the presiding officers. And Standing Order 38.8. The conduct of the Speaker shall not be raised except upon a substantive motion moved for that said purpose, and the reference to the conduct of the Speaker shall be out of order. Any member who feels aggrieved by the rulings of the Chair can bring the matter to the attention of the House by way of a substantive motion or directly to the Privileges Committee for consideration, determination, and report. That is the proper way to do it, and this House is the proper place to do it. On respect for each other and for the Speaker, honorable members, the level of discourse in this House has, for a very long time, been unacceptable and seemingly very difficult to curb. Using unparliamentary language, insulting and offensive language is not acceptable parliamentary parlance, Standing Order 38.4. And I appeal to members to please refrain from doing so in the debates. Members should be able to bring their respective points and contributions across with respect for one another and without descending to ad hominem attacks and language that is unbecoming of Parliament. When brought to your attention, all I ask is to kindly respect the authority of the Speaker. On relevance of debate, my role here is to ensure debates and proceedings in this House are carried out utilizing the standing orders as my guide. I remind honorable members about Standing Order number 64, presentation and the second reading of the appropriation bill, especially paragraph 5, which reads, after the motion for the second reading of the appropriation bill has been resumed, under paragraph 4 of the standing order, the debate shall be confined to the financial and economic state of the country and the general principles of government policy and administration as indicated by the appropriation bill and the estimates. While one can appreciate references to past events to illustrate a point, members are asked to confine their debate within the prescribed limits of the standing order and to avoid tedious repetition and irrelevance. And on silence when others are speaking. Finally, I would like to remind honorable members of Standing Order number 42B, which states that an honorable member shall maintain silence while another member is speaking and shall not interrupt except in accordance with these standing orders. This standing order appears to present a challenge for both sides of this chamber to comply with. I kindly ask that more effort be placed in not having heckling or cross-bantering, which inevitably causes the House to fall prey to this order. We now have the resumption of the debate on the General Revenue Appropriation 2023-2024 Bill 2023. I recognize the Leader of Opposition, Member for Mesopotamia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pleasant good morning to you, Madam Speaker, and to all the members of this honorable House. Pleasant good morning to the wonderful people of Mesopotamia who have elected me and by which I have the honor to represent their voices in this House. Also pleasant good morning to the other 30 constituencies who elected me to be their leader, thus the leader of the opposition. And I am privileged to give the budget debate reply. Before I pursue that course, I'd like to acknowledge the students from Holy Angel, from the wonderful village of Pomona, Stan Creek West. I love traveling that Hummingbird Highway that was built by the United Democratic Party. Madam Speaker, I rise to make my contribution to the 2023, what I call bloated, broken budget, Madam Speaker. A budget that fails in every way, shape, and form. A budget that so grossly fails to deliver on the broken promises of Plan Belize. Madam Speaker, I traveled all throughout this country, Stan Creek West, Pachacan, Toledo, San Pedro, Benque, Sokots, Fort George, Pigstock, San Pedro, Kikaka. Madam Speaker, and Belizeans have never been so disappointed with the government. In November 2020, the electorate voted for a change, Madam Speaker, a change for the better. But today, it is clear for all to see, including Blind Eye Johnny, that they got worse, Madam Speaker. The worst government ever. Madam Speaker, the frustrations across this nation, the length and breadth is palpable. From the rural areas that have not gotten their electricity and connectivity, down in Toledo, to the north and west where agro-productive sector is suffering from the crippling effects of the highest fuel prices ever. Highest ever. You know, the Prime Minister has become a statisticianist, and he always quotes these numbers, but he doesn't talk about the few numbers, Madam Speaker. Our cities and our towns wallow in the hopelessness, in the despondency of the PUP nightmare, Madam Speaker, that continues to spiral further and further into the abyss. Contained in this budget is nothing to lift us out of the abyss, Madam Speaker. No economic plan. The Prime Minister used to stand on this side and he had every plan in the world. He used to accuse the then Prime Minister of having no plan. And he has come to the same juncture in a short 2 years. After 13 years, maybe you could understand fatigue. But this government should be hitting the ground running, executing, delivering on Plan Belize, Madam Speaker. But everyone is frustrated with the incompetence and the inability to deliver the better quality of life that was promised by this government, Madam Speaker. The investors, business people, frustrated by the corruption and bureaucratic molasses that is the Briceño administration, Madam Speaker. Tell you about a foreign investor that has invested about $10 million into this beautiful country of ours, and just to get license and mandatory required things from the government, they try to shake him down for 10,000 here and a 10,000 there, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister said we were open for business, but it is business as usual, Madam Speaker. No solution to lack of investor confidence. You look at Waterloo, State Bank being railroaded for the political favorite port project that I understand members of cabinet have vested interest. I know one of the members of cabinet is the lawyer for that port project, or used to be the lawyer, Madam Speaker. Prime Minister said this would change. No solution to our public health crisis contained in this budget, Madam Speaker. No solution to citizen security, Madam Speaker. No solution to the food security crisis that we have, Madam Speaker. While the member from Orange Walk South, I do believe, has some good intentions, the Prime Minister prefers to give, and before I continue, my deepest sympathies to the member from Cayo South. I know that his mother prayed for us, seriously, that we would conduct ourselves in a manner that would be conducive to getting the business of the house done. And I pray that her soul travels in peace, and that she will be an angel that will smile on all of us and guide us as we conduct the business of the house, Madam Speaker. But this Prime Minister, this Minister of Finance, prefers to give almost $200 million, Madam Speaker, $194 million to be exact, to infrastructure that was nowhere in Plan Belize, Madam Speaker. You do not have a mandate to build roads and highways, according to the member from Caribbean Shores, to nowhere. So I don't understand how all of a sudden angels came from heaven and made it that the roads and highways that the PUP bill will lead us to the utopia that all Belizeans dream of, Madam Speaker. That money should have gone to the Ministry of Agriculture. That money should have gone to the Ministry of Police. More money should have gone to the Ministry of Education. More money should have gone to the Ministry of Lands, who I must concede is doing his best to follow through on the Plan Belize promise of giving every Belizean a piece of land. But he cannot do that if he's not properly financed. So where is the priority in this budget, Madam Speaker? No solution for job security. The Prime Minister promised 50,000 houses, 50,000 jobs, Madam Speaker. 50,000 jobs. He said that he would create 50,000 jobs, not have us return to the jobs that were already there pre-COVID, Madam Speaker, when our economy crashed and our country ceased to enjoy the robust economic development and growth of the UDP, Madam Speaker. No new jobs created. And you can't create new jobs by dismissing $500 million investments of Waterloo, dismissing people like State Bank, who have invested in the tourism sector for as long as I have been alive. But they can't get a blight from this government, Madam Speaker, and then how will we create the new jobs? This Prime Minister promised to resolve the grievances that came about from the last administration, but he's not providing any solutions, Madam Speaker. All they provide are roadblocks for the investors and the business community, Madam Speaker. No solution contained in the draft estimates 23-24, Madam Speaker, for housing. I just told you about infrastructure, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Infrastructure includes the Ministry of Housing, Madam Speaker. And from a government that promised 10,000 houses, Madam Speaker, they have allotted $5 million out of that $194 million, Madam Speaker, to houses. They will never get anywhere near the 10,000 houses, Madam Speaker, but that is the priority, or perhaps I should say mispriority of this government, Madam Speaker. No solutions. It's their time to eat. Shouldn't have been everybody for win. It should have been time for we eat, because that is the type of performance that we see from this government, Madam Speaker. No solution to the highest fuel prices ever. When the Prime Minister was leader of the opposition, he was an energy guru. He could stand and, without the speeches written by Ambassador Leslie, he could stand on his feet and tell you how he would cap the fuel price to $10, and there's no way, no matter what is happening in the world, prices would go more than $10, Madam Speaker. But now they were at 18. So even, it's a very clever strategy that the Prime Minister and his government have. They take away everything from you, and then they give it back in intervals and through a celebration that they're doing something from you, when they are merely returning what they took, what the Barrow administration put in place, Madam Speaker. No solution to inflation is contained in this 23-24 budget, Madam Speaker. And the sick irony is that the government presents an inflated budget that does not address inflation at all. Not inadequately, not insufficiently, at all. It is as if inflation no exists or no carry on. The highest cost of living ever, Madam Speaker. It is ravaging our poor, working class, and business community alike, Madam Speaker. And there is absolutely no solution in sight, Madam Speaker. In other developed nations, even in nations in the region, talks about how friendly he is with Prime Minister Andrew Holness in Jamaica. You need to listen to his budget speech, and you need to listen to the things that they have put in place and other regional brothers and sisters have put in place to deal with inflation, Madam Speaker. Not cut human development and the food pantry and the other social safety nets, which this government has done as soon as it took office, Madam Speaker. No solutions in sight, Madam Speaker. But the reason the Briceño administration cannot find solutions is that they are busy misleading the public, Madam Speaker, distorting statistics from the IMF, should say the BFF, the IMF, and the SIB, to paint a picture of performance that simply does not exist, Madam Speaker. This smokescreen government, the member from Caribbean Shores almost took offense when I told him that I was an entertainer. I'm retired. I still am a business owner in the orange sector and have no shame. Can't just use with when you want election song. I'm proud to be a musician. Madam Speaker, in the entertainment world, in Hollywood, you know, it's not what you see is not what you get. And it reminds me of a friend that I had, where I came out of one of the harshest 42B, remember, from Caribbean Shores. I could stop and you could continue if you'd like. Member from Belize Rural Central. Madam Speaker, I remember I had a friend, and he was in the entertainment business as well. I grew up in very difficult circumstances in Brooklyn when I left Mesopotamia, Carousel Street, at the tender age of 8. And very violent, impoverished community. And so when I got into the music business, Madam Speaker, I escaped the horrors and the nightmares of inner city impoverished living. But my friend came from very posh community, upper middle class, and he wanted to be what I came from. And I wanted to get a good life. I wanted to escape poverty. I wanted to give my mother a house and retire her and not have her clean people's house and do menial jobs to feed me. And this is what the Prime Minister reminds me of. All the performance, all the showboating, all the grandstanding for nothing. This is not the entertainment business. This is serious business of making the Belizean people's lives better, Madam Speaker. And the Prime Minister cannot do that unless he owns up to the facts. Things are not good in this country, Madam Speaker. Things can be way better. If he checks with his CEOs, they will tell him that. Madam Speaker, now that the Prime Minister is in government, what has been unmasked is the ugly face of incompetence, dishonesty, and betrayal, Madam Speaker. How can the Briceño government grow the economy when they keep using distorted numbers, as you saw in his speech, read through his speech very carefully to see if I could find any hope, any truth, because he's not the best orator, doesn't have the eloquence that would captivate you to listen through his teleprompter speech. So I'm reading to try to find where is this hope that he promised as leader of opposition, Madam Speaker. But you can't find it. You can't find the progress because everything is grandstanding, Madam Speaker. Everything is distortion. Everything is exaggeration, misinformation, misleading, Madam Speaker. The fact is, when we talk fiscal performance, Madam Speaker, the numbers show the economy was better under the Barrow UDP administration, Madam Speaker. In 2019, the economy grew 4.5%. It was the best in the region at the time, Madam Speaker. The Briceño administration has been able to achieve an anemic, according to the then leader of the opposition, honorable member from Orange Walk Central, an anemic 3% growth. He said 4.5% growth was anemic, that meager, that nothing. It was the best in the region, Madam Speaker. Yet he comes with this face of brass and tries to bamboozle and hoodwink the Belizean people into thinking that going from a contraction of 13% induced by the global pandemic of COVID-19 to the 16% that landed them at a 3% growth is anything to brag about. That's not what the people elected you for, PM. They elected you to do better because you said you could do better, but again, the ugly face of dishonesty and betrayal is unmasked at every budget, Madam Speaker. In 2021, growth of 3.5%. Again, under the UDP, Madam Speaker, you're talking about 4.8% growth. In consecutive years, we had at least 9 years of growth, Madam Speaker, of the 13 years. And this government has 2 years of growth below the numbers. And check it. It's all there in the IMF reports. Check it, Madam Speaker. They are underperforming. They are performing below the Barrow UDP administration, Madam Speaker. Performing below, Madam Speaker. They do not measure up, Madam Speaker. And it's okay. It's okay. Where you are is not where you are bound to be. If you work hard, if you listen to the constructive criticisms of the opposition and the other stakeholders, then maybe you could get somewhere. But instead of listening and taking heed to our frustrations, to our disappointments, to our yearn for a better life, you think you know. And that is the problem with these career politicians. They are so set in their ways. Been doing this for far too long, talking 30 years. Need new blood. That's why the member from Caribbean Shores wants to be party leader of the PUP, but that's another matter, Madam Speaker. I won't digress. I would have hide over the member from Caribbean Shores, but that's none of my business. Madam Speaker, men lie, women lie, politicians lie at bad. But the numbers tell the truth, Madam Speaker. And the truth is, life was better for Belizeans under the 13 years of the United Democratic Party government, Madam Speaker. The IMF statistics that the PM loves to quote, Madam Speaker, says that under the UDP, we had a 1.4% surplus compared to this feeble 0.5% surplus that the Prime Minister has the nerve, the gall. You know, I don't know if you think the members on this side, we are so foolish and we can't read and we can't understand, as you always like to get up there and grandstand and talk about embarrass yourself and all type of simpleness. Huh? 0.5%? That is what you are bragging about? Well, the UDP had 1.4% surplus, Madam Speaker, and 2.4% deficit compared to the 8.5% deficit under this administration for 2022, Madam Speaker. So that's why when they tell your life better under the PUP, you know, which planet? Not planet Earth, again, for those multimillionaires on that side that have done well in their career in politics. Yes, they can't feel the shocks to the economy, the shocks to the standard of living, but the people all around this country are suffering, Madam Speaker. And this government promised to do better. And I would have empathy on this government and be prepared to work closer with them, but they don't see a problem. You listen to the Prime Minister's budget presentation. He used to try to ridicule what I consider the best Prime Minister ever, Prime Minister Dean Oliver Barrow, glitter and no substance. He's the same thing, only thing he has zero substance and zero oratory skills to even make a presentation of glitter, Madam Speaker.
Member, let's be careful, please.
Guided, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, 42B, Madam Speaker.
I've given him the eye. I think
Guided, Madam Speaker.
Members, let's get through this first of 3-day debates.
I never interrupt the Prime Minister when he gave his presentation. You know, the leader of the opposition is the Prime Minister in waiting, so I do deserve the same reverence. It is a democracy. It is a democracy, regardless of whether you like me or not. We should conduct ourselves as such.
Let's get back on
Thank
track.
you, Madam Speaker. Everywhere I go in this country, Madam Speaker, from Pachacan, Sokots, Mascal, Mahogany Heights,
Members, one can ask for 42B and encourage 42B to be breached. In reply, corrections can be made.
I ask the people how they are doing, Madam Speaker. And the cry, Madam Speaker, the cry, the wailing and moaning is to bring back the UDP. Life was better under the UDP. Bring back with pantry. Bring back with agro sector. You claim you love the farmers. You claim you love the rural community. Bring back the agro sector subsidies that have been cut under this Prime Minister. Madam Speaker, another distortion that the Briceño government peddles in the Prime Minister's budget presentation is this 5% unemployment rate, Madam Speaker. The PM doesn't tell the nation that everything has been rebased. And so if he talks about a 30% reduction, that is dishonest, Madam Speaker. If you look at the numbers in 2019, pre-COVID, Madam Speaker, this government of the United Democratic Party had the unemployment at 4.5%, Madam Speaker, lower than it is today. And this government said that that was not enough. Yet they are still higher in unemployment than the UDP was, and the Prime Minister beats his chest. Madam Speaker, again, I looked at the Prime Minister's budget speech. I have it right here, read it. Over and over again, trying to be fair, trying to be objective, trying to find common ground. Where can we agree? Where can I say, well, you know what? I can support that. Outside of the 283 million that they gave to education, there's nothing there. He underfinances the Ministry of Lands, underfinances the Ministry of Agriculture, and police, Madam Speaker, with these bloated numbers, but the numbers that on the Ministry of Human Development, the numbers that we never hear, Madam Speaker. If you allow me, you saw none of this. You saw a bunch of statistics in this budget speech of the Prime Minister, Madam Speaker. You don't hear about rice going up 15%. You want to talk stats? We don't hear about flour going up 36%. Madam Speaker, and this is from the Statistical Institute of Belize, that thus thou loveth to quote so much, Madam Speaker. Ground beef, 14%, Madam Speaker. Beef steak, 10%, Madam Speaker. Chicken cuts, 12%, Madam Speaker. Increase, not decrease. Turkey gone up 14%, Madam Speaker. Chicken legs, 7%. Chicken wings, 13%. Chicken breast, 13%. Whole fish, 16%. Watermelon, 32%. Egg, 28%. Cabbage, 70%. Tomato, 69%. I'll be here all day talking about the foods that's gone up, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister doesn't talk about those statistics. And because if he talked about them, then he would have to put forth a solution, Madam Speaker. He would have to put forth a solution and outline it in this budget, Madam Speaker, and we do not see any solution to the highest cost of living ever in this country, Madam Speaker. Where are the solutions, Madam Speaker? They can't say, oh, we'll just get elected. This is your third budget. You didn't ask for on-the-job training. You were all experts. Those of you who were in the House and have returned, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I turn to public debt, Madam Speaker. You know, the Prime Minister said that, oh, the UDP burdened this country with $2 billion in 13 years. But obviously, mathematics was not his major in university. Because if you calculate 13 years, that is about $250 million per annum, Madam Speaker. And we have so much to show, as I was talking about. I love traveling to Stand Creek, driving that beautiful Hummingbird highway built by the UDP, sporting facilities all across this country, including Stand Creek and Dangriga, built by the UDP, the Civic Way or the Ballboat, built by the UDP, Madam Speaker. We have tangible things to show for our debt, Madam Speaker. But this government tries to chastise the UDP, but they have started on a frightening path to incurring debt, Madam Speaker, as they are known to do. I've gone over it many times in this House, Madam Speaker, but this government is borrowing $100 million more per annum than the UDP. More debt, more deficit, less growth, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when we were in office, Madam Speaker, we did not cut our public officers' pay and freeze their increments. We increased it. This government, Madam Speaker, promised in their plan Belize, this is during COVID, Madam Speaker. During COVID, they did not revise Plan Belize, Madam Speaker, and their manifesto promises to reflect the reality of the devastation COVID caused. They said, no, we will still give the teachers more pay. We want to give them more everything. You remind me of my friend DJ Khalid, more everything. Huh? But what did they do, Madam Speaker? After our public officers, our frontline workers sacrificed, some of them lost their lives. Dr. Manzanero nearly dead on the front line for us, Madam Speaker. They cut the pay. They didn't even say, well, some of the public officers, all right, we will cut you, but those frontline workers will leave you. No, they cut them 10%, froze their increments. Then the Prime Minister wants to come into this House and give back what I believe he should not have taken in the first place, as if it is some type of accomplishment. It is not, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the promises of this administration have no chances of being fulfilled, Madam Speaker. And when the Prime Minister in his presentation has the audacity, the gall to quote these numbers and make it seem as if he's doing anything special, he's not even doing as good as the UDP government that he replaced. He's doing worse, Madam Speaker. 500 million in debt in 2 fiscal terms, and they've had $3 billion that they've spent so far. With what to show, Madam Speaker? I'll get to the health ministry. The Prime Minister talks about what an astute businessman he is, and that, oh, yes, we have to borrow, and we have to incur debt, but it's what you get. Madam Speaker, this government has had about 300 million designated in its budget for health with nothing to show but protests from the medical professionals, Madam Speaker, because they can't get basic essentials to treat the patients of this country, who are citizens whose taxpayer dollars we, the legislature, spend, Madam Speaker. The opposition, Madam Speaker, was hoping in vain that we would get a good budget, Madam Speaker. A budget that would offer hope to the Belizean people, adequately respond to the crisis areas of, as I said, public health care, job security, food security, citizen security, Madam Speaker, housing, the orange sector, which they've completely abandoned, Madam Speaker. Unfortunately, what we've gotten is bloated spending in non-priority areas, Madam Speaker. And this is shameful. This is unacceptable, Madam Speaker. The Shine Borough UDP administration will never spend $194 million on infrastructure, Madam Speaker, unless we're spending $200 million on health care. "42B, Prime Minister, comport yourself with some type of decency, man. Because then when you start, I won't start."
No, member, you can't counter with also reaching another standing order. Please, members, 42B, and let's watch the language.
Madam Speaker, again, the budget is such a betrayal, such an abandonment. You know, when we were coming to the end of the UDP term, you know, I used to watch different members from that side. And I have no shame saying one of the members that I respect from that side is the member from Lake Isle. But I used to say to my friends, "Why, poor Hyde, you don't know where to get yourself into. Because all his social justice policies, well, I know if the member from Lake Isle were the Prime Minister, maybe things would be different. Still better under the UDP. But what he thinks he will get supporting the member from Orange Walk Central, he will never get, Madam Speaker, and I was right. All of the poverty talk and poor people, and oh, your human capital, not investing in human capital. That was the order of the day when they were sitting on this side. Has been abandoned, Madam Speaker. And it seems that the cabinet is held for ransom by the member from Cayo South. How he get $194 million, Madam Speaker, when that was not a priority sector, that was not on the manifesto for the PUP. That is not the mandate that this country, these voters gave the PUP, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you look at the record of this government for the past 2 years, 4 months. It is obvious that there is no plan. No plan, Belize, no economic plan, just scrape and take. My time for it, Madam Speaker. No 50,000 jobs, no 10,000 houses. Just write that off. Belizean people, write that off. It is not going to happen under this administration, Madam Speaker. No investor-friendly climate. Just drunken arrogance to Waterloo and Vulcan and State Bank and different people that want to come and create employment, Madam Speaker. But I can assure the Belizean people that as Prime Minister, I will find solutions, Madam Speaker. You look at the Briceño administration medium-term fiscal plan as outlined in his budget speech, Madam Speaker. While some of the CEOs have, I must concede, have demonstrated a willingness, some of the CEOs in this current administration have demonstrated a willingness to accept the shortcomings of their respective ministries, Madam Speaker. They have accepted that in my conversations with them. They have even said it at the medium-term strategy session that I attended, Madam Speaker. And I can see that they want to work towards improvements, Madam Speaker. But the Prime Minister, in his trademark arrogance, as the member from Caribbean Shore said, barrogance. You guys have redefined the term, Madam Speaker. In the bragging posture, refuses to accept that his government has done nothing in the last 2 years, 4 months, Madam Speaker. Economic transformation, fail. Poverty reduction, fail. Poverty increase. There are more people today in this country poor than ever before, Madam Speaker. Citizen security, major fail. Trade deficit, stopping corruption. Prime Minister said he was going to legislate a body that, an anti-corruption body that was made up of private, reputable citizens, and he was going to go to the UN and make them give him 3 names. Nothing. You have members from cabinet being shuffled, but nothing else, Madam Speaker. Because, again, this is a dead race government. Fake it till you make it government, Madam Speaker. I know that they've made it, that just for them personally make it, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister's economic plan was to raise the gas prices. If you look at the performance of the taxes, they all come from energy, Madam Speaker. And so that holy book of energy expertise that the Prime Minister swore by has been thrown out of the window, Madam Speaker, because he and his team have no economic plan, have no creative, innovative way forward that will exponentially grow the economy, so they have to rely on the taxes for fuel, Madam Speaker. So they continue to take credit for the UDP works in their budget presentations, Madam Speaker. You look at the budget speech for the Prime Minister, Caracol Road. That is a UDP project, Madam Speaker. Coastal Road, UDP. Sartaneja Road, UDP. Philip Golson Highway upgrade, UDP, Madam Speaker. The Remake Bypass, UDP. Halover Bridge, UDP, Madam Speaker. Huh? If it were not for the accomplishments of the UDP, this government would have nothing to talk about whenever it dares open its mouth of brass, Madam Speaker. There's a reason the UDP has been the most successful party in post-independence. Because we deliver, Madam Speaker, and you see our delivery in the Prime Minister's budget speech. He's bragging about UDP projects. Imagine. Madam Speaker, you look at the Ministry of Finance and the Office of the Prime Minister. More spending now than in 2019. It is a full-on spending bonanza, Madam Speaker. But you would say, well, you have to spend, you have to invest. I agree. But what are our priorities? And according to Plan Belize, one of the key priority areas was poverty alleviation. They couldn't talk enough about poverty alleviation. And now that they're on that side, they spend nothing on poverty alleviation, Madam Speaker. Insufficient. Insufficient spending in the Ministry of Finance on healthcare, citizen security, job security, food security, Madam Speaker. But you see payments going up from 21 to 26 million. Grants to organizations, Madam Speaker, went from 2.2 million in 2019 to 30 million, Madam Speaker. Grants to individuals went from 114K, this is in Ministry of Finance, I don't get to Office of the Prime Minister yet, to $500,000, Madam Speaker. Who is determining what organizations, what individuals get these grants, Madam Speaker? It leaves exposure for corruption, Madam Speaker, and it must be curtailed, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you look at the Office of the Prime Minister, individual grants in 2019 under the Barrow administration, who this Prime Minister said just waste and spend, and like we were addicted to spending according to him. Now you see individual grants, Madam Speaker, in the Office of the Prime Minister. This is not his money. This is not the cable company. This is not smart, Madam Speaker. This is the Belizean money. There is no reason we should be going from $183,000 to $3 million for individual grants. Who are these individuals? Please tell me. Because I have a lot of people in Alberts, in Mesop, in Corozal North, all over, that would like an individual grant, Madam Speaker. You don't say an extra $3 million going to the Ministry of Police. You don't say an extra $5 million going to Ministry of Human Development. Human Development has been cut, Madam Speaker. Citizen Security, Ministry of Police has been cut, Madam Speaker. Health Ministry has been cut, Madam Speaker. Yet, the Prime Minister increases his discretionary fund to $3 million, Madam Speaker. Is it that we have municipal elections coming up, Madam Speaker? It begs the question. We really have to consider what is going on here, Madam Speaker. You look at violence prevention, Madam Speaker. That went from 130,000 thereabouts under the UDP to now about 100,000, Madam Speaker. How would you cut? I would like to see violence prevention under the OPM go from 120 to 3 million. That I would support you. But no, Madam Speaker, no priority. No priority, Madam Speaker. What they will do again, they'll do statistics. Oh, well, we have 13 less murders. Even though they claim that they would completely revolutionize crime fighting, and we would have almost no murders. That is what they used to say when they were campaigning, Madam Speaker. And you could understand that everything can't happen in the blink of an eye. But the investment is not there, Madam Speaker. How do you cut citizen security to a lesser investment than it was under the government that you replaced? Because you said they were not doing enough for citizen security, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you look at the orange sector, our musicians and artisans, film producers, they cut the film commissioner, who for many years has done a remarkable job. Mr. Nigel Miguel. They cut him completely out of the budget. And they still have not put an ambassador of music there to help develop the music industry Madam Speaker, with our enormously talented musicians. You know, every time I see the member from Dangriga, I tell him, you have a lot of musicians, please reach out to them. There was one that wanted to fly to Jamaica. I was prepared to pay half the ticket. I said, please talk to the member from Dangriga. They can't find him yet. I know they say they hide, but I tell him every time I still talk to them, boy, the young men still can't reach out, Madam Speaker. And it is reflective of this government's priority, Madam Speaker. No support for the orange sector. Their idea of support for the orange sector is a BTB $1 million concert where a PUP crony and foreign artists get all of the money, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you look at the Ministry of Health. This should be, along with education, this is priority. This is priority. Health, the health of our nation is priority over roundabouts and streets. When the UDP was doing it, they said it was hustling. It was corruption. This is they jailed the former Minister of Infrastructure, not for corruption, but because they found a backhoe on his farm. Not that he stole any money, misappropriated any money, nothing, a witch hunt to find nothing. Right? Yet, they turn around and they're spending more money. They're spending about $60 million more on infrastructure that they loathe, that they hated. They despise infrastructure. If you said infrastructure, some of the members on that side would have dropped down when they hear infrastructure. And you look at our health, our public health care system, Madam Speaker. It has been cut from under 2019, when it was at 144, now it is at 140, Madam Speaker. Our public health care system is broken, Madam Speaker. It needs a complete overhaul, Madam Speaker. So these are one of the items that you would have support from the opposition to spend more money on health, not infrastructure. Come to this house with a $200 million budget for health and you'll get our support, Madam Speaker. Did you even get the CAT scan yet? They get it yet, member from Albert? Huh? That is why our medical professionals and the medical unions are protesting, Madam Speaker. They've had 300 million, more than 300 million, excluding this budget, to spend in health. And you don't even have gauges to treat wounds of our Belizean people, Madam Speaker. They spent in 2021, they spent $161 million. Again, I want them to spend more, but the Auditor General and the Contractor General needs to go into health and find out where the money is going. Because we have no results. The Prime Minister likes to talk about, well, you know, it's when you invest and you get a return. And when you invest and you don't get a return, that is a problem. Where is your return in health? Where is the return in health? This is not political hyperbole. This is a reality. You look at the medical professionals. There is a reason they're walking out of the southern region and western region and KHMH, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the budget estimates for 23-24, Madam Speaker, when it comes to health, is so disappointing. You know, the health system is in such dire need, Madam Speaker. And you go to the 7 million NHI. How could you give 7 million to provide services that don't exist, Madam Speaker? So I have NHI to go to the medical facility so they could tell me I don't have any pharmaceuticals because the pharmaceuticals that they were purchasing were from these overnight medical companies that were selling inferior pharmaceuticals so they can't even use it. So there's nothing to be proud about, Madam Speaker. Like the late Herbert Pantan used to say, Kalich Kalach, then nothing that is same, Madam Speaker. Huh? There's nothing, that's 7 million and nothing that is same. Because when you go to the medical facility, you can't get any treatment because they don't have anything. You know, talk about embarrassing yourself, Madam Speaker. That is the favorite catchphrase of the PM, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, there's nothing in the speech that treats with the crisis, Madam Speaker. In all 5 years, the health budget was over 40% increase in proposed staffing versus a mere 24% increase in technical and frontline services, Madam Speaker. Now they are proposing a reduction in medical supplies by 15 million, Madam Speaker. They are now budgeting only 11 million versus where they actually spent 26 million in 21-22. Madam Speaker, these are the questions that we have to ask the Minister of Health to explain to this Honorable House, Madam Speaker. We need to know, who are they spending that 3.1 million in contracts and consultancies with, Madam Speaker? And that's how it works in a democracy. Account to us, account to this Honorable House. Please, Madam Speaker, you look at strategic management and administration. Proper justification is needed to explain for major increases in allowance, unestablished employees, fuel, to be increasing by 1 million compared to previous fiscal years. So they don't increase the budget overall to get the CAT scan and to get all of the things that they need, but they're increasing in areas that are questionable, Madam Speaker, that won't lead to better health services, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in this budget, they're keeping the National Hospital at a stagnated grant of 29 million, yet increasing in other unnecessary areas, Madam Speaker. What I used to call it, Ralphonomics. Madam Speaker, you go to Cap 2 expenditure. In previous budget years, the technical agreements with bilateral partners averaged about 1.5 million over the years. This budget year, they've increased to 3 million. But again, the services are not there. We don't see where services that are being increased for that should be covered by bilateral partners, where is it going, Madam Speaker? You have a 527,000 in specialized equipment. For what? For where? I hope that's for the CAT scan. Zero investment in maternal and child health, Madam Speaker. Zero investment in public health. Zero investment in laboratory equipment, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you go to medicine and technology. In this area, the ministry made certain comments regarding program performance information. We therefore have to ask the question. It's not to quarrel. It is not to impute improper motives, Madam Speaker, but we need to know who are the licensed medical facilities that have not met the minimal standards in your outcome indicators. Because we need accountability, Madam Speaker. It was the cry of the PUP that they would come and usher in this new era of accountability and transparency, so I'm here for it. I will agree and support those efforts, Madam Speaker. Can you please tell us which health facilities did not achieve the 50% performance improvement indicators, Madam Speaker? The government spent 26 million in medical supplies in 2021-2022. Yet, with the increased demand in healthcare, they only budgeted 11 million in 22-23. Under the backdrop of protesting medical professionals, Madam Speaker. It is not as if it is the opposition railing up, the opposition opposing for oppose's sake. Medical professionals, apolitical, just people who want to serve the health of this nation, saying that they do not have the supplies, the essential supplies, Madam Speaker, and they are cutting. So they are overspending, nothing to show for the overspending, rather than, as the Prime Minister said he would do, hold his ministers accountable, investigate and arrest and charge and incarcerate where necessary. No, they just cut expenditure for our health, Madam Speaker, reducing the medical supplies by about 15 million when the people are protesting in the medical profession that they do not have, the public health care does not have sufficient medical supplies, Madam Speaker. Supply the people of the country. Supply us with sufficient tools that we need for our health, Madam Speaker. We need to know the details and the list of the companies granted that 26 million that was spent. These medical and pharmaceutical contracts, Madam Speaker. These overnight companies, Madam Speaker. Because they got their money, but the public healthcare system obviously did not get their supplies because the workers would not be walking out if they had what they need. This is not any manufactured UDP protest. This is what the professionals are saying to the country loud and clear. Apolitical, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, under medicine and technology, there was no budget, managerial, executive personnel in previous budgets. Yet we have 5 new positions, Madam Speaker. Again, not more money for medical supplies, who the professionals are complaining they need. More money for cronies, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the fact of the matter is that people are dissatisfied with the public health system, and this government needs to do better, Madam Speaker. Cutting is not the answer. Accountability is the answer. Spend more on our healthcare system and hold the minister, hold the CEO, hold the administrators accountable, Madam Speaker. Because we deserve that. It is not too much for Belizeans to ask that they live in a country that they can have sufficient healthcare, public healthcare, Madam Speaker. I know the Prime Minister said that he would take back healthcare partners because he said we own 47%. I'm waiting for that. Maybe that might be one of the solutions, Madam Speaker. And then, Madam Speaker, you go now to the Ministry of Police, Madam Speaker. There is absolutely nothing outlined. All it says is citizen security in the medium term presentation that the Prime Minister made in his budget presentation. No plan outlined to deal with the massive crime problem that we have, Madam Speaker. We hear about this multi-sectorial plan that has had zero impact on the most heinous murders, home invasions, and other serious crimes. So what does the Prime Minister do? He cuts spending in the Ministry of Police. We're spending less under the Briceño administration than we were in the UDP Barrow era, Madam Speaker. We have bodies being found with missing limbs, head cut off, arm cut off, police officers gunned down, Dan Grigor, Officer Arzu, police officers executing innocent civilians. El Mana, rest in peace to the Ramnares brothers and Miss Vivian Bilal. This is not the time to cut spending on crime, Madam Speaker. We have tourists being tied up in Placencia. We have tourists being gunned down in San Pedro, Madam Speaker. Please understand that there is enough room for improvement in each ministry. And I would much prefer to come here to talk about how we could do better. But we are doing worse, Madam Speaker. This is not even a debate about improvement. And well, yes, we'll do good, but I still think you could do better. This government is doing worse with citizen security than the previous administration, Madam Speaker. And when you talk about fighting crime, all you hear is multi-sectorial, multi-sectorial. Yes, the opposition is not a part of the multi-sectorial because I have the audacity to be a paragon of democracy and advocate on behalf of the people, which means criticizing constructively the Minister of Police. So,
Honorable Member, just let's take care of a procedural matter, please.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 12.8, I move that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour, though opposed.
Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour, though opposed. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. You may proceed.
thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, one of the suggestions for crime fighting is to invest in the Ministry of Police so that you can have a unit that will fight against the corrupt police officers. We have far more decent, hardworking police officers than we do the corrupt rogue cops. But enough is not being done to root out those bad apples, Madam Speaker, and we see nothing in this budget. We had a corporal that executed 3 people, 3 innocent civilians on New Year's Eve. And the minister himself blamed it on the UDP. He said, oh, all that happened because of the former police minister, and he's responsible for it. So what is the response? A blame is not enough. Let us solve the problem. That is why governments change, because the electorate is dissatisfied with the solutions being put forth by one government, so they give another government the opportunity. We want solutions. We don't want to hear what the UDP did wrong. We want to see what you are doing to fix it, Madam Speaker. And this budget does not speak to the issue of corruption in the police department, which impacts crime. Because if the criminals have safe havens in those that are there to enforce the law, then how do you ever combat crime? Madam Speaker, you look at the 5 million for police recruits. I'm happy to see that we are increasing the staff. But I tell you, all across this country, people complain that it is business as usual. The best qualified applicants continue to get rejected in favor of the minister's list, or maybe the Compolgan list. It's the same thing, Madam Speaker. I encourage the member from Caribbean Shores, take the politics out of the recruitment process. I don't want to hear what the UDP did. You're supposed to be better, member from Caribbean Shores, and I'm telling you, that is the complaint all over. And your government said you don't need any area rep for anything. Not for no land, not for no police. I haven't heard the complaints as far as land, but I've heard the complaints as far as police. I tell them, listen, I can't give you a letter as leader of the opposition. The government says you don't need a letter from me. Your qualifications will be suffice. So, member from Caribbean Shores, it is my hope that you don't take offense to this, but that you look into this, because maybe you don't even know. Maybe one of your staff is going around making promises and telling them, no worry, take care of you. But let's take the politics out of the recruitment process so that we could have the best, the most suitable officers protecting our nation, Madam Speaker. And again, that's why it pains me as you go back to this $194 million infrastructure budget. Could I take 25 million from that and give some of our officers a pay increase? We have our officers treated the worst, and again, they have to hitchhike to go to work. They don't even have a transportation system where an officer who doesn't have, is not mobile, can be transported to where they're working, Madam Speaker. One of the solutions to crime fighting is to pay the police more, is to provide health benefits. There has to be incentive to crime fighting, and there has to be anti-corruption to hold those accountable who will still, if the government is providing sufficiently for them, engage in corrupt activities, Madam Speaker. Why would people not be exposed to corruption if they are living paycheck to paycheck? Why would police officers not be able to withstand the urge of corruption if they can't go into the bank and get a mortgage? I hope they're getting their land as promised from the member of Lake Eye, Madam Speaker. The Ministry of Human Development, shameful, disgraceful example of this government's betrayal of its campaign promises to alleviate poverty, Madam Speaker. Because poverty alleviation was there. Prime time. But I listened to the member from Belize Rural Central and the Prime Minister, and they have this antidote that, oh, well, we don't believe in handouts. Do for yourself. Okay, but it is the responsibility of the state to help the people help themselves. That is why you're elected. That is why you have governments. The state is responsible so that the masses don't fall off the cliff. You can't say, oh, you should have known better than to continue walking when you saw the cliff was coming at them. No, We're supposed to put the rail guards there as the state. And you asked for this job. You're not doing the Belizean people a favor being Minister of Human Development or being Prime Minister. That is an honor, that is a privilege bestowed upon you to be custodians, Madam Speaker, and failed as custodians they are. Because it is not as if the 50,000 jobs have been created. It is not as if access to finance is a real thing where an entrepreneur can go to the commercial banks, go to DFC, go to the National Bank, and get a loan to start a business, Madam Speaker. The reality is just not there. So until the employment has increased exponentially, until the opportunity for someone to create their own wealth becomes a reality, it is the responsibility of the government to ensure that the people don't fall off the cliff. And it befuddles me that this doesn't occur, but then you look at the history of some of these ministers and you could understand the disconnect, Madam Speaker. They don't get it. They don't know what it is to miss a meal, you know. Prime Minister grew up rich, privileged, you know, thanks to his father. Does not appreciate the reality.
Member, let's be careful, please. It's a
Prime Minister
caution.
talks about my father every single House meeting, Madam Speaker.
I'm referring to being specific to another member.
Oh,
just
okay.
Please,
Okay.
let's be cautious.
Okay.
And may I also just take the opportunity, members, I know that there is immunity in the House, but when it comes to matters regarding a case before the courts, we need to be careful as well.
Guided, Madam Speaker. Guided, Madam Speaker.
In your previous statement regarding police.
Guided, Madam Speaker. Guided, Madam Speaker.
We're doing well with 42B, Prime Minister. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister does not appreciate the reality of living paycheck to paycheck. Because his father, who was a minister, just to be polite, Madam Speaker, did well in life, extremely well in life, and provided for his son. So his son doesn't know the plight of the working people, Madam Speaker. But when they were trying to become government, they were all about poverty. Now that they're in government, you go to the Ministry of Human Development and you look and see that they cut poverty alleviation from 923,000, Madam Speaker, to 0, Madam Speaker. So it is not as if I am just speaking and pulling these notions out of the sky, Madam Speaker. It is reflected in the budget, the disconnect that this Briceño administration has, Madam Speaker. I went through a list of all of the food products that have increased. I guess the Prime Minister feels that, you know, you close your eyes and count to 10 and extra money end up in your pocket, or when you go to the supermarket, you just tell them, oh, well, you know, Uncle Johnny sent me, he's saying I'll pay for it. No, Madam Speaker. Belizeans are making less, spending more, and getting less under this administration, Madam Speaker. And the budget should reflect that, Madam Speaker, in all developed nations, in most CARICOM nations, Madam Speaker. There are budgets that tell you, well, we're dealing with inflation, and this, that, inflation money. It's the same. I see they have a line item, food pantry gone from 3.4 million to 0. But I see they have an item there for food assistance, Madam Speaker, for groceries in the Human Development Ministry, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister said that the area representatives would administer the grocery bags. I know the member from Alberts, the member from Collett, the member from Corozal North have all reached out to the member from Belize Rural Central, Madam Speaker, for these grocery bags. She has yet to respond to me. I don't want to tell nothing. I leave our confidential communication, I leave it confidential. I'll allow her to come in here and explain herself. And depending on what she says at the next opportunity, I may divulge our confidential communications, Madam Speaker. But she has yet to respond, Madam Speaker, to the cry of the impoverished people. Because what? They are from UDP constituencies? That's not how taxpayer dollars work. Taxpayer dollars is for the Belizean citizens. The government of the day is a custodian, a temporary custodian of those coffers. Those grocery bags belong to everybody. Know who the member from Belize Rural Central says, Madam Speaker? Yet I see non-elected candidates in Belize City giving out grocery bags. Chupsal, you want the truth? I don't have time to come in here and fabricate these things. I want results. The first time I rose to speak on the budget, Madam Speaker, I said, listen, it's simple. It's not rocket scientists. You don't need a PhD in political science, an honorary one, or one that you went to university for. You don't need it. You don't need it. The common sense. Huh? Come on, member from Lake Eye, you used to give it, you used to say, a common sense. What the people want, the people need to eat, the people need support. Give it to them. Who got the money? No play last, you can't say no more money no there. We will recover from COVID, we will recover from Ukraine or Russia, according to the member from Orange Walk Central, the Honorable Prime Minister. Business is better than ever. So get back to your roots. Get back to your poverty alleviation roots. And tell the member from Belize Rural Central, stop holding the grocery bag hostage. Let it go. It doesn't belong to the PUP. It belongs to the poor people in this country that desperately need it. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you look at expenditures where under the UDP we spent about $1 million on youth community transformation and got another $1 million from the CDB, Madam Speaker. Not under the John Briceño administration. Totally abandoned. But they know how to go to IFIs, to get money for road. They know how to go to the IFIs to get everything except the priority sectors, such as poverty alleviation, Madam Speaker. This budget offers zero hope to our youth, Madam Speaker. And the numbers, they just don't lie. The PUP said that the Barrow administration was so bad for Belize, yet they have cut the essential programs that we were offering. The Ministry of Human Development is spending less now than they were in 2019, Madam Speaker. And this is indeed a hallmark of the Briceño budgets of betrayal. Every budget, the betrayal just gets worse, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I turn to infrastructure, to this ghastly $194 million Madam Speaker. More than health, more than citizen security, more than human development. Crying shame, Madam Speaker. Do you know that if this administration, if this Briceño administration were honest, Madam Speaker, they could have given at least 5,000, 6,000 houses in the last 2 years? Because again, according to your mandate, you don't have any infrastructure mandate. I say it over and repeatedly. When we were going through COVID-19, Prime Minister Barrow repurposed loans. You all hate infrastructure so much. Why are you spending even more outside of the Barrow infrastructure projects? Because they want to take credit for it, but then, oh, well, the only reason we spend that because of the UDP, they want to put these projects on us. Okay, pay for the projects. But no more, we need a moratorium on infrastructure, Madam Speaker. That money needs to be spent in other key areas, Madam Speaker. In the priority areas for the mandate that this government got, Madam Speaker. This is not make it up as you go along, Madam Speaker. They had a plan, they presented it to the people voted on it, and now it's time for them to deliver, Madam Speaker. Such a betrayal, Madam Speaker. Such a betrayal. The Prime Minister painted this beautiful but misleading picture of how the economy has grown and bragged about all of our projects, as I said, the coastal road. Because, you know, hated the infrastructure revolution, but now they brag about coastal road, brag about Caracol Road, Sartineja, Madam Speaker, Halova. Yet, you look at the housing solution that I put forth, and nothing in the budget speaks to that, Madam Speaker, rather than promise the 10,000 houses. I urge this government, ensure that the Belizean citizens get access to financing. Stop promise pie in the sky. The only cement police boot wanting to give people for Livina. It's insulting. The reality should be access to financing so people can go and get a mortgage. Belizeans don't like handouts. According to Ono don't like give hands out. So go to the banks, go to the commercial banks, capitalize DFC, capitalize the National Bank, and let it be that the hurdles, the obstacles to financing are removed. You have poor people who are paying $400 a month, Madam Speaker, to live in a room where they share a bathroom. They could get a mortgage. If they could pay $400 a month, they could get a mortgage and build their own house. Independence, emancipation. Make we live it. Give them the opportunity. Stop with the promises, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you know, again, I call on the Auditor General and the Contractor General to do some serious looking into all of these duplications of spending happening in the Ministry of Infrastructure. You have monies being allocated to projects that are already funded, yet they're getting more money to fund projects. Yes, the allocation for $2.5 million for the Sartineja project, that is funded and facilitated by the government of Taiwan. Why do you need more money for that? Huh? Madam Speaker? There's a lot of duplication. You have these, again, I have to speak to Jules Vasquez to ask him, has he gotten the accounting that the member from Cayo South promised into infrastructure? Where are the open biddings? I see street they get $1 billion and mess up, I don't see no tender. Huh? I want accountability. I want transparency, member from Fort George, which is what you promised, Madam Speaker. But there are many duplications, and then this is an election year, Madam Speaker. 5 million for upgrade, for upkeep, when those highways already have funding, those streets already have funding, Madam Speaker, already have money allocated for the maintenance of our highways, village streets and rural roads, Madam Speaker, our sugar roads, our agriculture roads, Madam Speaker. So when they come with this $5 million, $3 million here, duplicate spending, Madam Speaker. This Ministry of Infrastructure budget contains numerous duplications of funds. I mean, you know, if the Prime Minister wants to talk, I could take a seat, Madam Speaker.
42B, members, please.
You're not interrupting me? Or you just have a
42B, 1
good
second.
time?
The cross-bantering doesn't help when the speaker tries to get it back on track. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, wastage, misappropriation, corruption are all valid questions, Madam Speaker, and I hope that the Auditor General, the Contractor General is going to go into the Ministry of Infrastructure and do a thorough examination of what is happening with that $194 million of wastage, Madam Speaker, of betrayal, Madam Speaker, of treachery, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in conclusion,
Minister, member for Joa Central. Every member, standing orders don't yet have a time limit.
You see, Prime Minister, you're embarrassing yourself, man. Stop embarrassing yourself.
The cross-bantering does not.
But Madam Speaker, when
Member,
they talk,
please continue.
and then I get up and I start going bad, they'll make you tell me, well, they won't make you, but it will create a situation where you may ask me to withdraw, Madam Speaker, and all I'm saying, it has to go both ways. Mind they make you withdraw, PM, behave yourself. All right, I'll continue, Madam Speaker. I said conclusion. Madam Speaker, we all know that the Prime Minister does not possess the eloquence or prowess of a Dean Barrow, Said Musa, Colonel Hyde. So we forgive him for that. What we cannot forgive is this blatant attempt to paint the pig of a budget, to paint this pig of a budget as anything other than what it is, Madam Speaker. A heartless, visionless budget devoid of the compassion, the capacity, and the human connection. Remember the word? Human capital. Investing in a human capital. All in one to build roads to nowhere and highways to never land. Well, we need investment in human capital more than ever. So we need a budget that reflects that, Madam Speaker. It is not, as I said, rocket scientist, Madam Speaker. A strong public healthcare system, greater access to education, Madam Speaker. I am happy that $283 million is being spent in education. It's still not enough. I saw on the Government of Belize Press Office page where they're talking about the 11,000 students that will get subsidies of $200. The honorable member from Collett was giving $300 in subsidies under the Barrow administration to more students than that. So that is nothing new. I spoke to the Minister of Education and got some clarity on these students on the south side that will be beneficiaries of the free education. But again, Madam Speaker, it is not enough, and that is where the access to financing comes in, Madam Speaker. Yes, let us help the very poor as far as the state is concerned, but let us create the mechanisms for the working class to be able to go to the commercial banks, go to the DFC, go to the National Bank, and finance their Belizean dream. Enough of them waiting for the politicians to deliver. Let them deliver their own promises. Just give them the access, Madam Speaker. And we still do not see that, Madam Speaker. We still do not see the student loan scheme that I have been proposing that would see, I had a meeting with 2 students this week, a young man and a young lady. One wants to be a nurse, the other one wants to go into business. Both are from indigent homes, and we just can't afford it. One of them, they already took out a loan for a sibling, and so they can't take out another one, Madam Speaker. We could fix this if we could spend $194 million on streets, roundabouts, and highways that you hated so much. Why can't we spend money to capitalize our DFC, capitalize our national banks? Why can't the Prime Minister call a meeting with the commercial bankers and say, this is my vision for this country. Education is the greatest investment that we could make. And this is what I want to see. We don't have enough money to make sure that everyone from primary to tertiary gets free education. But there can be some type of middle ground where we do some, and those that can afford to pay something, pay after they get the degrees, Madam Speaker. That is a solution, Madam Speaker, that would work, because we'll have people with greater capacity who can create their own wealth, who can drive our economy. But there's so many enormously talented people that will never get the opportunity to realize their potential because they simply can't afford to pay the DFC loan. They can't afford to pay the commercial bank loans. That is a solution that needs to be heeded, Madam Speaker. And when you're spending the types of money, 1.6, I know I didn't get into all of the supplementaries that they came with, Madam Speaker. Lest I be like the Honorable Philip Golson and I'll be here all day, Madam Speaker, of which I do have a right. But Madam Speaker, as I wrap up, the type of wild spending orgy that is taking place, Madam Speaker, they can be creative and innovative and find a way to guarantee the loans for our young Belizeans, for our eligible Belizeans that want to equip themselves with the tools that they need to do for themselves because they're not getting the help from the government. According to the government, if you not see the cliff, you want to drop off, and good luck. Madam Speaker, it is not rocket scientists, and it is not too much to ask, Madam Speaker. It is our birthright, Madam Speaker, our inalienable right to a happy life, a healthy life, Madam Speaker, a safe life, Madam Speaker, which this government promised they would deliver, Madam Speaker. We don't need to wait another 40 years to realize this. If you listen to the Prime Minister, economy better than ever, everything better than ever, so do it now. Fix the problems now, Madam Speaker. We must not wait another term for this incompetent government to be ousted. I cannot support this bloated, broken budget from a broken government walking to the end of their one-term road paved with broken promises, Madam Speaker. Belize deserves better. Thank you.
I recognize the Deputy Prime Minister, Member Falekai. Member Falekai, may I just ask the clerk to kindly do the necessary removal before you commence? We'll just take a short recess while this is being done.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really wish that the member for Mesopotamia had not spoken so long, because I really wanted to acknowledge the young boys and girls from Holy Angels RC School in person and in public, to say to them that the member from Dangriga once attended that school as a young boy. And if he could be here sitting in this parliament today, then they can aim and they can dream to be right here along with us. We will. I also want to welcome back the member from Mesopotamia, the leader of the opposition. I hope that that's the last time we see him have to leave that way. You know, the member for Mesopotamia is really good. He almost had me. He almost convinced me. But as he rightfully claimed, he's an entertainer. And he functions in the skies somewhere in Hollywood. And in that world, you can have selective amnesia, or what Chris Rock calls selective outrage. Unfortunately, you can't fantasize away the hardships your government left us. You say the economy was better under the UDP. You say the economy grew by 4.5% in 2019. You say the people are bawling to have the UDP back. I don't know where you are living, member, but I have not heard a single soul, not even the UDPs are bawling for the UDPs to come back. Everybody knows the hot mess you guys left this country in. You guys went for broke. You spent every last dollar in the treasury. You ate every can of sardine in the cupboard. Every single can. I had an aunt one time who was taken to the court because she whipped one of her kids and they charged her for child abuse, right? So she said to the magistrate, "Magistrate, that's not child abuse. You know what a child abuse? Child abuse that when you're 4 picking and look and you're hungry, you don't got nothing in the cupboard for eat." Well, that is what the government of the UDP did to us, the Belizean people. They abused us. They left nothing in the cupboard for us to eat. Everybody knows, everybody and their granny knows that when the UDP left office, they were borrowing $1 million a day to pay public officers and teachers. The unemployment rate was a whopping 30%. The debt to GDP ratio was 133%, the 6th worst in all the world. You understand what I'm saying? There were only 5 other countries out of the 200 countries in the world who was doing worse than us. 64,000 people were unemployed. 82,000 were underemployed. Man, how in God's green world are you going to say to us that we should have hit the ground running in a state of affairs like that? We were facing the valuation in the eye. The IMF was calling for the retrenchment of 3,000 public officers and to raise GST to 19.5%. And you say the economy was better under the UDP? Where were you living, sir? You say the economy grew under the UDP by 4.5% in 2019. But I have it right up on my phone. Somebody may listen to you and send it to me. Where the SIB said that it's actually that the economy contracted by 2.8% in 2019. You can't make up your stats, brother. You can't just pull numbers from out the sky. The numbers don't lie. The facts don't lie. The fact of the matter is that this country was in a recession in 2019. In 2020 under the UDP, the economy contracted by a whopping 16.2%. They will blame it on the pandemic. I'll say, okay, we'll leave it at that. But it wasn't on until the People's United Party came to power that things turned around. Growth in 2021 came in at 14.8%. All the while the IMF was saying that it would not come in higher than 3%. And we defied all the expectations, all the odds. It came in at 14.8%. Talk about hitting the ground running. The FDI, foreign direct investment, was actually a combined $750 million, you know. $750 million to be precise. The tragedy is that we didn't have to be there in 2020. That's a real tragedy. And that's what we have to remind people. These guys had the most money in the history of governments in this country. They had $500 million from Petro-Caribe, $600 million in taxes from B&E. They borrowed billions of dollars, and yet still, the people were worse off than when they got into power in 2008. So much so that poverty was at 52.5% in 2018. $13 billion over 13 years, and our people were doing worse. There were more people in poverty than ever before. More people looking for work and can't find work than ever before. More people living in broken down houses than ever before. More people getting killed than ever before. More children dropping out of school than ever before. But I don't want to lose myself in that. That's not my purpose today. Right? You know, fair to remember from Mesopotamia that I have to respond to him. Someone who was not there in the cabinet of Mess for those 13 years. Even though his father was the prime minister for those 13 years. It's not fair to him. Who should be over there are the bandits. The who's who of all-time bandits. The Monteros, the Gaspar Vegas, the Pablo Marin. When you go fill in the blanks, you don't know the rest of them. They are the ones who should be here to face the music. But in the meantime, we had to listen to I don't know what, because it wasn't him. He comes here talking about infrastructure, and I know that thing hurt him bad, you know, because they were spending billions on fancy streets and fancy buildings and roundabouts, and they still lost. They can't take it. So everything about infrastructure, then get spooked. Then go sleep the night. And they mention infrastructure and they sleep. But it's not that the people were opposed to cement streets, you know. They actually like cement streets. But they want more. They want a better standard of living. They want to be able to find a decent job. They want to be able to send their children to school. They want to be able to get a piece of land. They want to be able to build a decent house. They want to be able to get affordable health care. So cement streets and fancy buildings and roundabouts alone weren't doing it for the people of Belize. Those things looked nice, but it wasn't putting food on enough tables. So yes, we are spending millions on infrastructure, because even after the billions that the UDP spent on infrastructure, the country is still in a hot mess. We weren't getting value for money. We got robbed. Some of those guys belong in jail. So yes, we are having to spend millions more, but we are doing that and so much more. But let's face it, the people simply got tired of the UDP. They were going to vote you out no matter what. I read somewhere that dying is one thing. Perhaps the only thing in life that you don't have to do. Stick around long enough and it will be done for you. And that's what happened to the UDP. People got sick and tired of you. You were just there too long. Madam Speaker, I rise not against others, but for the people of Belize, for the people of Lake Independence in particular. I rise here to pay tribute to the men and women of the public service who work tirelessly to make this budget 2023-2024 possible. I rise in support of this budget. It would be easy to rumble on about the mess the UDP left us in and the missed opportunities they had. It would be easy to lose myself in that. But that's not my purpose here today, Madam Speaker. It's about saying to the people of Belize that the sun shines brightest when the People's United Party are in power. That no matter the storms we face, we are going to find a way. no matter how long the night, the sun will rise in the morning. That no matter the mess we found, we are here today on the cusp of something great. At a point where we can pivot away from it all and do something for the people of Belize no other government has ever done. Madam Speaker, allow me a few moments to acknowledge and put on record the incredible transformation of the finances of this government, a transformation which has been led by the Prime Minister, leading the charge as Minister of Finance over the last 2 years. The fact is that what has been proposed in this budget and what is being debated today is another budget, the second consecutive budget with a primary surplus. In other words, a sustainable budget that has more income than expenditure before including interest payments. A budget surplus is a sign of stability. It is a sign of progress. It is a clear sign of prudent financial management. A budget surplus is a sign that taxpayers' dollars are not being squandered and that our children, the precious next generation, will not be forced to pay for the excesses of this generation. Instead of borrowing $1 million a day, as the previous administration infamously did on their way out the door, this government has chopped $1 billion off the public debt on our way in. Yes, more needs to be done, and I'm confident it's being done to ensure that those who can should pay their fair share of taxes. But the fact is that tax collections have exceeded targets for a second year in a row. And this budget touches people where it matters the absolute most. More money for healthcare, more money for education, more money for housing, more money for land surveys, more money for rural roads and village streets, more money for digitizing and thus democratizing more of the services that government provides to the people of this country. The budget touches people in the places where it matters the most. 2 years ago, we were living a depression in this country. Tens of thousands of our people could not find work. Public officers faced the likelihood of retrenchment. So many of our people were without hope. The Belize dollar was at a serious risk of devaluation. In these 2 PUP years, Belize's economic expansion has exceeded almost every country in the hemisphere, a combined 27.6% in 2 years. Agriculture is humming. Tourism has rebounded in spades. Houses are being built. Cement bungalows, not like sin. Cement bungalows are being built. Land is being distributed. Children are in the classroom. Villages are bustling. So many families are starting to climb out of poverty. And hope is back in a big way. Good things are happening. Whether you are blind or whether you are unwilling to see, good things are happening in this country. 20,000 teachers and public officers have gotten back their salary and now will be getting back their increments. 43,000 private sector workers, those earning the minimum wage, have received a 51% increase in their hourly wage. You understand what I'm saying? The minimum wage is now $5. That's a promise we made when we were in opposition. Lots of people said we couldn't do it. Lots of people advised we shouldn't do it. But we did it. And now 43,000 of our people are making $5 an hour when they were only making $3.30 an hour. This is just year 2, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, all cannot be perfect. All can never be perfect. It's a story of this here life. We have been bedeviled by the scourge of runaway inflation and the attendant skyrocketing cost of living. Imagine a Belize where the prices were what it used to be. We will be living blissfully. We have to go all in on all the wicked grocers and supermarket owners, Madam Speaker, to be charging prices upwards, changing prices upwards by the day is unconscionable. And on the people who can least afford it, and on the products we need daily. Housewives and daily shoppers tell us over and over again, in language too colorful for the parliament, language I can't repeat, how painful it is to go to the shop for the most basic of consumer stuff. It's amazing how some of our people get through each day. The minimum wage increase has been gobbled up by the greedy grocers, who was already winning from the days of the pandemic. Nobody could have left the country. So all that hundreds of millions when they go to Chatham had to stay right here. All that money was being spent right with the grocers, right with the supermarkets. They were laughing all the way to the bank during the pandemic, and they still want to continue winning and have the people losing. We have to stand up for the people in this regard. Our government has accepted the offer of the unions for public officers to be engaged as special inspectors in the fight against price gouging and non-receipt issuing stores. And we will have to look to reduce whatever taxes remain on basic food stuff. It's known the world over that inflation has reached a record high, a 40-year high. Everybody knows this. In fact, in Suriname, inflation is at 50%. Everybody knows that we still have shipping problems from the pandemic. Everybody knows that the war in Ukraine is creating problems on the cost of goods all over the world. But a small consolation to our single mothers and our housewives and the people who have to shop every day. So we as a government, we have to do more. Madam Speaker, this new budget will see the expansion of the free education program from 4 Southside high schools to an additional 5 in southern Belize, in the Stancrick and Toledo district. I need to big up the Minister of Education and his team for the serious targeted work that they have been doing at the 4 Southside high schools. Imagine all your fees are paid, your books provided, school bag, tennis, healthy meals. All you have to do is show up and put your foot underneath the table and study. That's all you have to do. It's a reversal of what transpired for the 13 years under the UDP. Every single year, 1,500 kids were dropping out of school from late primary and early high school because their parents could not afford it. So what do you think is happening now? More and more of those kids are staying in school. And according to the minister, an additional 200 enrolled in school because of this free education opportunity at the 4 Southside high schools. That is how you solve crime in the long term, you know. You keep your children in school and ensure that they finish school, because the child that finishes school is less likely to be shot, is less likely to pick up a gun and shoot somebody. It's not just us saying that. That's what the studies show. So if we do nothing else, we have to ensure that our kids go to school and that they stay in school. And every single one of us have to contribute to make sure that that happens, because the cost of not going to school is far greater than the cost of going to school. It costs us what, $1,000 to send a child to high school? It costs us well over $5,000 to send that child to the Hattieville prison. So better we spend the money now, rather than wait until it's too late and have to spend 5 times that money. Madam Speaker, now to the ministry for which I am responsible. The responsibilities we fulfill at the Ministry of Natural Resources are many and they are varied. In these last 2 years, we have worked ceaselessly to dismantle, restructure, and rebuild a lot of our processes. These processes concern the services we offer as custodians of the most important national asset, as well as custodians of the official registry of those assets. Now, I know that the new processes are not perfect. Perfect performance is beyond our reach. But every day, our efficiency improves. Every day, our staff and management understand better our priorities, our philosophy, and they get better at what they do. It's been a slow process, but the place is a different place. It's a different place because this PUP government is looking out for the land poor and not the land rich. To paraphrase the father of the nation, it is not that the land rich should have less. It's just that the land poor should have more. To lift the land poor out of landlessness, that is the unmistakable mandate from those tens of thousands of Belizeans who voted for us. Our innovative and now institutionalized mobile land clinics are designed to serve the land poor, to regularize their leases, to give them a chance at a lease, a purchase approval, to resolve their unfinished transaction, to deliver their grants and certificates, to put those of us who are sworn to serve in direct contact with those who need our service the most. It's about improving the service, about the fundamental principle that the customer is a taxpayer who is deserving of the very best in courtesy and efficiency. It's about treating others as you would want to be treated. It's about putting people at the center of what we do. We're not where we want to be, but we are getting there. Every 2 weeks, when we have our land clinics, whether internal or public, our public officers toil like they never had before, with a spirit and passion like you've never seen before. I wish all the country could see them in action. They start from 9 in the morning until 12 sometimes at night, without complaining. Their eyes are red sometimes, their shoulders are slouched sometimes, but they keep on going. Last week we did an internal land clinic in Belize City. We did a record 1,818 instruments, some dating back 10 years. 2 weeks before that, we did one in Corozal, in which we did what was then a record, 1,630 instruments. Anybody from Corozal, huh? And 2 weeks before that, we did one in Orange Walk. We did what was then a record, 1,465 instruments. Over the last 2 weeks, the Land Registry have followed suit and did an internal land clinic of their own. Over the course of 8 days, they did 2,300 land certificates and titles. When we started 2+ years ago, we had a backlog at National Estate of 20,000 instruments. Today we are down to a little over 2,000. At Land Registry, the backlog was in excess of 5,000. We have cut that in half. Thanks to the hard work of our committed public officers, we are now poised to make our service faster, more responsive, and more respectful. When I was Speaker, the Prime Minister in his budget presentation cited the almost 11,000 lots currently being surveyed for distribution to the land poor, the first-time landowners. If I dare say so myself, 11,000 lots to the land poor is a public policy unlike any other. 3% of the entire population as new landowners. That's the equivalent of 10 million lots in the United States, or 500,000 new landowners in Guatemala. And yes, there is an immediate monetary value of awarding land to the landless. At $10,000 per lot, and that's putting it conservatively, we are transferring $110 million to the people who need help the most, who are most deserving. 11,000 persons taken out of land poverty, lifted to the status of landholders. And ownership of the asset is just the first step. With this land, a person can get a loan to build a house. With that house, the person can provide a safe and comfortable place for their family. And with stronger families, our communities are themselves more resilient, our nation stronger. I often say to my colleagues at the Lands Department that land distribution is not about a piece of paper. It's not even about honoring our promise to the people. It is about changing lives. This is what the work we do is all about changing lives, one house lot at a time. Land management and distribution is about generational wealth. It is about justice. It's an indispensable building block for a society that is fair, peaceful, and one that can endure the test of time. We are uniquely positioned to achieve this revolution, and I cannot thank each of my colleagues enough for their support and cooperation. And after land, Madam Speaker, comes housing. The Minister of Housing is unfortunately not here. His mother died over the weekend in the US and he has had to leave. On our side, we want to say abundant condolences to the Minister and the rest of his family. Our thoughts and prayers are with him. He knows that. But at the same time, too, I must use this opportunity to big him up. Contrary to what the member from Mesopotamia said, those bungalows, houses, have been a blessing for hundreds of families. And this budget will bestow that blessing on hundreds more. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Moving into a little bungalow house at the age of 12 changed my life. Had such a huge impact on my life. Before that, I was living in a broken down house. Marshall knows the house is not even there anymore. In front of the Lambarix on Sarstone Street. The land was swampy, full up of grass. We didn't have indoor running water. We had to go back water a block away. We had to bathe in our bath pan. We had a window where we couldn't open at night because of a board window. So when you close at a total darkness, you go sleep from 7:30 at night. Mom said go pee and go to your bed and we go sleep 7:30. That worked out for me. Because nowadays I don't get no rest, right? You know, back then, when I was 12 years old, and I won't say how long ago that was, Moms had to put down, not too long ago, of course not. Moms had to put down $3,000 as a down payment for that house. You know what was the monthly mortgage? It was $100 a month. Now, in present day scenario, single mothers would have to put down $1, and the monthly mortgage is what? Nothing changed. Only under the People's United Party. You can't beat that with a hammer. I used to be ashamed of the house where I used to live in. I couldn't tell any girl I lived there. I couldn't. When a girl asked where I lived, I tell her I lived at the Lovell's house. They had a big 2-story wooden house. Marshall knew the house, man. They had a shop. They had a big truck because they run fuel for the oil companies. They had a farm at Hattieville with a pond to swim in. We used to go there on Saturday with Willie bun and Willie cheese and Willie potted meat because the Lovers, they were really kind to the neighborhood, right? They had a big TV. The only TV on Sarstone Street back then. So all the neighbors pile up on the veranda in a house to watch the movie called Excalibur. Once you know about a movie, then you know you got the age, right? Then Mom's got that little bungalow, and the little boy got spunks. When the girls ask where I live, I could tell them I live there, the little bungalow. My confidence grew. I worked even harder in school. Cement, you know, no plyson, no board, cement, bungalow. We were going places. And Mom's confidence and faith that things would get better was finally bearing fruit. That's one thing with my mama got absolute confidence that things are get better. And so when I'm a young boy, all I do is walk the shop and dream, you know. The time they're barefooted to the walk, you know. But I don't know that we know what they are forever, we are find our way out of this. That was the kind of confidence she had, and when we get a bungalow, geez, we take off. We take off. It wasn't a dream no more. It was happening. I'm proud that I'm a part of a government that has made that same feeling possible for hundreds of young children all over Belize. I'm proud of being a part of a government that sees the importance of building homes of dignity for those of our people who need it the most. We'll come, Stephanie, soon. We'll come. We'll come. You have faith. There's another moral to that story. I've never said this before. The Lovells ended up migrating to the US. They left behind the son to take care of the house, and they took the daughters with them. The son didn't handle it well. He was a hard worker, but he got lost. The streets ate him up, and he ended up losing everything. He lost his family to the US, and then he lost the big house. At first, it started to deteriorate. Wood without care don't last forever. Eventually, the house fell apart and was abandoned. Dude ended up dying. way too young, and joined so many tens of young men from our neighborhood in Sarsoon Street era who died long before they could fulfill their fullest potential. See, he never finished school, so moms and dads left him a big old house, and farm and shop and truck and all, but he didn't have the wherewithal to handle it all. The most important thing we can leave our children is a good, solid education. The most important thing we can give to our children is a good, solid education. And not just to stay in school, but to learn, because you can stay in school each year and not learn very much. We have to make sure they learn the right values and attitudes, that they are able to navigate ever-changing times. Hold their heads up high, even when all around them the world is losing theirs. They have to be able to dance around the evil in the streets and yet make the right choices and have the enduring belief that everything will be okay. We have to make sure we educate them for life. And that's our sacred duty and responsibility as parents, and the sacred duty and responsibility of teachers and schools. Our parents have to crusade about getting an education for their children. They have to be unreasonable about it even. This is how we define what's possible for our generation. But enough of the preaching, Madam Speaker. I know it get late and some man hungry. Some ladies probably hungry too. But allow me a little bit more preaching. Just a little bit more. There's an African concept. You will talk until you agree. This Mayan communal land issue requires that philosophy. We talk until we agree. We talk to each other, not at each other. This brick throwing and bar hurling have got to stop. The Mayans have to understand that we have an unconvinced wider public. They can't let their right become wrong. The government has to understand that we must be the honest broker, the wise sage. We cannot give in to the public back and forth. The wider public has to understand that there's a court ruling at stake from the highest court in all the land. There is historical perspective to the ruling. Jump high, jump low. We are one Belize, one country, one people. We must never give in to the isms and schisms that got us here in the first place. We can't be about the dissimilarities we have. We have to be about what joins us, what we have in common. If we can't do that, then we are no better than the colonial masters who so divided and exploited us and then left us forever scattered as little pieces all over this country. It's the philosophy that we have used in engaging with the joint unions. We talk until we agree. Sometimes we talk for 8 hours, 6 hours, 5 hours, 7 hours. We talk until we agree. It's a philosophy we must adopt in dealing with the sugarcane issue. We have to talk till we agree. No one is ever going to get all he or she wants, but no one is ever going to lose all he or she has. But we are supposed to want one thing: what's best for this here nation. And if we can respect each other and listen to each other and talk to each other rather than at each other, then good things can happen and everybody's going to win. I've done the preaching, Madam Speaker. I'm soon done. Madam Speaker, no budget is perfect, and this budget is no exception. We're spending, I believe, Minister Rad, well over $2 million more on youth and sports than UDP did in their last year. But that's not nearly enough. That's not nearly enough. We better than any people there. We're supposed to spend far more on youth and sports than any people ever did. Because we know the importance of these programs. We don't have nearly enough money for youth programs. We don't have nearly enough money for sports programs. We don't have nearly enough money for summer programs. We have to do better. Every single child, whether they could play sports or not, whether they're good at it or not, should play sports. because the benefits of playing sports is incalculable. Sports builds character, teaches our children how to resolve conflicts, how to be disciplined, how to be magnanimous in victory and humble in defeat, how to work really hard for success, because if you don't work hard, you're not going to have success, and how to work as a team. All in all our children should play sports. The benefits from playing sports cannot be duplicated. And we're not even talking about the repairs we have to do at the Marion Jones and the Mexican Sports Institute and the MCC and the Rogers Stadium. We have to find some money for sports, ladies and gentlemen. To my constituents, the people of Lake Independence, the people who have stood with me through thick and thin, in the days when I could do nothing for you because I was a lowly opposition representative facing a 25-6 UDP government that punished all their enemies, you stood with me. There were many times you could have gone with the wind, but you stood and suffered with me. We eat with bread and egg together. Even when I left, you took me back. And I'm not here if not for you. All you do is vote for me, and all I must do is work for you. Nothing is too good for you. We're slowly building back our constituency, one street at a time, one family at a time, one house at a time, one student at a time. We have almost completely abolished our London bridges. We are regularizing hundreds of our families who for years and years couldn't get their land papers. Once more, this budget is good for us. The Minister of Infrastructure is not here, but I spoke to him just before he got on that plane and he assured me that Lake Independence will be taken care of in this budget. But the Minister of Education is here, and he's never failed us. He's been good to us, and he assures us that this education budget is bigger and better. Minister of Health says he will keep us healthy and safe, and he's going to take care of us. The Minister of Agriculture gave us a greenhouse 2 years ago. He promised with 3 last year. He never gave it, but he said this to the year. I trust him for that. Can you? You understand? We have to get greenhouses, man. We have to. You have to help with. Please, with expertise. Make the thing they grow big and fat. The sweet pepper they grow big and fat. The cucumber they grow big and fat. When they do it for their way, the thing flourish. That's what we need. We need for people and see things grow out of the ground so they appreciate it. So that we plant the food where we eat so that people get a chance to it. We have to do more of that. You know, don't people take advantage of it big time, man. Big time. It's the most frustrating thing in a present Belize right now, you know. Things would be a whole lot better if those grocers weren't taking us. I don't want to say it, they're in a parliament, I don't say it. But you know, Madam Speaker. You know what I mean. Minister of Human Development has promised us even more grocery bags. I guess a nice grocery bag for your last week, the people ain't sending me buff, right? The nicest one they get so far. So we want more of that. You know? The committee say when the people ain't come pick up their thing, they say, "Ooh, this thing heavy." So we want more of that. What? Everything big. Everything big. So please, we need more. And the Minister of Tourism, remember that? Yeah? He promises us that the food court on Mahogany Street will be completed shortly. And we have some other community projects that we'll work together on. So I'm really excited and looking forward to that. Madam Speaker, make a try wrap up, man, because this is an exciting year ahead. We inherited some circumstances that would have grounded the meek and tame of heart. But our leadership transcended the circumstances, and now we are on the cusp of something great. But the moonlight of memory reminds us that our power comes with a responsibility to lead humbly, inspirationally, and with a fierce commitment to our people. We cannot lead by coercion. We cannot be derailed from the values that got us here. Elections are not a vote of thanks. They are a vote of confidence. The people place an awesome trust and confidence in us, and we must honor that trust. It cannot be that independence was about building a kind of society in which we have a tiny few with everything and a huge majority with nothing. For us to perpetuate that state, to leave that state of affairs that we inherited in place, would be an act of betrayal. This budget, Madam Speaker, the biggest in post-independence Belize, is a stride in the right direction. It is about empowering those who have been landless and jobless and houseless and listless for far too long. I support this budget fiscal year 2023-2024, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
I recognize the member for Freetown.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise on behalf of the people of Freetown, whom I am honored and privileged to represent in this honorable House, to offer my contribution to this debate on the budget for fiscal year 2023-2024, which enjoys my full support. You know, Mr. Speaker, let me, for the listening audience, let me say, Mr. Speaker has taken over the chair from Madam Speaker. So I'm referring to Mr. Speaker in the chair now. Mr. Speaker, I'll be honest with you, you know, some days you get up and you're in a certain mood. And I got up this morning and I was not in the mood for a lot of talking today. A lot of talking, and that's the wrong mood to be in when you're coming to a parliamentary debate, no, on the budget. But I was not in the mood for a lot of talking, and unfortunately I had to endure almost 2 hours of absolute nonsense, nonsensical talking, rambling from the leader of the opposition. So, you know, I must have done something wrong, and punishing me today, having to listen to that kind of garbage. You know, when I listen to the leader of the opposition, Mr. Speaker, you know, I think of what comes to mind is a tale of absolute fantasy and fiction that really could only be woven in the mind of a I don't mean to be impolite, but in the mind of a has-been rapper who is looking for relevance, who is looking for credibility. Complete fiction and fantasy. He spoke for almost 2 hours, I believe, almost 2 hours. Completely without a sense of purpose, without a sense of direction. Made up his own facts, used his own statistics. We don't know where he's getting these statistics. You know, it's incredible. So how do you properly and rationally and responsibly respond to somebody who is living in another world? They're operating in a world of fantasy and fiction, using their own data, have absolutely no regard for official statistics, official data, making up their own data to meet the story that he's trying to weave, this incredible tale that he's trying to weave. So it's a very sad situation. But allow me to make just a few critically important points, I think. The leader can go all over the place talking about all sorts of different things, but there are fundamental facts that cannot be avoided. You had a UDP government in 2020, after 12 years of being in office, and you had a debt to GDP ratio of over 130%. That was 2020, when we came into office. Today, after 2 years in government, under the John Briceño administration, under the People's United Party administration, after 2 years, that debt to GDP ratio has been cut from over 130 to 64%. 64%. That is the unavoidable truth. It may be an inconvenient truth for the leader of the opposition and his party. How you deal with that if you're in opposition? The only way to deal with it is to create fantasy and fiction and make up your own figures, because that doesn't fit into the narrative that you want to tell the Belizean people, that everything bad and everything wrong and everything is going in the wrong direction. So that's an inescapable fact and truth, debt to GDP ratio. And I cite that particular figure because that's an important economic indicator of the growth and development of your country, the economic trajectory that your country is on. It's a critically important factor and indicator. The other fundamental point, Mr. Speaker, is he likes to talk about debt, public debt. It's clear he does not understand what he's talking about. But he's talking about public debt and what has happened over the past 2 years. Now, this, again, is the inconvenient truth for the opposition. The inescapable fact and reality is that under this government, in 2 years, keep in mind we're coming out of one of the worst economic crises in our history, coming out of COVID. It is this government that has reduced, through restructuring of the blue bond, everybody know about the blue bond, restructuring of the blue bond, renegotiating the Petro-Carib debt. It is through those efforts, led by the Prime Minister and his team, his economic management team, that we have relieved the Belizean people of $1 billion in debt taken off the backs of the Belizean people. That is the reality. Those are the facts, the stubborn, inconvenient facts. $1 billion removed. Talks of nonsense about what the government is borrowing here and there. They increased the debt during their term over $2 billion. Over $2 billion. And this government has relieved the Belizean people in 2 years. Yes, we've done borrowing as well, but in 2 years, relieved them of over $1 billion in debt. Those are important facts for the Belizean people to know, Mr. Speaker. And then, really, the final big point I want to make, because I'll come back to some of this. But, one of the most damning indictments of a government, really, is after your term in office, are more people better off or worse off after your term in office? That's a basic question. Basic yes or no question. Under the United Democratic Party government, 12 years in government, poverty increased, Mr. Speaker. The Belizean people should understand that. Poverty increased. After 12 years, the Deputy Prime Minister outlined all the money they had available to them. Billions and billions of dollars. You talk $1 billion budget every year, so that $12 billion plus all the Petro-Carib money and all the other monies that they had available to them. And yet, at the end of that period of governance, more people in this country were poor than before they took office. So poverty rose from, I think it was around 44% to 52%. From 44 to 52%, poverty increased. You know, so that's a critical issue as well, important fact. And then another point I want to make, you know, the leader of the opposition likes to talk about, well, poverty. While I'm talking about poverty, let me make this point. To talk about poverty, and it shows you that they have a very narrow understanding of poverty. They believe that, oh, the solution to poverty is just more grocery bag, more grocery bag, more grocery bag, keep people dependent on you, keep people. No, that's not what poverty is about. This government is fighting poverty on all fronts. It's a full frontal attack on poverty. Every ministry is involved. Every ministry is involved in fighting poverty. It's not just the Ministry of Human Development. They are on the front line of fighting poverty. But every ministry is involved. We have over 25 different programs cut across different ministries fighting poverty. Over 25 programs. My own ministry, I'll talk about a little bit later. I see my Ministry of Education as being on the forefront of the fight against poverty. The best antidote, the best solution, long-term sustainable solution to poverty is education, educating our people, equipping them with the skills and knowledge and values and attitudes they need to participate fully in the development of this country, to participate actively in the economy. So that all of us are fighting poverty. Madam Speaker, as we debate this budget and look forward to the new upcoming fiscal year, you know, it may be easy and perhaps understandable that some will have forgotten just how far we have come in the past 2 years. I talked about some of it just now. But I think it's worth repeating for the Belizean people. 2 years ago, when we walked into office in Belmopan, I remember that day well, we didn't know exactly, we had an idea, of course, of the crisis the country was in. We had been talking to the Belizean people about the critical condition of the country and the economy. But as the Prime Minister will tell you, nothing could have prepared us for what we met. It was absolutely a nightmare. It was much worse than we anticipated. Now, we didn't take any comfort in that. We were hoping that things would have been a little better than we thought, but it was quite the opposite. Things were actually worse than we had been telling the Belizean people on the campaign trail. You know, the opposition always, they say the opposition always they try paint the picture darker than it actually is. Well, we were not actually doing justice to the nightmare that we met. We were, you know, when you look back, you say, boy, we really weren't telling people the true, full picture of this absolute economic meltdown that the country was facing. So this country, the Belizean people should understand and appreciate, this country was in full-blown economic crisis. Not over the cliff, over the cliff. We were over the cliff. And we were facing, this is why we had to make these tough decisions. We were facing devaluation. We were, as others have said, we were borrowing $1 million a day just to try and meet expenses. Unemployment was up to 30%. The IMF were in tongue. You know, the new government come in, they hurry, make sure they pack up, get on the plane and come meet you. Make sure, you know, get no ideas about flex yourself and feel good. They want to bring you back to reality. So when they came to town and met with the Prime Minister and his team at the Ministry of Finance, and then the Prime Minister briefed us and the Financial Secretary briefed us in Cabinet, and so the IMF made it very clear. Listen, you have to send home 3,000 public officers. Send home 3,000 public officers. That was their recommendation to this government. Send home 3,000 public officers. They also said, by the way, we don't need to increase GST to 19%. 19% right here. 19%. Those were recommendations, and they made many others. Many others. And that was when this government, the Prime Minister, made the decision, listen, we thank you for your sound advice and we understand what you're saying. We are going to come up with our own homegrown economic recovery package. And that's what we did. Required tough decisions. You all know the history of that. I won't go through that. Tough decisions, hard work. Deputy Prime Minister said we spent on many hours with the unions or social partners, working with them, talking to them, engaging with them. So that was the reality, my friends. That was the reality in 2020 that we met. Even, you remember, the outgoing UDP Prime Minister saying he gave a national address or a press conference, and he said, Brother Jules plays it all the time, I weep for Belize. Saying he wept for Belize. That was his parting message. I don't know what happened, but I weep for my successor. I weep for my country. I weep for Belize. And and after him, he said, would come the floods, après moi. So after him, the floods. So that was the reality. So this is not some concoction that we made. This was foretold already by the outgoing Prime Minister. They expected the country to go into decline and collapse. That was the reality of November 2020. In these past 2 years, my friends, Prime Minister Briceño and his government have worked tirelessly each and every day to stabilize and grow the economy, to stave off economic collapse, to keep the boogeyman, the devaluation outside the door, locked out, put our people back to work, and dramatically, as I said, reduce the public debt. A remarkable achievement by any measure, remarkable achievement. Only the most cynical and politically poisoned would be unwilling to accept this and applaud it, if only for our country's sake. Indeed, Madam Speaker, our top priority in Year 1 was stabilization of the economy, stopping the bleeding. But we did not rest there. Last year, we began the work of building on that new stabilized foundation. We continued, of course, our work of responsible, prudent fiscal and debt management. But we also aggressively focused on growing the economy, attracting foreign direct investment. You know, the deputy cited some important figures. Again, this man, the leader of the opposition, again, fiction and fantasy. I think that's what we should label his address, fiction and fantasy. Again, FDI, how could we talk about FDI? FDI was falling under the UDP government, year after year, falling. It rose dramatically over the past 2 years, foreign direct investment, dramatically. The deputy shared with you some of the figures. So we focus on growing the economy, attracting foreign direct investment, creating jobs, expanding imports, revitalizing tourism, agriculture, and the services sector. You know, and let me make the point about jobs. Jobs, because it's something that our government says all the time. The Prime Minister says it all the time in cabinet. He says it publicly. When you talk about poverty, fighting poverty, that's why they try to spin this narrative about, oh, PUP government say they want, you know, you depend on grocery bag and they want to cut your grocery bag and all that kind of foolishness. That's not the case. We want to ensure that the most needy people are getting help, our most vulnerable citizens, that there's a safety net to protect our most vulnerable citizens. But the best poverty reduction tool, along with education, and education is about job creation as well, is giving people jobs. Giving people jobs. That's the answer. That's how you restore a man or a woman's dignity, where they feel that they are going out every day, doing something productive, doing something positive with their life, and being able to provide for themselves and their family. That's what people want to do. The UDP mindset is that, no. They don't want to do that. They don't want to do that. They prefer the grocery bag and the handouts and so. Some people need the grocery bag and the handout. We understand that. Some people need it. And for those people who need it and deserve it, they will get it from a People's United Party government. But others want the opportunity to work. They want the opportunity to earn a living so that they can provide for themselves and their families. So that is critically important. That's a fundamental difference in philosophy between our two parties, governments. You know, this continued to keep people dependent on you. That's the story of the Ministry of Housing. That's why they couldn't build no house. They had a whole fictional Ministry of Housing. We had, I don't know how much, 100 people on the payroll. $8 million allotted to the Ministry of Housing and UDP every year. They don't build no house, you know. That's all for phantom workers. People from different constituencies for go there and collect pay. No work, you know. Just collect the pay. Just collect the pay. That's their philosophy. Keep people dependent. Keep them. They have to come to we for everything. That's not our philosophy. We want to work towards a day when people don't need no grocery bag. When everybody has a job, when everybody can provide for themselves. Of course, as I said, there will always be a social safety net for those who are vulnerable and need. But wouldn't it be wonderful if we had a society where we don't have to have all these handouts? That's what people want. Inherently, people want independence. They want to live their own lives with dignity and provide for themselves. So I just wanted to make that point, Madam Speaker. So we also kept faith with our social commitments to the Belizean people. Madam Speaker, the minimum wage, as the Deputy reported, Prime Minister reported in his budget speech, increased to $5. We restored the salaries of our public officers and teachers after only 1 year. The whole negotiations was for a 3-year wage freeze, 3 years. After 1 year, because of the important work that the government did in restoring and stabilizing the finances, we were able to keep faith with our commitments and after 1 year restore those salaries. And as you know, in this budget, we are reinstating the increments for this fiscal year. You know, and let me make this point too, because I think he tried to give the impression that somehow we came into office and froze increments. We came into office and found the increments frozen already. They were already frozen under the UDP. Not a fiction, not a fantasy, a fiction. So we had to continue it another 2 years. But that frozen, it started under the UDP. So that is important. Another point, Madam Speaker, is that, you know, we talk about fuel prices, and yes, everybody understands that that is a huge challenge. But it's important for the Belizean people to understand, and I want to put this on the record. This government, the Prime Minister reported it in his budget speech, this government forego over $30 million, over $30 million in fuel taxes. So it's not like, oh, they play hard, like, can't listen and, help. We have done everything we can to try to help. So the only gas, the only fuel that we did not remove taxes on was premium gasoline. So regular gasoline, diesel, taxes on those were removed and reduced. So over $30 million in the last fiscal year foregone by the government in order to try as best as possible to minimize the cost of fuel. Difficult to do. And so we understand that people feel that the prices are too high, but it's important, it is very important for people to know what we did to try to alleviate that burden on them. And, missing from the leader, the fantasy tale spinning was, what would he do? What would they do? What would they do different? What would be cut instead? If he said, oh, I want to keep fuel $5 or $6. So what would be cut? Because that would mean then that you would have to forego $200 to $300 million out of the budget. So where would that money come from? Just fantasy and, just fantasy without any substance, without any solutions. We also rolled out, of course, the free education program on the south side of Belize City. I'll talk a little about that. We built some 250 starter homes for those most in need. So, Madam Speaker, we tried to, even in these challenging, very difficult economic circumstances that we were coming out of, we tried to maintain faith and keep faith with our social commitments. In the past 2 years, Madam Speaker, our government has been competent, responsible stewards of the Belizean economy. We have taken tough decisions, as I said, despite the political cost, because it was the right thing to do. For the Belize, it was the right thing to do for our people. I'm proud to support this budget for fiscal year 2023-2024, Madam Speaker, because it continues the work of Plan Belize and builds on the firm foundation we have put in place over the past 2 years. Madam Speaker, I support this budget because it provides, and I want to refer to the budget, page 23 of the budget speech, the Prime Minister's budget speech. It's important to continue to repeat these things. An additional 4 million for the free education program. Additional 1 million to surveying and processing for lots. Very important. We can't get land if we don't survey and process. Additional 7 million for the NHI program, Orange Walk District. And I know it will eventually come to Northside Belize City. Additional 3 million for municipal streets and drains. An increase of 5 million for the recruitment of an additional 225 police cadets, 110 BDF recruits, 60 Coast Guard recruits. An additional 1 million to support the work of the Financial Intelligence Unit. So very, very important priority areas, Madam Speaker, which oblige me, absolutely oblige me to support this budget. Now, let me talk a little about education, Madam Speaker. Once again, this year's budget reflects our government's strong, unwavering commitment to meaningful investments in education. Recurrent 261, Cap 2 7.8, Cap 3 13.5 million. So strong, solid investments in education. We've set out, we prepared, an extensive plan for the Ministry of Education. Belize Education Sector Plan 2021-2025, Madam Speaker. We put a lot of work into that, and so that guides our work on a day-to-day basis. And the vision statement, I always have to repeat this, the vision statement of that education sector plan is that the Belize education system will be inclusive, of high quality, accessible and equitable, technologically driven, and capable of fostering the development of good, productive citizens. The system will be accountable and effective in providing the support necessary to allow students, regardless of individual or family characteristics, to achieve their full personal and academic potential and to contribute positively to national development. And Madam Speaker, under that plan, there are 4 what we call primary domains, 4 big priority areas, if you like, with key result areas. One of them is reforming the system of education, and that has to do with of course, internal reform, making sure that the Ministry of Education is fit for purpose, that we are doing a better job as a ministry, of effectively delivering our services. Education finance reform, meaning that we're getting value for money. I just told you the big investment being made by the Belizean people in education, over $280 million. We have to make sure that those monies are used in the most effective, efficient way, that we are accountable for those monies, and that we're getting value for those monies. And then governance reform, strengthening the foundation of the legislative framework and other governance structures that underpin the work of the Ministry of Education. So reforming the whole system of education. Then transforming teaching and learning. And that's where we're working on curriculum reform, transformation, a revolutionary work, if I say so myself, curriculum transformation, learning what matters, teaching what matters, assessment for learning, measuring what counts, teacher development, make sure that we're investing in our teachers, elevating the teaching profession. Then prioritizing underserved sectors. That's where, Madam Speaker, we are investing in early childhood education, student welfare, reducing vulnerabilities, special education. Man, we're doing some tremendous work in those areas. So prioritizing these underserved sectors. And that's where our ministry is also on the front line of fighting poverty. Created a whole new unit in the Ministry of Education. Prime Minister called the Student Welfare Unit, to look after the welfare of our students, making sure that we are engaging with our communities, engaging with families. So if you come to us and say, my child is not going to school because you don't have a tennis, you don't have a bag, school bag, you don't have this, we will find a way to make it happen and make it work for them. Student welfare is at the center of the work we do. So those underserved sectors. And then maximizing human capital. Very important, Madam Speaker. TVET, technical vocational education and training, meeting the needs of the country, meeting the needs of economic development. You know, I say it all the time. We can't just train people and educate people, you know, in a vacuum. It has to be targeted investments in education. It has to be tied to the national development goals of the country, the economic development needs of the country. We have to be equipping our people with the skills they need to find employment or to create employment for themselves and their families. Very important. So we are absolutely focused on technical vocational education and training. Higher education, raising the bar. Again, they're working, tremendous work that we're doing with the University, National University of Belize, working with ATLIB, working with our sixth forms, our junior colleges across the country. So raising the bar of higher education, very important work. And then adult education, on the maximizing human capital, adult education, which is about educating our people for life. Meaning that you always continue to learn. We're always learning. We're always learning. So education is a lifelong process. Adult and continuing education is very, very important. So let me just very quickly refer to a few of the priority areas here. I talked about curriculum reform. You know, that's, as I said, a very important transformative effort, work being done. I'm sure my colleague, the Honorable Member for Dangriga, Minister of State in the Ministry of Education, will speak about that as well. He has been at the forefront of that work. So that's very important work. We've engaged in a lot of meaningful consultations. It's clear, you know, that if we are to learn from the lessons of the recent past, we have to adjust not only what we teach, but also how we teach. So we have a whole support group for teachers whose primary purpose is to assist teachers and administrators with any challenges that they may face during this pilot phase. Nationwide consultations have happened for primary schools, now ongoing for secondary school. So the ministry remains fully engaged with all the relevant stakeholders to support this revolutionary process. It's a fundamental shift in how we approach education, you know, project-based learning, competency-based learning, assessment in a new competency-based approach to assessments. Very, very important work. You know, I was recently, Madam Speaker, in Lamanai, where we were launching a project along with the U.S. Ambassador, U.S. Embassy, for conservation and preservation. And one of the reporters, I was standing there, and the magnificent, majestic Lamanai archaeological site. The High Temple was behind me. The High Temple was behind me, and one of the reporters asked me about the new curriculum. And that gave me the opportunity to make the point, the fundamental point. Man, we could sit in a classroom and you could tell a child everything about Lamanai. You could tell, oh, how beautiful Lamanai is, how big it is, how many buildings are there, when it was built. It's been there for 3,500 years, Lamanai. So we could tell the student all of that. But how much more meaningful would it be for that student to visit Lamanai, to go there, to walk the grounds, the sacred grounds of Lamanai, to look up at the beautiful High Temple, to stand on the ball court, to walk on the plaza? How much more meaningful and lasting would that education be for that child? And that is what this new curriculum is about. It's about project-based, competency-based. It's about getting our students out into the field. We had a beautiful story. I shared it with my colleagues. I think it was done on Channel 5, I believe. A beautiful story. The name of the school escapes me right now. Maybe somebody will help me with that. The teacher was there, and she was saying, they visited the school, the teacher, minister. Benke, no? Benke, yeah, Benke, I think it, yeah, in Benke. Sorry? It was a primary school, but the students were there engaged in planting. They were all beautiful, beautiful plants. The teacher said they were so excited about planting all these vegetables and fruit trees and all of this. And they asked her, well, how did this come about? And she said, it's from a lesson from our competency-based curriculum, the new curriculum framework. That is what it's about. Getting the children out there, having them understand the beauty of nature, learning firsthand, all of these things. So, you know, it's revolutionary, and we will reap the benefits of this change in our curriculum in this country for years and decades to come. So it's important work that's being done. We're also, Madam Speaker, you know, just to highlight a few things here. Curriculum reform I talked about. We, of course, are ensuring that technology is at the center of the work we're doing. As I said in the vision statement, education has to be technologically driven. So the curriculum revolution cannot be successful if it does not include efforts to transform delivery methods as well. And so we must consider the practical uses of the internet in schools and determine how to ensure that all schools can have adequate access to the internet and all students have access to devices. So we're expanding that program to schools countrywide. I can report to you that as of the beginning of March 2023, more than 128 schools have already been successfully connected to the internet on this government. More schools are connected every day. By the end of April 2023, our target goal of 197 schools countrywide will be reached by the end of April, right here. And more than 66,000 we have 105,000 students in our education system. More than 66,000 of our students across the country will be able to access 500 MBs, 500 megabytes of internet installed across their campus as a Wi-Fi managed solution with 24 hours, 7 days a week monitoring, support, and maintenance. So, big improvement, Madam Speaker. Under the previous government, yes, they had a Digi for Schools project, but guess what? And I don't want to be critical of that project because All of these initiatives are important, and our job is to build on everyone. It's not to tear down anything, to build, and that's what we're doing. We're building on that project. But that project was providing around 25 MBs. So we gone from 25 to 500. And it's access everywhere on the campus. Under their Digi project, you would have internet services in a computer lab or in the principal's office. That was it. We want the students, anywhere you know students, they want access to the internet. If they're sitting on the tree somewhere in the campus yard, they want access to the internet. And that's what we have to give them. So, yes, it will take us some more time, and we are happy for the support that we are getting and the resources that we are getting. But it's a critically important step in the right direction. And I can also add that we have this Connect Ed project. We've got good support. The Prime Minister negotiated, and the Foreign Minister negotiated with the government and Republic of China, Taiwan. We got support for the Connect Ed project. But we have also signed an agreement with an entity called Giga. And that, working with Giga, we will ensure that all schools across Belize will be able to connect to the internet. Oh, we have to make sure some of them want to have electricity, get electricity. So once they have electricity, we want to connect the schools to the internet. Very important. Can't have any of our children, wherever they live, left out of the technological revolution. Technology is the future of education, as it is the future of economic development. So we will do our part. Another quick area I want to comment on is special education. I'm very proud of the work being done at the Ministry Special Education Unit. We have dynamic, passionate people who are absolutely committed to special education. Absolutely have to acknowledge the work of the Special Envoy, Her Excellency, Mrs. Rosana Breseno. She works with us at the Special Education Unit. She is absolutely passionate about special education, has been leading the charge, educated me quite a bit about special education. And she, of course, we also have Ms. Christy Almeida, again, passionate advocate for special education. She's the mother of an autistic child, so she has a special understanding and appreciation of the challenges faced by parents and families. So again, complete transformation, a new sense of purpose, a new sense of direction, absolute commitment, special education. We have to start from inside. We had to begin the work from inside, meaning changing our own structures within the special education unit and how we deliver our services. So lots of training taking place with teachers, reaching out to families, building the capacity of special education officers. Very, very important. Again, using technology, we've set up the inclusion corner where we have a checklist for, variety of disabilities, learning needs can be used to identify where a child should be referred to. Special ed strategies vary for each disability, of course. One of the things that I often heard was from parents and families with children with special needs. First of all, it's difficult sometimes for the parents identify the special needs that their child may have. And so they feel a sense of hopelessness, and they reach out, they say, where can I go, what can I do, who can I turn to? And so we have made sure that we have made that a priority at the special education unit to provide resources and information to families and communities to support our special needs community. Again, support for teachers. And then very quickly, two other things. The National Healthy Start Feeding Program. Again, that's a very, very important program, Madam Speaker. So again, supported by the Republic of China, Taiwan, designed to support our students, in one of the most important ways. Hungry students, as we all know, cannot learn. So ensuring that our students get a nourished meal daily while they are at school is key to getting our students to come to school and to stay in school. So we've rolled out this National Healthy Start Feeding Program. Right now we're serving about 9 primary schools in 3 districts, Corozal, Orange Walk, and Belize, about 900 students, and about 6 high schools in Belize City and Stan Creek for another 1,300 students. And again, we've just started the work, so we will continue to roll it out. Of course, we've rolled it out in all of our GEM schools on the south side of Belize City. The 4 GEMs, Gwen-Lizarraga, Excelsior, Sadie Vernon, and Maud Williams. So very, very important project, which enjoys the full support of the government. I'm very, very happy to say. And then finally, the whole issue of rural education, Madam Speaker. We realized, even in opposition, that our rural communities were being neglected, completely neglected by the UDP government. And certainly in terms of education, many communities were being left behind. So we realized that the commitment to providing access to education to students across the country is integral to our plan and to Plan Belize. About 25% of our population, as I said earlier, is of school age, and our people in rural communities need support in order to start and stay in school. So we created, in Plan Belize, we set it out, this first ever rural education grant fund. And we started out with $1 million. And I'm very, very happy that in our first year in office, that commitment in Plan Belize found its way into the education budget. And this year again, I'm happy to report that we are committing again another $1 million to rural education grant fund. That is in addition to all the other support we provide to our rural students. But that specific targeted fund for rural education for our young people. So again, as I said earlier, where in our rural communities, young people can't go to school or are not accessing education because they can't afford to pay the fees, or they can't afford to buy a book or to buy a uniform or a tennis. That is where the Rural Education Grant Fund comes in. And we have been able, last year to support hundreds and hundreds, I think over 600 families. Because I like to say families because we're impacting the entire family in these rural communities when you support their child's education. So it's not just the student, it's their entire family that's getting uplifted. So, so that, I could go on and on, obviously, Madam Speaker, about education. There's so much more to talk about. But let me just make the point that, I am absolutely proud of the fact that our government, our Prime Minister, our Cabinet, our Parliament, our Parliamentary Caucus, or all the members of our team absolutely are committed to education, as I said, and understand and appreciate the critical importance of investing in education. I'm very, very proud of that fact. And I want to place on record my absolute gratitude to our entire team at the Ministry of Education for the tremendous work that they do each and every day. CEO Diane Mejia, the Chief Education Officer, Ms. Yolanda Gongora, the Deputy Chief Education Officer, Ms. Cecilia Ramirez-Smith, and the entire team, the entire management team, and all of the education officers, principal education officers across the country. And of course, all our partners in education, our teachers, the managements, we work closely with them. One can't have success without the other. We all have to work together. So we have a good, I'm happy to report that we still have, after 2 years in government, a strong working relationship with the Belize National Teachers Union. That doesn't mean we agree on everything. No, we don't agree on everything. But I believe that they understand that the Minister of Education and our team at the Ministry of Education respects their voice, respects their opinions, and is always willing to listen to them and to engage with them in a constructive, positive manner. Now, very briefly, Madam Speaker, culture, the National Institute for Culture and History, NICH came through, of course, a very difficult time after COVID. NICH continues to rebound after 2 lost years. But we have made significant investments in infrastructure, rehabilitation, upgrading. Belize, I talked about Lamanai earlier. Belize has a rich, diverse, majestic culture and heritage that I know we are all proud of as Belizeans. So we have, when we came in, we had to make a number of meaningful investments. Unfortunately, we found a lot of the infrastructure, in poor condition, not what we would have expected after $11 billion, $12 billion, and millions more in other sources of funding. But Museum of Belize, we had to change the entire roof at the Museum of Belize. The Bliss Center for the Performing Arts, all the windows were destroyed, was in a terrible condition. Still a lot of work to be done there, but we have managed to, with the support of the government, the Ministry of Finance, we've been able to do some work there. For example, I could tell you, if you're gonna, in another few days or so, in a few weeks, the Belize National Dance Company will be putting on their first show. The dance company is back. They'll be putting on their first show in several airs. The dance studio there, when we went there after election, the windows all broken out. So nobody could dance in the dance studio. You have a dance studio at Bliss. Nobody could use the studio because rain or wind blow through whenever you're in there. Incredible. Nobody paying attention to these things. This man, they collect, leader of the opposition, collect big money, the music ambassador, and they talk about appoint music ambassador. I tell her already, when we have other priority areas, we will put the resources to help the artists and make sure the National Dance Company could use the dance studio. Instead of you collect big money as music ambassador, they ask when we appoint music ambassador. I don't pay no music ambassador no big money like when he may get $100,000 plus in the budget. And then the dance studio can't be used by the National Dance Company. No man, that's absolute nonsense. So the houses of culture, same thing, run down across the country. The archaeological reserves, NICH is responsible for 14 archaeological reserves. Lamanai, I just told you about Lamanai. We're doing work on it with the help. The US ambassador made the point. She boast about it, so I could boast about it too. He said, 3 times the amount they've ever given to any NICH project, 3 times the amount, because they have confidence in the work we're doing. 3 times the amount. So we're working to rehabilitate Lamanai, to restore it to its magnificence and its majestic stature, fixing the steps. I know the Minister of Tourism wants all of these archaeological reserves to be upgraded, and I know he will work with us to do that. So we have a lot of work to do. These things are majestic, sites, but they're also, on a practical level, obviously, they are an important, critical part of our tourism product. So we have to restore them and rehabilitate them. So Lamanai, I asked the people there when was the last time work was done on Lamanai. And they tell me the last time was when you were the Minister of Culture in back in 2004 or 5 or whatever. I don't remember the date. But so, you know, these things, I don't say that to cast blame. I'm just saying that somebody has to be paying attention. You have to be paying attention. These people are talkers on the other side. The Belizean people must understand that. They are talkers. We get things done. We get things done. We are people of action. We know they talk and talk and talk and rap and rap and rap for we supper. We get things done. So the new programs, initiatives, of course, the Institute of Creative Arts is at the forefront of important work we're doing. We had a wonderful, I want to report to you, Madam Speaker. You know, and our women leaders have to support these things when we have these things. I want to see more of our women leaders. I invite you, Honorable Member for Albert, to invite the Speaker, all our CEOs, when we have the Women in Art, Women in Art 2023. Beautiful program, Women in Art. Everybody invited, so no, I hear nobody say I never get invited. It was the whole public invited, everybody. So 35 women artists, fantastic artwork. Beautiful, beautiful night. We had a few last week. So the Bliss is buzzing, work is taking place. People are making use of the new space. We fixed up everything. We fixed all the windows. We fixed the floors. We fixed the bar. When you go into the bathroom, don't work. The bathroom at the Bliss wasn't working. No water. The faucet spin round and round and round like the leader of the opposition. Spin round and round like king. The faucet no work. So all of them things we had to fix. We had to fix. So all of those things I'm happy to report. The Festival of Arts, right now as we speak, as we're here now, Festival of Arts for preschool is going on. Beautiful to see the little ones. Everybody dress up, Festival of Arts. The Brockdown Bram Festival is back. The Belize Film Commission, I heard him talk about the Belize Film Commission office. That is now hosted by the Institute for Creative Arts. So we have the Office of the Film Commissioner there at the Bliss. Panyard is back, bigger and better than ever. Last year we had a magnificent Lord Rayburn tribute concert, big concert, supported by the City Council, supported by BTB, paying tribute to Lord Rayburn. And this year we'll have we have other tribute concerts to other distinguished musicians and artists. ICA, of course, is on the forefront of Emancipation Day, and they provide tremendous support for the National Celebrations Commission. The Institute for Social and Cultural Research, ISCR, is another unit of niche. They are engaged in very important work right now. They've launched the Let Belize Live series of the speeches of the Premier. That's a traveling exhibition now. Again, it's all about sharing speeches from the period 1964 to 1981. Speeches of the Premier George Price with the Belizean people. So they produced a booklet of those speeches. And now it's a traveling exhibition. The exhibition started in Toledo, in Punta Gorda, and Honorable Mike and Honorable Oscar Riqueña were there. So it will visit every single part of the country to share with the people, you know, some insight into these speeches given by George Price when he was Premier. ISCR is also working along with the University of Belize to promote the Constitutional Reform Lecture Series, Minister. The Minister of the Constitutional Reform knows about that. So UB and the ISCR are teaming up to go out, again, lecture series across the country to participate in the constitutional reform debate. The Museum of Belize has a wonderful, I want to invite everybody to visit the Museum of Belize. We have a wonderful Pen Cayetano exhibit going on right now. It's been there for about 2 weeks. It will be there for another 10 days or so. Master pen, absolutely brilliant, brilliant work. Some works displayed there have never been seen before in Belize. These were works that he had in Germany. And in Germany, there was a 100-year flood last year. A 100-year flood in Germany. And Penn and his wife Ingrid got in touch with me saying, you know, these things were in danger of being destroyed. We immediately worked with them to get them shipped to Belize. And as a consequence, he has put them on display at the Museum of Belize. So it's a wonderful exhibit. I encourage all Belizeans to see them. Institute of Archaeology, as I said, again there we have, I'm happy to report, we have new leadership, we have a new director, new associate director, 2 outstanding women, by the way, Dr. Melissa Badillo, Ms. Joyce Tun, who are leading the Institute of Archaeology. We have a dedicated team of rangers on the forefront of preserving and protecting our archaeological sites. So a lot of important work. The whole orange economy, Madam Speaker, is that whole creative sector is something that we have been talking a lot about in cabinet, in government. I know I've had a lot of discussions with the Minister of Tourism. He feels very strongly and passionately about this. And he has been very, very helpful in leading some efforts. The Sustainable Tourism Project has helped with, for example, the music studios that are being built. That's through the initiative of the Honorable Anthony Mahler, Minister of Tourism. So that whole creative sector, that orange economy as we call it, has great potential for economic development, economic opportunities. Critically important to Belize's economic growth and development. So that's a big, big area, Madam Speaker. And again, I want to thank all of the people at the National Institute for Culture and History, the Board of Directors. We have a great team there who work hard each and every day. Especially I want to thank the workers on the front line, as I said, the rangers and those people out in the field who are out there on a daily basis, protecting and preserving Belize's cultural heritage. Finally, Madam Speaker, I never want to hear too much talking today. No? But suppose I'm on here, I know I could depend, but I could depend, but I remember for jobs me now. Good point, Prime Minister. Yeah, the Prime Minister saved me. He said, I didn't say I didn't want to talk. I said, I don't want to hear talking. No, Madam Speaker, I am truly honored and blessed to be able to represent the wonderful, hard-working, nationalistic people of Freetown in this honorable house. And I want to thank my Freetown Executive Committee for their hard work. And I want to acknowledge, I didn't know they would be here, but you know, fantastic ladies who have been with me from the very beginning. Going back to, way back 2000, 2002 when I first went into Freetown. I met these ladies, you know, Therese, Linda, yeah, Therese, yeah, Therese, Linda, Alicia, Charlotte, and Yvette. All ladies, the women are, you know, the backbone. Oh, and Floyd, I miss, yeah, thank you. Cinco, reel up if I forget Cinco. Floyd, Floyd are the senior man back there. I don't think Floyd, the man no come back here for a long time after the UDP chase out. But it's good to see you all, and thank you very much, not only for your support here today, But thank you all for your consistent support, not only for me, Prime Minister, but for the People's United Party. These are all hard-working, committed women who support this party and will continue to support this party after I am no longer the representative. So I want to thank them. You know, in the last fiscal year in Freetown, we were able to deliver 2 starter homes in Belama for single mothers, 5 homes in the Black Ridge, the new Black Ridge Estate community. As the deputy said, I also had an opportunity to speak with the Minister of Infrastructure and Housing, and we of course expressed our deep sympathies to him and his family during this difficult time. But again, there we are working. We know that we will deliver many more homes for the people of Freetown. Land, we were able to process a few applications and access house lots for a few of Freetown residents with the strong support of the Deputy Prime Minister and his team. We are now surveying, subdividing areas of land in Belamo, phase 4 and 5, support again from Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister. And it is our plan and hope to be able to deliver those lots to Freetown residents in the next few months. And by the way, let me make the point now that you know, these are lands that the previous government was really trying to, I can't frame it any other way, Madam Speaker, and hustle off, you know. You know, the deputy knows the figures much better than I do, but I mean, I think the area where they were trying to give to the Roosevelt Blades was 20 acres, where, I don't know, how much? Yeah, but how much did they pay for it? They paid, I don't know, about pittance, yeah, a few $1,000s. And then when we got into government, they want government paying $6.5 million for the land. $6.5 million, we shouldn't forget these things, you know. Then are the same people with the wrong name, they advise them, advisors. They run some of their campaign. Same people. The other day we had a ceremony in Belamo with the City Council, Ministry of Education, and a young lady. All those ladies were there. When we got into government, we found that he talked about standard bearer. He should have audacity to talk about standard bearer. Standard bearer, unelected standard bearer in Freetown, man who ran one election, 2020, got beat terribly, had formed a foundation with some other people who are nobody will live in a Freetown, you know. Nobody live in Freetown. And they put the entire Fiesta Park, this is a whole park in Freetown, you know, in that foundation. A land that we had allocated for a preschool in Belama, they put that into the foundation. And then another lady's house, Miss Gillett's house, they put in the foundation. So we had to go through a long, lengthy process. It took us, what, almost 2 years to sort it out. So the people of Freetown knew very well why they were rejecting these people. But we then transferred that land where it rightfully belonged. The Fiesta Park was transferred to the City Council, the Belize City Council, where it rightfully belonged. The preschool land was transferred to the Ministry of Education, where it rightfully belongs. And the lady's land was given back to the lady, Ms. Gillett, to her, where it rightfully belongs, her title. So those are things we were able recently to do, again, with the support and help of the Ministry of Natural Resources. Jobs, we have worked tirelessly to identify job opportunities for people in Freetown. Primarily in the private sector. The private sector has been growing. They've been, they know we have good people in Freetown. Their ladies could tell you when work at the Freetown office, we have excellent people. So private sector always reach out to we for people. We send them their resumes, we help them to prepare for interviews, everything. So government jobs are a thing of the past. Government jobs, that's the reality. We are not in the business what the UDP do, just is stuff the public service with a whole lot of people. I think that's why the IMF were telling us with a wink, fire 3,000 on it. We could, if we were callous, we would have done that. Because they probably were all UDPs. But the Prime Minister said, no, that is not the way to go. So we've been working on jobs. And last year we were able to place about 60 individuals in jobs. We're very grateful for the Community Development Fund provided by the Ministry of Finance, the Office of the Prime Minister, which has allowed us to carry out a lot of important small projects in the constituency, as well as to provide support to our most vulnerable community members, especially the poor and elderly, food assistance, medical assistance, cleanup campaigns. That's, I don't hear they talk, when they talk, in the whole talk we give Prime Minister about social programs. Never once did I hear him thank your government for the Community Development Fund. I hope when the others get up, they will do so. I hope they will do so. They never had access to, we never had access to any resources from the UDP government. We've been here a while, the three of us right here. We've been here a while. We never had access to anything from these UDPs. Nothing, no pantry, no booster, but grocery bag. Grocery bag, never, not once, not one PUP in Freetown could get a grocery bag. Because, we don't support Francis Fonseca. So, I don't want to hear that kind of hypocrisy and absolute foolishness from them. They are getting the same thing like we get over the side. Community development, some of them get more because in constituency bigger than Fort George, so then they get more, some of them they get more. So we do it in an equitable way, Madam Speaker. So cleanup campaigns, even the one when no come, I don't know why, but they get it. So I want to thank all those who provided support following Hurricane Lisa to clean up Freetown, especially the Belize City Council, the Ministry of Infrastructure Development, the Belize Sugarcane Farmers Association, NEMO. All of them played an important part. I want to thank, we've upgraded a few parks along with the City Council. We are upgrading some streets in Belama. We've upgraded a few and in Kings Park, also along with City Council and MIDH. Of course, there's a lot more to do, long way to go. We were abandoned and neglected. Another thing, couldn't get one street fixed, Belama or Kings Park. Hurricane Lisa devastated the Freetown community, particularly Belama phases 4 and 5. We thank the Prime Minister, the government, NEMO, Human Development, all of the entities for their coordinated, quick response. We're very, very grateful. We've also sponsored a number of sporting events and teams. We always have our Grandmother's Day program, our grandchildren's Christmas party, our food hampers for Christmas. All of those things were done. So, and of course, we always try to provide education support. Finally, Madam Speaker, I know that there are people in Freetown like Belizeans across the country, and indeed people across the globe are dealing with inflation. The Deputy Prime Minister talked about this, the challenges of increased cost of living. It's a difficult issue. Our government is fully aware of this issue. And while most of the contributing factors are outside of our control as a small import-oriented economy, I am pleased that as the Prime Minister has reported, we are taking all necessary and available measures to address this urgent and serious issue. We know our people want relief, and we are working to give them just that. Dealing harshly, as I want to support strongly what the Deputy Prime Minister said, we have to deal harshly with these corrupt business owners who are engaged in price gouging. Many of them are not non-receipt issuing businesses. They know they issue no receipt, so you can't track what they do. So we have to put pressure on them and deal with them. And I know that we have a plan in place to do just that. As the Deputy reported again, we're working with the unions, with the private sector, to find solutions to these issues. So very important. So, Madam Speaker, in 2 years, we have stabilized our economy and country. We have given our people new hope. We have restored trust and confidence. We've managed the affairs of the country responsibly and competently. We have begun our reform agenda. But the work has only just begun. There is much more to be done over the next 3 years of this term in office. More jobs and economic opportunities, more housing and land, more education support, the expansion of NHI to Northside Belize City, more infrastructure works, upgrading of streets in Belama and Kings Park. So, Madam Speaker, I am very proud to support this budget. As I said, we on this side are workers. We get things done. Our friends on the other side, and I think the Belizean people recognize this more and more every time the leader of the opposition speaks. They are talkers. They are talkers. We get things done. The Belizean people understand and appreciate the big difference between these two parties and these two governments. We are on the move. The work has only just begun. Let's keep working together. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Belize Rural Central.
Pleasant good afternoon, Madam Speaker. I came prepared to talk, but it looks like they're not allowing me to talk this afternoon. What time is it? After 2. Madam Speaker, I rise, well, I sit really, to make my contribution to the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure for the fiscal year 2023-2024. I first and foremost, Madam Speaker, wish to greet the beautiful people of Belize Rural Central, all of whom it is my honor, humbly, to represent in this honorable House and in this nation. I have never forgotten, Madam Speaker, that George Price used to say, it is a privilege to serve. And I do so to the people of Belize Rural Central with all my might, all my heart and soul, and every fiber of my being. Madam Speaker, I want to greet every single Belizean woman this Women's Month. We really are the backbone on which this entire nation is built. And I noticed one of the greetings that was going around for the Women's Month. And it said, you cannot have hero, H-E-R-O, without her, H-E-R. I greet every single woman of Belize in this Women's Month. And I wish to congratulate the Prime Minister and this government on these proposals for the budget estimates for 23-24. I don't give out compliments that easily, Madam Speaker, but I wish to compliment the Honorable John Briceño, steering the ship of this nation humbly, competently, and with all his heart and soul, and I believe he's doing a very good job. I also want to acknowledge all my colleagues. My mother used to say, well, they're all very handsome except for Minister Elvie, who is a beautiful woman. And they're all handsome, very handsome, Madam Speaker. And my mother used to say, handsome is as handsome does. But I must acknowledge that colleagues are doing their work, and I am very proud to be a part of this competent and hard-working group of ministers and representatives of the People's United Party government. I wish also to thank Her Excellency, the Special Envoy, Rosana Briceño. She is a sterling advocate. She's a sterling advocate, Madam Speaker, for all the work of the development for families and children in this country. And I want to thank you, Lady Rosana, for all the hard work that you are doing. And I wish also to thank, yes, she's right here in her white blouse. I wish to thank Minister of State Elvia Vega Samos. Thank you, Honorable Elvi, for all the support that you have given so far and will continue to give for our Ministry of Human Development. Thank you, Doña Elvi. I want to take this opportunity as well to congratulate Ms. Sadie Quetzal for starting the campaign of Don't Tax My Femininity. And she must have done something right because she started the ball rolling. A lot of people helped, but she started the ball rolling to make sure that in this term of government and in this budget, the government has removed all the taxes on feminine hygiene products, something that we should all be very proud of. Now we have to make sure we police it. We have to make sure we police it that when you go into the store, the price is lower and that there is no price gouging, especially on that issue. Madam Speaker, the draft estimates, the Ministry of Human Development, Families, and Indigenous Peoples Affairs, the draft estimates for recurrent expenditure for this fiscal year, Madam Speaker, is 16,606,780. You know, I really sometimes feel sorry for the leader of the opposition. You know, he doesn't even read. This budget recurrent estimate is more than what it was last year, and he's talking about spending less on human development. Madam Speaker, he just is at sea, completely at sea. 16.6 million recurrent expenditure, Madam Speaker, and in the millions for Cap 2 expenditure, and let me read out the entire amount, it's $7,374,598, Madam Speaker. A huge amount that has not been spent before in the development of our people and this country. We are making Plan Belize work. We are working the economy and the governance of this country with fiscal responsibility. We are offering prudent management, and we are also focusing on business and entrepreneurship, while not forgetting the social safety net. And this budget proposal, Madam Speaker, is reflecting the government's commitment to the people and the human development of this country. Now, Madam Speaker, if you would allow me some time to speak about the work in Belize Rural Central. Just recently, we have donated football gears. Well, that's what we call it in Belize, gears. Not the gears of a vehicle, but football gears to 4 softball teams of Belize Rural Central. And I want to take this opportunity to thank this government for the Community Development Fund. We would never be able to give the kind of on-the-ground help to our people without that fund. And so we have donated softball equipment to our Hattieville team, Lords Bank team, Ladyville team, and Gales Point team. We are also in the process of renovating the Lords Bank Community Center. We have already built bleachers, and what we are also doing is donating to school feeding programs. We have also, very importantly, put in lighting for many of the basketball courts and fields, Ladyville, Lords Bank, Mahogany Heights, Western Paradise, and Hattieville. And it is a pleasure to pass in the evening, Madam Speaker, and see the softball girls out on the field with the lighting that's on till 10 o'clock. And then the little boys with Mr. Lalo, they go out there, the under 12 and the under 11, practicing up their football and making sure that sports and positive activities in Hattieville and Belize Rural Central can continue. I want to also take a moment, Madam Speaker, to say that we were able recently to commence a tutoring program in some of our villages. And what we found, Madam Speaker, it was extremely sad, but now we are moving, I believe, in the right direction. We found Standard 2 and Standard 3 children not able to say their ABC and sound out the phonics of how you put letters and phrases and words together. Standard 2 and Standard 3, Madam Speaker. COVID has really taken a toll on our children. I guess some of the children that their parents have been involved have done a little bit better, but I kid you not, we found children unable to sound out an A, B, C, and D sound. And with this tutoring program, Madam Speaker, I believe that we are making a difference, one child of Belize Rural Central at a time. And I'm very proud of that. Now, Madam Speaker, I would like to say that as a result of Hurricane Lisa, there was extensive damage in Belize Rural Central. Hurricane Lisa passed right through Belize City and straight through Ladyville, Lords Bank, Hattieville, and on into the rest of the country. We were able, of course, with the help of NEMO and our colleague, Honorable Julius Espat, to whom we offer profound sympathies this afternoon, we were able, with the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and NEMO, to provide assistance for plywood and zinc and foam board to assist over 600 homes in Belize Rural Central to rebuild after Hurricane Lisa. I am very pleased that the government saw it fit to assist our people to get back on the ground after such a devastating storm. We were able to give a lot of help in that regard, and I want to say a big and public thank you. In the Relief and Supplies Management Committee, our ministry people assisted. There was immediate food relief, mattresses, attention, and we want to thank everyone who was involved. In BRC, we have given attention to streets and drains, drainage projects, culverts. We want to thank, in particular, the inmates of the Colby Foundation with assisting us with the chopping and maintenance, especially in the Hattieville Community Center area, the football field, the basketball court. Over COVID, we had plum trees growing in the bleachers. But now those inmates were able to really bring it right back up to standard. And we will be doing further renovation of the field so that it looks like a first class facility. I want to say a big thank you for that. Now, ladies and gentlemen, and the Belizean people, I wish to say that we are giving special attention to the community of, the historic community of Gales Point, Manatee. We have assisted with food, we have assisted with, as I said, the softball gears, we have renovated the bathrooms of the primary school, and I also want to say that ground will be broken through the Social Investment Fund for a new preschool in Gales Point, Manatee, and we also assisted in renovating the bathrooms at La Democracia, the St. Agnes Anglican Primary School. We have done cleanup campaigns. We have supported various church communities, the Ladyville Seventh-day Adventists, the Ladyville RC, and also we can boast in Ladyville that there is a new playground for the Janessa Jones Park in cooperation with some of our international missionary partners. We also did the upgrading and lighting of the Japan Park and the basketball court. Those not familiar with the term Japan, we do have a Japan in Belize. It's in the Mirage Road area and the Milpa area, which is a big section of Ladyville. We have upgraded the lighting, and we have also very proudly, again, acknowledging the work of the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing, we have been able to do hot mix paving of Paris Road, Angelfish Drive, Woodpecker Drive, Airport Camp Road, Swordfish, Sailfish, and Blue Marlin Avenues. And we have donated computers and AC units for the Ladyville Library. Again, very proud and humble to be able to report on that. We also did the full renovation of 6 bus shelters that lost their roofs after Hurricane Lisa. So you know you pass along the road one day and the roof not there, and then you pass the next day and the roof is there. But that didn't, our angel from above never come and put the roof. Monies from the Community Development Fund, Mr. Speaker, I acknowledge Mr. Speaker, thank you. Monies from not only the Community Development Fund, but also the hurricane relief has been put to excellent use. In Lord's Bank, the lighting and building of bleachers was done, and the renovation of the community center is now taking place. And we also made a donation of weed cutters for the maintenance of the community. I have already said that in Hattieville, we have done the lighting for the basketball court and football field. There is a brand new library in Hattieville now with computers, and I want to acknowledge the National Library Service. Thank you so very much for making sure that we have a new library in Hattieville. We have a street signs project that is ongoing there as well, and in Gracie Rock, we've done the renovation and painting of the community center and a cleanup campaign. I have spoken about La Democracia with the rehabilitation of the bathrooms for the St. Agnes Primary School, and in Western Paradise, we have also done the lighting of the basketball court and the renovation of 2 bus shelters. In Mahogany Heights, again, we're all about let there be light. In Mahogany Heights, again, we have done lighting for the basketball court, renovation of the bus shelter, and we continue along with the rural water supply. And yes, we acknowledge Minister Rekena here. Thank you, Minister, for the restoration and the upkeep of the water supply to Mahogany Heights. In Freetown, Cebu, we give an ongoing support for grocery assistance, and we try, it's not always done to time, but we try to keep the road to Freetown, Cebu properly upgraded. And of course, when a massive 6-foot in diameter tree fell across the road with Hurricane Lisa, we were able to mobilize very quickly with the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing to get that massive tree cut into pieces and moved off the road. Otherwise, that community was completely cut off. So we're proud of that, Mr. Speaker. Again, in Gales Point, the preschool will start with the assistance of the Social Investment Fund. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to give that brief report about the work that is ongoing in the 9 communities of Belize Rural Central. Not one of them has been neglected, and we go to bed at night and wake up every morning worrying and thinking what we can do to help the people of the 9 communities of Belize Rural Central on an ongoing basis. Now, Madam Speaker, talking about our ministry, our lovely and beautiful ministry of Human Development, Families, and Indigenous Peoples Affairs. I'm going to quote exactly from the budget book now. The Ministry of Human Development, Families, and Indigenous Peoples Affairs is the lead entity of the government of Belize in the development of people, enabling them to realize their full potential and play a meaningful role in their communities. Now you see, again, we don't want to be beating up on the member for Mesopotamia, but the Ministry of Human Development is not just about grocery bag. It absolutely is not just about grocery bag. I repeat, our recurrent budget is over $16.6 million. Under strategic management and administration, $6 million. Under human services, almost $800,000. Under community rehabilitation, almost $550,000 for the total of $7.3 million. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, we support our vulnerable families. And in this budget, we are budgeting $300,000 for foster care programs. We are budgeting $240,000. For the elderly care program, we are budgeting $31,000. And on the community rehabilitation, we are looking at feeding programs to the tune of $50,000. After school programs, another $50,000. Education and personal development, $108,500. Skills training, $43,500. Summer camp, $50,000. And rehabilitation of juvenile offenders and youths at risk, $150,000. For the Women and Family Support Department, Mr. Speaker, we will be hiring in this financial year, we will be hiring more social workers especially for the combating of gender-based and domestic violence. We are taking this issue very seriously. Last year this time, Madam Speaker, we will all recall that in this honorable House, we passed the motion condemning domestic violence. And I am happy to report that we are therefore putting our money where our mouth is. We carried out, Madam Speaker, the historic and profoundly symbolic move of the pardon, the posthumous pardon of Nora Parham, in collaboration and with the full support of all 8 sons of Nora Parham and all extended family, even some coming in from South Korea. So we are putting our money where our mouth is, where fighting gender-based violence is concerned. Now, Madam Speaker, let me pause to acknowledge all 14 of our senior staffers who are here with us this afternoon. Please, I want to acknowledge each and every one of you, in particular Marshal Nunes at our disability desk. And I thank you for being here, and I want to give you all the biggest of big up for the hard work that all of you do every day for the ministry that has a heart, but we are not always given the credit that we are due for the work that we do. I really want to thank each and every one of you this afternoon and for being here and being patient with the budget debate. Now, Cap 2 expenditures, Madam Speaker, and I'll read off a couple of figures, but please bear with me. Our country poverty assessment budgeted at $100,000. Working with UNICEF and Family Services, we have budgeted $226,000. And they say we're not working, and they say that human development, they get less money, and that we don't know what we are doing. Maybe they should go and read the budget book, Madam Speaker. Read the budget book, man. You might learn something. National Plan of Action for Children and Adolescents, $100,000. National Gender-Based Violence Action Plan, $200,000. Back to School Assistance, another $200,000. The Office of Indigenous Peoples Affairs, $200,000. The National Plan of Action for Older Persons, $50,000. Safety Net for Vulnerable Population, $150,000. Furniture and equipment, only $50,000. Capital improvement to buildings, $200,000. And our anti-trafficking in persons program, $558,000, Madam Speaker. Who says that the Ministry of Human Development is not working arduously? Shine. Grocery and food assistance for this year. Grocery and food assistance for this year, Madam Speaker, we have budgeted $4 million, but we must be prepared. We must be prepared. I would like to say that this government has been nimble in responding to disasters. The grocery assistance, Madam Speaker, was actually doubled for the Belize district, which was severely affected by Hurricane Lisa. And I am very proud to say that government was not reticent in providing the help for our people when it was sorely needed. And again, he may hear me, not they are in the house right now, but they are hear me. What you do with your community development fund, Mr. Leader of the Opposition, he's terribly in love with me. All afternoon he talk about me. And human development and grocery and grocery and grocery. If you are so obsessed with grocery, Mr. Member for Mesopotamia, use your community development fund for it, because everybody is getting the help. Everybody is getting the help. Now, Madam Speaker, we have with us this afternoon our Head of Human Services, our Head of Women and Family Support Department, our Head of Community Rehabilitation. I won't tell you which of them is my favorite, because I will get into terrible trouble. The Head of our Policy and Planning Division, our CEO, and also the heads of our statutory bodies that do so much important advocacy work. And I wish to acknowledge all of you this afternoon, from the National Commission for Families and Children, from the National Council on Aging, which we are revamping, and of course our NCFC comes under the Families and Children's Act, and of course our National Women's Commission, which Cabinet agreed that it can become a statutory body, and the papers and the motion are in preparation to come before the House. I wish, again, I may be repeating myself, but I wish again to thank each and every one of you leaders, and to say the work is difficult and arduous, but we must never shy from that task. Our Belizean people, and as our ministry with a heart, they are depending on us, and we must deliver. Now, let me go to the budget speech, Madam Speaker, let me go to the budget speech. And we will do some of the highlights of the past year. Our ministry is in strategic alignment to the National Development Framework. And we wish to acknowledge and to highlight some of the ministry's achievements. In the area of social protection, we have had the successful launch and commencement of implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals Joint Program on Social Protection with our ministry, the Ministry of Economic Development, UNICEF, the World Food Program, and the International Labour Organization, all of whom we acknowledge. The Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility has assisted us with cash assistance, again, in collaboration with the World Food Program, with the delivery of cash assistance to 1,600 households affected by Hurricane Lisa. Go and tell that to your people, members on the other side, who are choosing to absent themselves from this important discussion this afternoon. Go tell your people, everybody benefiting, and we are not just giving Belize Rural Central, we are giving people across the country who need it without fear or favor and not looking at political color. Now, Madam Speaker, we have also carried out an evaluation of the Boost and Boost Plus, and we will be carrying out the recommendations for improvement. And along with UNICEF, we have conducted the child poverty study for Belize from the multi-dimensional standpoint. We know that the poverty assessment is one thing, but then there is also the multi-dimensional poverty assessments that we have been hearing about these days, and that the Statistical Institute of Belize has assisted us with. Approximately 4,700 households, or 15,000 individuals, have been supported with in-kind relief during the Hurricane Lisa response. We have expanded what we call our wraparound services, supporting 11,000 individuals through case management support. And we have helped 138 professionals across the country in training for suicide prevention. Under the area of women's economic empowerment, very important, a total of 6 skills training sessions have been held with basic waiting training, hospitality, sewing, pattern making, and business development. A total of 60 women have been reached out to in these skills trainings, and 21 women were provided with financial planning sessions, with 37 women entrepreneurs benefiting more than $90,000 in seed funding from our ministry in partnership with Beltrade and the MSME Roadshow. I'd like to pause this afternoon to especially thank CEO Narda Garcia, who has been working very, very hard with us on the MSME, medium, small, and micro enterprises rolling out of the Roadshow, and who is making sure that we help to empower our Belizean women through entrepreneurship. In the area, again, of women empowerment, recently we had what we called a South-to-South study exchange tour for safe shelters. And we had Dr. Peart from Jamaica and her team come in and share with us the progress that they have made in having safe shelters for battered women and for families in need. In the area of juvenile justice, very close to our hearts, we have had 42 at-risk adolescents successfully complete a diversion program. We have had 125 residents countrywide participate in life skills training. 225 residents countrywide had some form of tutoring within this period. And for that, we are very, very grateful and happy. 500 residents and non-residents also received a form of counseling for anger management and behavioral and conflict management situations. In prevention and advocacy for early childhood development and parenting, 287 early childhood development care sessions were facilitated, And in our roving caregivers program, which is especially rolled out in the Toledo district, we had over 300 roving caregivers facilitating various programs with 250 parents participating in parent enrichment. In community outreach, and again, we must read this into the record, Madam Speaker, over 5,500 persons have been reached with advocacy and outreach for human development. 800 children and adolescents between the ages of 4 and 18 have accessed educational support and have participated in our programs at the Hub Resource and Community Center in Belize City. I'm correct? Good. Institutional strengthening, finally, Madam Speaker. We have conducted a lot of training for our mid-level managers, with 100% of our middle managers being trained in strengthening service delivery. And I wish to repeat that we will be taking on more staff especially for combating gender-based violence. Thanks. Thanks. No, wonderfully speaking, we no longer have youth hostel. It is now the New Beginnings Youth Development Center. We're proud of that because it's not just a name change, it's a fundamentally new approach to keeping children in institutional care only when absolutely necessary and for the shortest time possible. And the programs that we have at our New Beginning Center, so I'm asking everybody, please make we call it Youth Development Center. The programs that we are putting in place there will really help our at-risk youth and our children in conflict with the law in terms of our juvenile justice responses. I'm very proud of that and to read that into the record this afternoon, Madam Speaker. Basic first aid courses have been given, fire safety drill, restrain and hold, and also trauma training. So we are very, very pleased at that. And in terms of our community rehabilitation department, our strategic plan for 2023 to 2027 has been developed. And in relation to the entire ministry, the strategic plan, our strategic plan as a ministry, the strategic plan has been developed for 2022 to 2027. Thank you for bearing with me on that. Now, I want to report, Madam Speaker, that Belize was recently represented at the 67th session of the Commission on the Status of Women at the United Nations in New York. And the theme was innovation and technological change and education in the digital age for achieving gender equality and the empowerment of all women and girls. We were happy to have the CEO of Education join the team for this important event, and we will be bringing back those resolutions for hard work in Belize in the next financial year. And I am pleased once more to say that we are happy with the focus of our CEO of Human Development along with all our staff. In relation, Madam Speaker, and our Deputy Prime Minister spoke about this, the Maya land rights case and the consent ruling of the Caribbean Court of Justice. We are now in the 8th year after the ruling, and we had in this government the establishment of a portfolio for Indigenous Peoples Affairs, which we have taken absolutely seriously. Although the Maya land rights case is central to the portfolio, it is not the only work that we do. We reach out to our Maya brothers and sisters, to our Garifuna brothers and sisters, to offer the support, the advocacy that they need. We are having ongoing meetings and discussions. We have a roadmap for the way forward, and the government has indeed made progress in filing what we call the FPIC protocol. The Commissioner of Indigenous Peoples Affairs is on the ground, doing educational sessions and facilitating the work of the ministry. Now, Madam Speaker, the judges, their honors of the Caribbean Court of Justice have recognized the complexity of the issues that are involved and of land held communally. I called, along with my colleague, the Minister of Natural Resources, I called for balance and I call for respect. That is how we're going to make progress. I want to indicate to this Honorable House that we are getting good support from the affected communities in terms of the proposal of U.S. Capital Oil Company for the seismic testing for oil in Toledo. We believe there's still a ways to go in terms of the consultation, but we believe that progress is being made. And I would like to say that there are some challenges with the village boundaries, but government is engaging all parties and ministries, and we are working together. The Maya land policy, a draft which is being shared with all partners, will be considered shortly by Cabinet. And I want to repeat what my very dear friend, our Deputy Prime Minister and Lake Eye area representative has said. We have one Belize. There is one Belize. I have optimism, Madam Speaker, that we will get through the complex issues together, in harmony, in unity, and for the development of the Toledo District and all of Belize. We must put in place a legal framework for continuing to engage all partners in the development of our beautiful country. Let me wrap up now, Madam Speaker. I never talked for a whole hour. We are delivering, Madam Speaker, on Plan Belize. There is absolutely no doubt about that. And you know, again, it's not to beat up on an individual, but to say that some of those utterances this morning were the rankest of hypocrisy and not even reading the budget that has been given to human development and the other ministries of this government, of which I am so proud to be a part. The Human Development Ministry, we are doing our part. We have recognized Marshall Nunes in terms of the disabilities. We also, I wish to repeat, our acknowledgement of the staffer in the Ministry of Education for Special Education, Ms. Christy Almeida. And I wish to pause to acknowledge the very hard work of the Honorable Attorney General, Ms. Magali Marin Young. She's one of the hardest working members of Cabinet. When she comes to Cabinet, this book would be small compared to what she is working with every single day to be the chief legal advisor to this government. She may not sit in this house, but she is extremely hardworking, and I wish to acknowledge her this afternoon. Again, everybody, it's time for me to take my seat now. Happy Women's Month. I am humbled and honored to serve with committed, competent colleagues who always remember that handsome is as handsome does. I want to offer, make I lift up this book if it's not too heavy for me. I want to, and before I stop, I want to tell you that this beautiful little Jippy Japa container was given to me. I will cherish it for all my life. It was given to me by a Maya lady on Maya Day over the weekend. Her name is Miss Margarita. So I want to acknowledge this beautiful little gift from a Maya lady of the South, and I will definitely cherish it, and I want to thank her for the gift. Thank you, Miss Margarita. But I want to say this afternoon, make I lift up the book. I support the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure for the fiscal year 2023-2024. Thank you very much.
I recognize the member for Caribbean Shores.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good afternoon to all our colleagues, members of the gallery, the Belizean public tuning in to our budget debate this afternoon, and in particular, good afternoon to the good people of Caribbean Shores, who I proudly represent here in the House, and I will continue to serve with integrity and dignity and vigor on their behalf. With your permission, Madam Speaker, if I may rely on my notes. In his 1964 fight with Sonny Liston, legendary boxer Muhammad Ali was asked how he would approach the bout with the unbeatable heavyweight champion of the world. Ali famously responded that he would float like a butterfly and sting like a bee. Your hands can't hit what your eyes can't see. Almost 60 years later, in November of 2020, our little but Talawa, Central American Caribbean nation would come face to face with an opponent like no other and would have to employ the very same strategy that made Muhammad Ali an inspirational legend. Navigating through a health pandemic with a death toll surpassing the deadly Spanish flu of 1918, bobbing and weaving the constant stiff jab of inflation, uppercuts of rising fuel prices and cost of living, an economy so battered and bruised that it prompted a hopeless and bewildered former trainer to throw in the towel and declare the future of our dear nation a poisoned chalice. Meanwhile, concerned IMF commentators were recommending retrenchment and increased taxation to fend off the lethal blows. But like Ali, the Belizean government, and more importantly, the Belizean people had a plan that required patience, understanding, sacrifice, determination, and resilience, the kind that champions are made of. From blue bond solutions to Petro-Carib settlements, from fuel subsidies supporting our most vulnerable industries to crime-fighting strategies that dig deep beneath the surface, meaningfully and deliberately. From an aggressive grab life tourism campaign and rebound to an agricultural revolution complemented by an intensified focus on small and medium enterprises. From an unsustainable GDP of 133% in 2020 to an unprecedented drop to 64.1%. From being ranked the third most murderous country in the region to a quiet but appreciated exit from this notorious and disreputable top 10 list. But exiting that top 10 list, Madam Speaker, is not only thanks to the Ministry of Home Affairs. It is as a result of an all-of-government approach. Our Minister of Education and our Deputy Prime Minister hit the nail on the head when they said that it is far cheaper to invest in our young people than to have to invest when they are at Hattieville Colby Foundation. Madam Speaker, there is a direct correlation between education and crime. It is an established fact, an established statistic, that individuals who make it all the way to tertiary institutions are far less likely, if not at all, to engage in a life of crime. And so when the leader of the opposition says he does not see anything in the budget for crime, it is because he's looking under the wrong line item. You have to look under the Ministry of Education. That has always been a priority for the People's United Party government. From our premier leader, Mr. Price, to Said Musa, and now to Briceño, that is a hallmark of the People's United Party administration, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, and while we may be off the ropes, we are still not out of the ring. With the continued war in Ukraine and projected recessions on the horizon, there are more grueling rounds still ahead. We are just in the third round of at least a 15-round fight. Meanwhile, the former, bewildered, and corrupt trainers are chomping at the bits to get another opportunity to raid the barn. But Madam Speaker, nation building and recovery is not for the faint of heart. It is not for the flip-floppers, and it is certainly not for the actors and pretenders and has-been entertainers. As our great leader, Mr. Price, said, nation building is a task for giants. Madam Speaker, as we engage in sober reflection, we recognize that all may not be perfect, but thanks to our Prime Minister, our hard-working government, and our resilient Belizean people, we are battle-tested and ready to continue. The implementation of the $5 minimum wage goes a long way in easing the burden. The restoration of full salaries to our hard-working public officers, police officers, doctors, and nurses a whole 2 years in advance, and the restoration of increments a full year in advance is uplifting and appreciated by the Belizean people, Madam Speaker. It gives our people the assurance and confidence that we are in their corner and that we are in this fight together, shoulder to shoulder as Team Belize. Madam Speaker, 2022 was a pivotal year for the Ministry of Home Affairs and the Police Department. The culture shift from oppression and suppression to smart policing that relies on innovation and technology and building healthy relationships with the communities we serve is finally yielding results. And if I may, Madam Speaker, just to highlight a few of the notable accomplishments of our Belize Police Department. In February of 2022, the department inaugurated the first ever Cyber Crime Center and Digital Forensics Laboratory, equipped with the necessary resources to investigate the rapidly increasing instances of cyber crimes and cyberbullying. In this regard, Madam Speaker, 86 police officers have received scholarships to complete an internationally recognized certification in digital forensics and as first responders to cyber-related crimes. Under the guidance of the curriculum's advisor, work has already commenced on the creation of a new self-sustainable gang education curriculum for primary and high schools that seeks to replace the GREAT program that was previously funded by the US Embassy. In October of 2022, the Rethinking Police Management Pilot Project was launched in Belize City, geared at soliciting meaningful input from the lower ranks of the police department as well as the public to ascertain the quality of leadership within the department and the quality of services being delivered with a view to improving the overall effectiveness and efficiency of the department. Madam Speaker, thanks to the Leadership Intervention Unit and the Belize Tourism Board, the department received some 150 new body cameras in 2022 that will increase transparency and accountability as it relates to police interaction with members of the public. And in keeping with our Plan Belize Manifesto pledge, greater emphasis will continue to be placed on innovation and technology. And this month, the department will be completing the installation of 30 high-definition face recognition CCTV cameras in San Pedro and along the John Smith Road. Madam Speaker, the tender process has also been completed under the CABE program for the procurement of 50 additional CCTV cameras which will be installed in this budget cycle. In terms of the department's infrastructure under the BISP, we are at the development stage of the final infrastructure designs for the construction of 3 new police stations in Santa Elena, Kikoker, and Belmopan, and 3 new substations in San Narciso, Mahogany Heights, and Belize City. In November 2022, Recruit Squad 96 was enlisted at the National Police Training Academy. The injection of new blood, vision, and ideas has become necessary, particularly as the department continues operations to flush out rogue, corrupt, and abusive police officers who were allowed to wreak havoc for 13 years under the United Democratic Party government. I know that the leader of the opposition takes great offense whenever that is said, Madam Speaker, but the facts speak for themselves. The Gang Suppression Unit, GSU, that was formed under the United Democratic Party government was responsible for some of the most heinous crimes against our Belizean citizenry. We in this government have disbanded that GSU. The COS team, the strike team as they were referred to, also under the United Democratic Party government, has been disbanded by this administration, Madam Speaker, for all the corrupt practices. And so all of these officers attached to these units are under the microscope. Some of them have been forced out of the department because we have turned the page on this type of corruption and oppression that existed within the Belize Police Department. Madam Speaker, thanks to our Prime Minister and this budget, there will be another recruit squad of 225 police officers qualified with a minimum of a high school degree, clean police records, and a training in a curriculum that now focuses on de-escalation, proper use of force training, community policing, and respect for the human rights of our citizenry. I don't know where, Madam Speaker, the leader of the opposition gets off to come to this honorable house and to speak about the politicization of this process, when in fact that was what it took under the UDP for you to be enrolled in the police department. You could have had a criminal record in their time, in their era. You did not have to have a high school diploma to get into the police department under their era. You had to have one thing and one thing only, Madam Speaker, and that was a letter from your era rep. And so they allowed anybody to join the police department, Madam Speaker, and that has changed significantly because, again, we are changing the system that they had established because we want better for our citizens in terms of security. The CBSI Connect system was also further expanded, which included installations in Ladyville, Benquevejo, and Dangriga. Expansion of the Professional Standards Branch was also made possible through collaboration with the U.S. Embassy. In December of 2022, a state-of-the-art National Comstat office was officially opened to assist in identifying crime patterns and trends within specific areas of the country and to enable commanders to deploy their resources more effectively. At the police department, we recognize that several of the key crime-fighting tools were left abandoned by the last administration, including our K9 unit. In addition to replenishing our cadre of K9s, in October of 2022, our department enrolled 2 of our police officers from the K9 unit for professional K9 training as certified dog handlers in Colombia. Those 2 officers, Madam Speaker, are set to graduate from the program in a few weeks. On the human trafficking front, along with the interagency collaboration with the Ministry of Human Development, Belize was upgraded from a Tier 3 status to a Tier 2 status. This, Madam Speaker, is a huge accomplishment. Our ATIP team participated in various operations along with different agencies to target areas susceptible to trafficking in persons, as well as conduct proactive operations to counter human smuggling. As a result, 60 persons of various nationalities were detained, with 2 victims of human trafficking identified. Madam Speaker, there is no doubt that because of our very porous borders and the continued illegal trade of cannabis leading to turf wars, one of the biggest concerns for the Belize Police Department has been the influx of illegal firearms into Belize. However, in 2022, thanks to the hard work of our officers and the intelligence arm of the department, we managed to seize 222 firearms, along with a total of 9,252 rounds of assorted ammunition, and 183 persons were arrested in connection with these seizures. Well, Madam Speaker, as I mentioned, the issue of illegal guns continues to be a huge challenge, and we are currently looking at legislation to introduce stiffer penalties and longer prison sentences for the possession of illegal firearms. As mentioned earlier, Madam Speaker, at the end of 2022, the murder rate decreased to 113 as compared to 125 in 2021. For the first time in a decade, Belize has dropped out of the top 10 most violent countries in the region, thanks again to great policing efforts. And while that may be some cause for celebration, for me as minister, that is still 113 too many. That is 113 families heartbroken and grieving the loss of their loved ones to senseless violence. And Madam Speaker, I absolutely cannot speak of a decrease in violent crime without acknowledging and highlighting the vision and commitment demonstrated by a true Belizean patriot and prophet, Brother William Dawson. Mr. Dawson has left an indelible mark in the minds and hearts of the most marginalized in our country. He gave them hope and inspiration when no one else believed in them. All too often we hear the chant that these young men and women do not deserve a second chance at life because of the poor choices they made. What we never stop to appreciate, however, Madam Speaker, is that for many of them, they never received a first chance to begin with. The trauma of losing your father or brother to gun violence, having no positive role models to emulate, growing up in a particular neighborhood and inheriting beef with no known basis or origin, having no access to education or skills training is not the kind of start that any of us in this room would want for our children. That is why Mr. Dawson assembled a team, a leadership intervention team, and he was hell-bent on the name because he did not want to just disrupt crime by intervening and mediating, but he wanted these young men and women to realize on their own that they were leaders, that they could positively influence the next generation, having survived 40 years of this Crips and Bloods senseless war, and to convince them that there was no happy ending to this war, just a vicious cycle of loss, heartache, and pain for families and children left behind. Madam Speaker, William Dawson created a movement. He created an awakening, so much so that for the first time in history, representatives of the World Bank in their suits and ties wanted to meet with community leaders to hear the success that the LIU program was having. That unprecedented moment was sure to spark a smile on Mr. Dawson's face. Madam Speaker, I take this opportunity to thank the family of Mr. Dawson for the sacrifice that they made in sharing him with us. I also thank the Commissioner of Police and Deputy Commissioner of Police, Rosado, who have been guiding forces not just in helping to draft the multi-sectoral strategy, but in creating the enabling environment within the department for a program like the LIU to thrive and succeed. I also wish to express my appreciation to the entire board of the LIU, which includes public officers, spiritual leaders, businessmen and women, community activists who know that this will be a long walk back, but who have the stamina and shared vision to see Mr. Dawson's vision of a crime-free Belize become a reality one day. And Madam Speaker, while a lot of the focus of the LIU strategy is Belize City-based, it is acknowledged that criminal networks are not restricted to the district and commercial centers, but that their ambit and calculated plans seek out blind spots and vulnerable regions and rural communities to support and carry out their criminal enterprises, whether singularly or as a deliberate component of their criminal designs. Specialized attention then must be put to our rural safety and a macro plan of action developed and executed to cover this emerging shift. With this in mind, Madam Speaker, in the latter part of 2022, the Ministry of Home Affairs and New Growth Industries in collaboration with the Ministry of Rural Transformation, Community Development, Labor and Local Government, embarked on a national tour to engage elected rural communities representatives to gather information on areas of rural safety and security concerns and establish improved communication and collaboration to address these concerns. Madam Speaker, this engagement was so meaningful and productive that very shortly we will be presenting our whole of society high-level action plan that we intend to implement in the short, medium, and long term for citizen security in our rural areas. The foundational theme of the tour was an empowering call to engage and connect community, village, and municipal leaders to take ownership of their safety by being proactive and creating an equal shared responsibility to resolve the challenges, whether the solutions were common to all the rural participants, whether they were languishing concerns that could be resolved by governmental interventions, whether they were law enforcement adjustments that needed to be made, or whether there were wider legal factors as those that arose in the Toledo consultations. The aim of the exercise was to craft a focused and executable strategy that is inclusive and forward-thinking, which weaves together law enforcement and citizen participation with relevant governmental, corporate, NGO, and community energies. Our all-of-government approach to citizen safety and security must always be innovative and technologically driven, but it starts with the end users in the rural communities and their reassurance that their role is important while the challenges are attacked by all concerned. I take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to thank the Minister of Rural Transformation and his team for their commitment to this process as we implement greater citizen security measures for our rural communities. And Madam Speaker, while all the cylinders are grinding for the police department and the LIU, I wish to also highlight the behind-the-scenes actors over at the Belize National Forensic Science Service for the year 2022, who have been truly revolutionizing the way crimes are being solved in Belize. Our forensic lab has been operating in high gear in 2022, analyzing over 1,000 cases, issuing over 1,000 forensics experts reports for firearms, serology, toxicology, and seized drugs cases combined. Using science and technology, the forensic lab is increasing its bandwidth of service to help solve more cases through fingerprint identifications for burglary, robbery, and murder, while generating ballistics matches for firearms cases, including murders, shootings, and gang membership offenses. In 2022, the NFSS made a few notable acquisitions, including an advanced histopathology equipment for the Medical Examiner's Office through the Seeker I-Crime project that will strengthen death investigations for medical legal cases. It also acquired advanced toxicology equipment for the forensic laboratory through the Seeker I-Crime project that will expand the scope of analysis in forensic toxicology for criminal investigations and advanced evidence storage and drug detection equipment for the forensic laboratory through the CABE Belize Integral Security Program. Thanks to our partners at InfoSegura, the NFSS received funding to install a modern laboratory information management system at the forensics lab, which improves data security, data integration, and digitalization of processes at the lab. we also received from Infosegura new crime scene cameras to add to the inventory of crime scene equipment maintained by the Scenes of Crime unit. In 2022, the NFSS solidified partnerships with the Ariel Rosado Foundation, the University of Belize, Galen University, the U.S. Fulbright Program, and Rutgers University in New Jersey to advance local efforts in building capacity in forensics examinations, cold case investigations, and in promoting careers in forensic science for young Belizeans. Through our partners at INL and CARSI, the NFSS also received funding for a project to 2 new Scenes of Crime field offices in Belmopan and Dangriga, which will significantly improve crime scene processing and evidence management in those respective areas. One of the best indicators of a successful forensics program is having a system that ensures quality control and quality assurance. And this has been one of the key objectives and missions of our NFSS, to ensure that it elevates its capacities to newer heights and standards. Our NFSS remains focused on implementing quality control and quality assurance measures across the department pertaining to crime scene inspections, forensic autopsies, laboratory analysis of evidence, and exhibit management for criminal cases countrywide, supported by the ICITAP agency of the U.S. Department of Justice and the INL agency of the U.S. State Department. An excerpt from page 15 of the May 2022 ICITAP Belize Forensic Assessment Report reads, "The NFSS has made noteworthy progress towards capacity building and accreditation readiness by implementing many of the recommendations made following the forensic assessment in 2018. The laboratory has invested significant time toward developing numerous quality documents, including standard operating procedures, decision protocols, interagency policies, training and quality manuals, and agency charter. Infrastructure and equipment upgrades have been prioritized and actioned when possible, and the staff throughout the agency demonstrate a high level of engagement and motivation towards accreditation," end quote. Madam Speaker, this is a wonderful and welcome assessment from our partners at ICITAP, and we look forward to continued development of capacities and capabilities of this extremely important arm in our crime-fighting efforts. Madam Speaker, I wish to end off my contribution to this year's budget debate by acknowledging and thanking the good people of Caribbean shores for their unwavering support, love, and guidance. As a community, we have seen our fair share of challenges as we emerged from the deadliest health pandemic in history and a devastating hurricane whose eye passed directly over our city. Through it all, we did not complain. We rolled up our sleeves, and as good, compassionate Caribbean shore citizens, we helped our brothers and sisters most in need. Thanks to the Community Development Fund, we have been able to undertake transformational upgrades to all the parks and playgrounds within our constituency. And in collaboration with the Belize City Council, we have been able to grade, rehabilitate, and pave dozens of streets that were in urgent need of repair in the Buttonwood Bay area, in the University Heights area of Coral Grove and West Landiver, and in the Kings Park area, Madam Speaker. I take this opportunity also to thank our Minister of Natural Resources, who continues to reach out to provide first-time landowners from our constituency with a piece of land. To hear the government say that we are working on 11,000 new lots, that is music to everybody's ears, Madam Speaker, even those on the other side of the House, because we are not like them at all, Madam Speaker. We share everything. So to have them here and complain when in fact they gave us nothing for 13 years, that is a shame and disgrace. I also want to recognize and thank the Minister of Human Development for providing our constituency, again, grocery bags for the most needy and for the elderly in our constituency. That was never done before. Caribbean Shores was always left out, Madam Speaker. So I want to thank the Minister of Human Development and her team. I thank also the Minister of Education for the much needed educational assistance for our many needy students within Caribbean Shores. And of course, the Minister of Housing for providing 8 new homes thus far. I say thus far because there are more to come for families who are desperately in need of a proper roof over their heads. Madam Speaker, to see the tears of joy and the smiles on our constituents' faces is ultimately what keeps us going, what keeps us inspired, and what keeps us forging ahead for the betterment of our people. Again, it is with immense pride and great honor that I continue to serve my beautiful constituency of Caribbean Shores. Madam Speaker, I support this budget. Thank you.
Member for Caribbean Shores, may I ask that you take the mic off? Thanks. I recognize the member for Corozal Southwest.
Speaker, good afternoon, Belize. Good afternoon, Corozal Southwest, especially my great committee of the People's United Party, Corozal Southwest. With your indulgence, Madam Speaker, I rise to support this budget 2023. Why I support this budget is because I read, not like the member of Mesopotamia. I read, and I will mention a few things that I have been doing and what I'm going to get, thanks to Plan Belize and thanks to the Prime Minister of this country. In 2 years and 4 months, small and medium large projects are done, some going on as we speak, Madam Speaker, especially in Libertad. Right now, we put some extension of water system. Many years, the UDP was in government. Nothing like that had been happening in Corozal Southwest. Some of the areas I heard the UDP member of Mesopotamia mention Pachacan. Pachacan, member of Corozal North. He is there from 2008, and now the member of Mesopotamia is saying nothing is done. So why you not ask that person that is sitting on his left why things have not been done in Pachacan? Simple as that. I don't know where he was, but I read a couple of things when I was sitting here. He came to Belize in 2010. He migrated to Jerusalem. So he have been losing all what the UDP was doing. In Corozal Southwest, 13 years, one house was built. And that house belongs to Angel Campos. What happened to the rest of the people of Corozal Southwest? Come on. I think Yelomano, they advised the man correct. So we continue, Madam Speaker. Position, we did some a nice improvement of the people of Corozal Southwest, but we will mention a few of what so far we had accomplished with this government led by PM John Bresenio. We already installed 153 new lights. And we no pick, we no pick UDP or PUP. We put it where we need it, where it's dark. Sugar roads for the farmers. Not only grading the sugar roads, we're putting material plus culverts as we speak, Madam Speaker. If we go to the villages right now, we are working, putting new culverts because rainy season soon will come. So we need to help our villagers, our supporters. And again, we are not putting culverts only in PUP areas. We fix everything to the benefit of my constituency, thanks to MIDH. We go to San Narciso. History again. We have a new complex that was inaugurated on the 4th of this month, thanks to the Plan Belize. The agriculture show, again, is coming back and will continue with the blessing of God for next year. Assistance to farmers with wells. We already overlift 47 hand pumps in the entire Corozal. Some of them, it's a pity to say it, but during the UDP, they never did that airlift. Thanks to Plan Belize, thanks to this government, we're helping the farmers. Some of them, they had fecal coliform, something that is bad for the health. But we are working thanks to my ministry, thanks to this Plan Belize. Rural transformation are doing our great job and serving the people that we promised. We did on Plan Belize on the 11th of November 2020. And remember, we won overwhelming. And we're going to keep that promise and serve the people as much as we can. I know my Prime Minister have a lot of headache because what we inherit, but we are going forward and forward, showing to the people, patient, we're going to do a lot more. And we know that we're going to win anytime the PM call election. We're going to win again because we're serving our people. If we heard the ministers that spoke before me, like the DPM, he mentioned about land. We give land house lot, not only to PUPs, to everybody that needs it. We heard just now my colleague talking about police. We had Squad 95, Squad 96, Squad now 97. Man, that is a lot of work. Jobs, we're creating jobs. Huh? I don't know where that member of Mesut was. Is he really messing up or he don't know what is going on? But please, put your foot on the ground and see what is going on with this government. Assistance to students, thanks to member of Freetown. We already gave more than $80,000 on tuitions and things like that. I can remember when I won in 2012, you know how much I used to get, Madam Speaker? $4,000 for high school and $5,000 for schools. I have schools, 13 schools in Southwest. Man, I can remember my colleague Florencio, we used to almost hitchhike to come here. And they are against this budget and they are getting the same amount as we get. We know they discriminate them as they did to us. So Why he not mention those things? He did talk about groceries, man, he did get the same amount as we get. CDF fund, he did get the same amount we get. Why he not mention that? Make the people from Mesopotamia listen to this and go to their office and ask for your portion. Right? I continue with Libertad, RC, and SDA. We built a fence, we fixed the fence for them. San Narciso, again, fence, snack bar, surveillance camera, solar lights. Santa Clara, we built right now a new fence for the school. We're on phase 1 right now. I don't know if I recall, Madam Speaker, the only time I saw the leader of the opposition was Village Council time. That's the only time I saw him in Southwest. And now he is talking about he have been traveling. Yes, he had been traveling, but only election time. On the US. Thank you. So, Madam Speaker, things are going on in Southwest. That's why I support this budget, and I will support it as much as I can, and let us work together. That is very important. So we continue with Louisville, Concepcion. Libertad and Concepcion get $1.5 million on expansion of water, rehabilitation of pipes. Soon we're going to inaugurate that. We continue again, Buena Vista, we have a park on phase 1. It's not finished yet, but it will finish because we are people that promise and we're going to deliver to our people. Thanks, Minister of Education for your help. Thanks to Minister of MIDH. Thanks to Minister from Labor. We have been working together, pushing things. A lot of farmers benefit with wells, as I said before. Corozal Southwest will always support the budget because we are seeing a lot of things coming on. In this budget, I saw, and I keep saying this on education, we have in a school more than 50 years old. We're going to do a new one. And soon we're going to inaugurate, thanks to the Minister here of e-governance, we're going to inaugurate a computer lab. Soon we're going to again inaugurate what my good friend here from Caribbean Shore mentioned, a new police station. That is something that people want, seeing projects, seeing development. 13 years, the UDP was in government. We never saw nothing. Thanks to the DPM, we have right now going on subdivisions in San Victor and Libertad. That will be new house lots for persons that really need a house. That is improvement. That is development. And we're going to continue working together. I want to give thanks to my colleague here, Honorable Florencio, for the support on the agri with the BDF. When I won in 2012, one time I spoke to the member, Saldivar. I told him, please, can you support me with the BDF? Oh, yes, Honorable, I will send. They went and measured, man, I was so excited. When the day arrived, nobody showed up. We cannot continue like that. People deserve better, and we, the People's United Party, are serving our people. With that said, Madam Speaker, I want to give thanks to the cane farmers. When they went to Belize City, some of my colleagues from Freetown mentioned it, they went and they cleaned. That is working hand to hand. And I want to put this on the record.
I always will be with the cane farmers, helping them, because that is a big push to this country on the GPA. So we have to work together, make sure, help the farmers. Let us see what the fishermen and else that we can help. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to this government. Thank you to the Prime Minister that is leading this House the correct way. May God bless Belize. May God bless Corozal Southwest and all the members from this House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Cayo North.
Good afternoon to my colleagues and good afternoon, Belize. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the people of Cayo North, who I have the distinct honor and privilege of representing, I rise to support the General Revenue Appropriation Bill 2023-2024. Before proceeding, Madam Speaker, let me thank God for giving us the health and opportunity to be here today. And let me greet all the women of Belize, especially the women of Cayo North. I heard it once said that when girls are given the right tools to succeed, they can create incredible futures, not only for themselves, but also for those around them. Madam Speaker, the National Digital Agenda is a recognition by our government of the importance of ICT in driving our national development goals and objectives, and importantly, to transform governmental processes and services to make them more accessible by our people. The Ministry of Public Utilities, Energy, Logistics, and E-Governance has undertaken several key projects in the promotion of the National Digital Agenda, including a public service leave management system. This platform achieves the automation of sick and vacation leave applications, recommendations, approval, and cancellation for all public officers. This system automatically calculates the defined rules that are put in place to control vacation days and will send notifications via email to inform of mandatory and accumulated leave. Periodic and historical reports will be available for viewing, exporting, and printing. This project, Madam Speaker, is currently in user testing phase. Another project is the Digital Inclusion Program. This project aims to support access to online government services while supporting countrywide capacity building in the IT field. The Digital Inclusion Program activities include: 1, the establishing of digital connect centers across rural communities; 2, conducting digital skills and literacy training for youth, women, and the elderly. The initial phases of this initiative are being funded through Taiwan's International Cooperation and Development Fund and the United Nations Development Program in collaboration with the government of Belize. Madam Speaker, I'm proud to say that the first Digital Connect Center under phase 1 of this project was launched yesterday at the Teodoso Ochoa Multipurpose Complex in Cayo North. In addition to this, over the next 6 months, 11 additional Digital Connect Centers will be established in the Corozal, Orinjuá, Belize, Cayo, and Toledo districts. Communities will now have greater access to technology through public spaces. A unique element of this program is the refurbishing of existing and sometimes abandoned community centers, old clinics, hurricane centers, and public libraries into the Digital Connect Centers. We have built on the existing assets of our communities to optimize use and value. In this regard, let me recognize and thank Beltrade for their program in helping to expand these Digital Connect Centers across the length and breadth of this country. Another project undertaking is the launch of the Civil Registry Project. The Attorney General's Office, supported by the E-Governance Unit of the Ministry, is working towards enhancing Belize's civil registry, the Vital Statistics Unit. An effective civil registry system is crucial in ensuring an individual's right to a legal identity. This system should support the development of vital statistics by covering all live births, deaths, marriages, and adoptions occurring in the country. We will ensure that our citizens will be able to access these services from whichever part of the country they are. We have also undertaken the e-services portal, which will serve as a hub for digital government services, where citizens will be able to access these services from an online platform and sign-in process. This project will significantly improve the exchange efficiency of the government system and provide a better experience for citizens accessing public services. It is expected that between 50 to 75 e-services will be available through this project. We have also undertaken capacity building for public officers. A gap assessment was conducted and it identified key ICT needs as necessary to support their internal digital transformation processes. This project will continue to build on the initial initiatives under the digital transformation course to build capacity for public officers. Madam Speaker, this PUP administration remains committed to prioritizing affordable and accessible connectivity for all Belizeans. In today's digital age, access to the internet is not a luxury, but a necessity, and many even say a right. It is vital for education, work, and overall connectivity with the world. As part of the ministry's strategic objectives, we continue to advocate for technological innovation and advancement within Belize's digital economy. Madam Speaker, this is reflected in the ongoing investments made by the Belize's National Telecom to ensure that our children have access to digital tools and resources, professionals can work remotely, and individuals can stay connected anytime, anywhere through affordable, reliable, and secure connectivity. With a shared vision to lead Belize's digital transformation, the company has embarked in investments in mobile and home internet expansion program. This program continues to expand connectivity in urban and rural areas to meet the ever-increasing consumer needs while accelerating the rapid growth of Belize's digital economy. Thanks to this investment, we have witnessed the installation of 15 brand new mobile sites at Mile 4 along the Philip Goldson Highway, Boston, the Boom Cutoff, Rayburn Ridge, Ranchito, Caledonia, San Felipe, West Roaring Creek, Jaguar Park, Esperanza, Santa Familia, Caves Branch, Mountain Pine Ridge, Hope Creek, and Red Bank. Coming soon before the end of this fiscal year, Santa Familia will also join these communities in having connectivity through a new cell site in the area. An additional 17 cell sites upgrades for enhanced connectivity have been completed and launched at La Democracia at 2 areas in Biscayne, Franks Eddy, Crooked Tree, Caves Branch, Las Flores, Camalote, Ontario, Belize Sugar Industry Area, Mountain Pine Ridge, Cowpen, and San Juan area, Mile 4 along the Hummingbird Highway, Hershey's Farm, Maya Center, Maya Mopan, Silkgrass, Pomona, and Barranco. This additional mobile coverage now spans 32 new areas across the country of Belize. These communities can now enjoy a major boost in voice and data services. But this is not all. This rollout program also includes the expansion of fiber to the home or residential services to new areas across the length and breadth of our country. These form part of 14 new locations to have gained access or that are about to obtain internet access and services. Please note that San Felipe, Crooked Tree, and Mascal will be completed in the coming days. As a note, BTL has also raised sites in St. George's Key, Coco Plum Island, and Grover's Reef, which ensures that locals on these islands and surrounding keys are connected. In addition, the connectivity supports our resorts, tourists, and security personnel. As part of our National Telecom's mobile and home expansion program, over 23,000 Belizean citizens and visitors have now been connected to its mobile 4G, LTE advanced network, and high bandwidth fiber infrastructure. Madam Speaker, I cannot fail to mention that the ministry is also supporting the government's effort to bring financial inclusion through mobile wallet solutions like the DigiWallet. This is most certainly a step in the right direction. Through able partnerships at the interministerial level and with international organizations, we continue to jointly enable unbanked and underbanked individuals to access financial services conveniently, affordably, and securely through innovative digital platforms. Most recently, with the enhancement of its bill payment services, Belizeans now have ease and convenience to pay their utility bills via the same platform. Allowing individuals to interact, to transact digitally, and participate in the wider economy is at the heart of the ministry's vision, and I am very pleased to be supporting the access to banking services by those who were previously excluded and, by extension, helping to reduce poverty and promote economic growth. Similarly, Madam Speaker, in recognizing the need to narrow the digital divide, this ministry continues to double its efforts to provide students with the technological tools necessary to succeed. The Ministry of Education, through the Connect Ed program, has seen over 33,000 students and 2,000 faculty and staff in over 200 educational institutions been provided with internet, enabling them to take charge of their education and providing them with a pathway to development. This, Madam Speaker, is in addition to over 100 institutions that already enjoy free internet connectivity with speeds up to 100 megabytes per second. These 139 institutions, to be exact, include educational facilities, churches, community resource centers, libraries, NGOs, and other bodies throughout this country. Madam Speaker, our government's commitment to digital transformation is unwavering, and we are determined to build a digital Belize that serves and meets the needs of all our citizens. Our efforts towards digital transformation are ongoing, and we remain dedicated to promoting digital inclusion and equitable access to technology. We believe that this will lead to greater innovation, economic growth, and improved quality of life for all citizens. I now turn to energy, Madam Speaker. This ministry has made major strides in energy access under the United Arab Emirates Renewable Energy Project. A 400 kilowatt microgrid was completed in December of 2022, and which will now serve approximately 400 households. This hybrid plant will serve as a beacon and example for future microgrids. In addition, to show the strength energy access strategy, Corazon Creek will also receive a 170 kilowatt solar hybrid system scheduled for commissioning in the first quarter of 2024. Furthermore, an agreement was signed with DL to undertake the construction of an additional 3 microgrids, which is to be funded by the EU, and that will serve 5 villages, and that is also scheduled for completion in 2024. The ministry has partnered with the Bureau of Standards in developing and piloting energy efficient standards and labels. These labels will give consumers the power to select appliances that best suit their needs. Energy efficiency is also being extended into the transport sector by the inauguration of the pilot project known as the E-Mobility Public Transportation Project. This project is being funded by the EU and is being executed in partnership with the UNDP and will consist of deploying 2 electric buses in Belize City and 3 electric buses on the western corridor between Belize City and the Santa Elena border in the west. As well, in this year, Madam Speaker, we expect to complete our national energy policy, our energy legislation review. We anticipate that the RFP regulations will be in place very shortly. We expect to complete our distributed generation regulation analysis. We will undertake the distribution of 1,000 Pico solar solutions to farmers, fisher folks, and households. We will be distributing 9,000 LED bulbs. We are going to be completing the retrofitting of the NEMO building to be more efficient by installing new ACs, LED lights, and cool roof. Madam Speaker, very importantly, in June, we will be hosting the SICA Energy Ministers as part of our President Pro Tempore of SICA. In this regard, Madam Speaker, I wish to inform that BL intends to invest over $500 million over the next 4 years. This will include expansion of rural electrification throughout the country. We will see progress on the Kikaka interconnection project, investments in the North Ladyville 115 kV transmission line, investment in the Mascal to San Pedro 69 kV supply, and additional urban electrification. This is in addition to the investment in new LED streetlights and replacement of broken and burnt poles. This is just to name a few of the expected projects to be undertaken by BL over the next 4 years. Before leaving BL, Madam Speaker, let me once again publicly thank them for the incredible work they did to quickly restore electricity in the aftermath of Hurricane Lisa. In relation to the post office, the Belize Post Office the Belize Postal Service aims to reorganize into a modern postal courier that adequately serves the needs of the Belizean populace in a sustainable and viable manner. In this regard, over the past year, the Post Office undertook training of supervisors and front-end employees to upskill them and to better service our customers. They undertook training for staff to improve the quality of data entry for items sent to the U.S. through the Electronic Advanced Data System. Countrywide training was conducted at each post office to train the post office workers on the post system to ensure that all officers are performing at their highest standard for items being sent internationally. One of the postal supervisors attended an electronic advanced data training and express mail service workshop in Aruba as well. The post office acquired 7 new motor vehicles, 2 new vans, and a pickup truck to assist with the movement of mail countrywide. They also received computers, scanners, and printers and scales from the UPU by way of a donation. And also, Madam Speaker, the UPU, which is the Universal Postal Union, visited Belize to conduct a study on documents and goods from the 31st of January to the 1st of February of this year. During this fiscal year, the Post Office intends, with true collaboration with the Civil Aviation Authority, to receive dangerous goods training for all of its employees so that they may be certified. Submissions have been made to the Universal Postal Union for an X-ray machine, which will be employed at the post office to detect all goods and documents processed through the post. There will be continued training of all employees, including customer service, leadership, emotional intelligence, and on the Electronic Advanced Data System. Plans are to finalize the entire Biddles building to move the counter and parcel section to that building. And renovation of post office buildings throughout the country will be undertaken. And additionally, Madam Speaker, the Post Office intends to offer new services for small and medium-sized businesses and customers, which would include flat rate boxes and prepaid envelopes. Madam Speaker, I now turn to BWS. Despite the great challenges and budgetary restrictions created by the COVID-19 pandemic, BWS continued its investment program to satisfy the most critical need of our country. BWS has completed 100+ projects, and they were tailored to include improved customer satisfaction, increased customer base, improved service delivery, and improved resource. BWS upgraded approximately 11,000 feet of water mains and 239 service connections countrywide in the year 2022. The company has invested $1 million on water mains upgrade and replacements countrywide. This includes the supply and installation of new pipes and fittings, flushing, pressure testing, and disinfection. The company also invested approximately $1.96 million in water network expansion countrywide. This work included expansion of the water network system by approximately 58,900 feet and installation of 2,000 service connections. Overall, in the year 2022, BWS has invested approximately $15 million. For the year 2023-2024, BWS is planning to invest more than $23 million in the following projects: the installation of a 500,000 gallon tank at the Double Run water plant, installation of a 500,000 gallon tank in Placentia, 6 miles of new transmission lines to be placed in the Placentia Peninsula. The water network will be expanded from St. Bite to Maya Beach. A new RO plant will be installed at Kikaka. There will be improvements of the Double Run water plant, improvements of the Dangriga water plant, and there is going to be the continued progression of new connections. As well, Madam Speaker, I'm happy to say that they will undertake water network expansion in the village of Bullitree. Turning to ports very briefly, Madam Speaker, as we all know, seaports are a critical node in Belize's overall maritime supply chain, and as the regulator of Belize's port, the Belize Port Authority continues to strengthen its regulatory functions. It is completing the final touches on a new and modern Port Act that will drive port development and protect the users of our port facilities. It is also putting in place legislation that will complement legislation by the Ministry of Natural Resources to control the construction and sitting of marinas. This is all in an effort to be sure that Belize positions itself to increase nautical tourism, but also to ensure that the quality of life of residents are not impacted by nautical activities in residential areas. The board of the Belize Ports Authority has given its provisional approval, Madam Speaker, for the development of Commerce Bight Port into a modern cruise terminal with facilities for yachts and for regional passenger ferry services to Honduras and Guatemala. In keeping with the ministry's digitization agenda, the BPA has embarked upon 2 major digitization projects. The first is the passenger verification system, which will provide real-time data on maritime passengers' movement as a key safety feature, and 2, a new licensing system for masters and for vessels. This new licensing system will make it much easier for boat owners to be able to license their vessels and to make electronic payments related thereto. Furthermore, the BPA is leading Belize's efforts to create a maritime single window for the port and maritime sector, which is a mandatory global requirement. Finally, as a data-driven administration ministry, in partnership with the BPA, the ministry is about to commence an economic and social impact study of the port sector, the first ever in the history of this country. We all know that our ports are economic engines and that their efficiency is important to our economic well-being. But this study will provide us with the necessary data, insights which will inform our port development agenda moving forward. If you allow me, Madam Speaker, just a few words on the work that has been done in the Kayonert area. Over the past year, through the assistance from MIDH, extensive road works were carried out in the Bullitree village in areas that were abandoned by the past administration. This government, together with this area representative, undertook and completed major road works and drainage in the village. In addition, through the Ministry of Natural Resources, we hosted a mobile land clinic in both Bullitree village and San Ignacio, where our people were able to solve many of the land issues that were festering for over 13 years under the past administration. Over the past year, we have continued to assist. Over the past year, we have and we continue to assist over 350 families with a basic food basket. As well, through our CDF, we have provided 15 scholarships to deserving students, as well as assisting hundreds through the assistance of the Ministry of Education. Madam Speaker, if you allow me, just to show the impact that these programs have on the people of Kayonert, I recently received a WhatsApp message from one of the students who was a recipient of one of these scholarships. And if you allow me, Madam Speaker, She sent me her teaching license, and she says, "Good afternoon. I just wanted to show you how grateful I am because of what you have done for me in the past years. In making me one of the many recipients who got your scholarship, I surely put it to good use, and now only this year is left for me to finish my practicum and internship, and I will finally be a graduate of early childhood education. Thank you once again for giving me the opportunity to venture into studying for what I really love. Madam Speaker, we are working for the people of Pioneer, and our projects are having a direct impact on changing their lives. Madam Speaker, for the first time ever in Pioneer, we inaugurated and hosted the Pioneer Christmas Festival by transforming the Victor Galvez Stadium into a Christmas Fantasyland which brought joy, happiness, and the Christmas spirit to our children and families, but also importantly, provided a platform for approximately vendors, the majority of whom were women, to display and to sell their products. This year, we will make it bigger and brighter, and we will continue to provide an avenue for entrepreneurs, especially women entrepreneurs, to sell their goods. In this regard, I must also say that we have secured stadium lights to properly light the Victor Galvez track and the football field in Bully Tree. The work in Pioneer continues. You see, Madam Speaker, the current area rep is real. He is no ghost. This year, we will continue with the construction of starter homes for our people, and we continue to work with the Ministry of Natural Resources to identify land to distribute to first-time landowners. As I said earlier, I am proud of the Digital Connect Center that was inaugurated yesterday at the Teodoso Ochoa Multipurpose Complex, which we have now transformed from an abandoned building by the past administration, a building where over $400,000 was spent by the past administration. The walls are cracking, the toilets were ripped out. It makes you wonder where the money went. But we have now refurbished this facility and converted it into a multi-purpose center from which we will bring ICT to all the residents of Pioneer. In addition, the multi-purpose center will be used to conduct the newly initiated sewing and crochet classes in Pioneer and will become the training center through which all our training programs will be run in the community. Not only are we providing upskilling for these women, but we have also provided them with starter kits for their classes. These women will also have an opportunity to showcase and to sell their products at the Christmas festival. In keeping with the original vision of supporting human development and community livelihoods, I am proud to announce the upcoming digital skills course for seniors to be delivered through the Teodoso Ochoa Multipurpose Center and being delivered in partnership with the Honorable Dolores Valderramos Garcia and the Ministry of Human Development, Families, and Indigenous People Affairs through the National Council of Aging. Thank you, Minister. This tailored senior citizens digital literacy training aims to directly address the age-related digital divide. With a growing seniors population, it is critical to support their use of ICT for their improved quality of life. We have taken what was abandoned under the UDP and transformed these assets to benefit the people. The difference is clear in Pioneer, and there is no return to the days of the ghost. But that is not all. Very shortly, we will be breaking ground for the renovation of the 18th Street Park. As well, we will be constructing a basketball court with proper infrastructure at the Teodoso Ochoa multi-purpose complex. We intend to address the water situation in Bully Tree. Over $500,000 was misspent by the past government and the then area rep on a system that has not functioned and has not in any way benefited the people of Bully Tree. We will correct that, Madam Speaker. In San Ignacio, we have partnered with the San Ignacio Santa Elena Town Council to upgrade the street connecting Trenchtown and Contiki, and we will be undertaking additional street works in the area. Recently, with the assistance of BEL, we were able to install lights on the Shane Vasquez Street, which connects Contiki and Trenchtown. further strengthening citizen security and will assist in the prevention of crime that was previously witnessed in that area. Madam Speaker, I wish to thank the hardworking individuals at the Ministry of Public Utilities, Energy, Logistics, and E-Governance. As well, I want to thank the executive of Kayonert for their dedication and unwavering support, as well to the women's group of Kayonert who have hit the ground running. All we do is because of your support. To the Prime Minister, I say thank you for making the CDF available for us, because it has helped us to assist our people in many different ways, ranging from health to sports. Finally, to the good people of Kayonert, let me thank you for your continued support. Despite the hardships brought on by the past administration and the COVID pandemic, as your area rep, I shall continue to work with the government to deliver the opportunities that you deserve. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Belize. One second. Member for Kayonert, could we...
Sorry.
Thank you. Just because it creates a little buzzing and so.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, with all due respect to you and this Honorable House, I rise in support of the 2023-2024 budget as presented by our Prime Minister, Honorable John Briceño. But before I start, please allow me to acknowledge the beautiful people and hardworking people of Belize South, in particular Kikaka and San Pedro Borrisky. I am privileged to be representing them here in Parliament. While it is a privilege, I take it as a solemn responsibility to work for them. And at the same time serving at the serving as well national capacity as a minister. Madam Speaker, as well, I want to acknowledge you for your very able and fair management of the discussions and deliberations in this Honorable House of Parliament. I also commend my colleagues for their continued commitment to accomplish the goals of Plan Belize. Over the past year, true to its mission to grow the GDP of our country, the Ministry of Blue Economy and Civil Aviation, aptly coined MBECA, has dared to be bold. We have worked expeditiously and effectively to establish the country's first ever National Blue Economy Ministry. At the same time, we have taken on the humongous task of modernizing civil aviation in Belize as well. We have done so with our team being fully cognizant that our responsibility for these two very, very important blue economy portfolios and civil aviation requires vision, innovation, and determination. I say blue portfolios, Madam Speaker, because we refer to blue. Blue as a blue economy, the blue skies, blue waters of our country, beautiful country. I'm proud to report that within 2 years, our ministry has successfully developed the country's first ever national blue economy policy and strategy, as well as a 5-year maritime economy plan. In addition to that, we have launched and already implementing Belize's 5-year strategic plan for the modernization of the Belize's civil aviation. We have also commenced the process of developing a 20-year master plan for aviation in Belize. Madam Speaker, as you well know, we always aim for building projects that at times will focus for when elections are coming by to elect. In civil aviation, we have to have a vision, a plan, to come up with a plan that in the next 20, 25 years, it will continue to still be working. So that is also a vision of civil aviation as well, not only for projects that's going to elect us. Madam Speaker, this is only possible though through the efforts of a government that is visionary and innovative, working with key partners, which is important, such as the Inter-American Bank, COSESNA, the regional body that provides the aero navigational services, the government of Taiwan and UK, the UNDP, among others. We must also never fail to recognize the important partnerships with our non-governmental allies, who on a daily basis work with us to make Plan Belize reality. True to the fact, without NGOs, much of the passion and dedication needed in the work of conservation and preservation of our natural heritage would be left lacking. So we acknowledge them and thank them. Madam Speaker, of course, we keep on talking about tourism, agriculture, and fisheries as all being held as national priorities. We want to as well acknowledge our government and our plan Belize that indeed in there we must insert civil aviation as a national priority as well. As a result of this, we have been able to increase the effective implementation of our country's aviation security oversight capabilities. This was accomplished through the introduction of new aviation security regulations, an updated National Civil Aviation Security Program, a National Civil Aviation Security Training Program, and a National Civil Aviation Quality Control Program. I can assure you that there is significantly more oversight, resulting in more safeguards against acts of unlawful interference against aviation. Thanks to these efforts, the International Civil Aviation Audit, held in February of this year, has described Belize as a country that is quickly bringing aviation back from a state of dormancy to a more modern, vibrant, and better regulated industry. Madam Speaker, I also want to acknowledge this government as well of including an additional $800,000 added to the budget for civil aviation, and that will go forward towards the capacity training and capacity building as we prepare for the audit of the ICAO, which is the International Civil Aviation Organization. So thanks to this government, we're able to use those funds to pass the audit, because it is important that we as a country are recognized with high grades so that we have the security and safety of international flights landing here to our country. We also, Madam Speaker, we're working closely with also the Belize Airport Authority. That is also the BAA, which is also in charge of being the service providers for the ministry and for the country. And we have carried out inspections, especially in the local aerodromes, of our network of public domestic aerodromes, that is, with intent of identifying possible areas for improving security. And we are already implementing recommendations. The Belize Department of Civil Aviation and BAA have embarked on a $5.2 million initiative to implement performance-based navigation within Belize's lower space. Now, this initiative will ensure proper separation of aircraft in all weather scenarios, increase the efficiency of air navigation, lower carbon emissions from air transport activities, and of course, improve safety for domestic operators such as Maya, Tropic, Astrum helicopters, among others. Thanks to this 2023-24 budget, we will see the recruitment and training of 10 new air traffic controllers, giving more young people the opportunity to build a career in aviation. The addition of this new cadre has allowed us to promote existing assistant air traffic controllers to full status. Madam Speaker, the Ministry as well has also, as I have mentioned earlier, that we're always talking about short-term projects. We can build different projects as we aim for elections. But of course, again, I remind and tell everyone that the goal of civil aviation is for long-term projects. And as such, Madam Speaker, we have introduced the concept. And right now it's just talk, it's a concept, but eventually 20, 25 years of our history will look back and say how it was started as a concept. And the concept of the Airport City Hub, an innovative and ambitious project that holds huge economic potential for our country and our people. We have started to invite and review proposals from parties that are interested in investing in this important and lucrative initiative. We have already received proposals for the establishment of a pilot training institution, an aircraft maintenance facility, as well as regional cargo operations. All these innovations seek to take potential of our strategic geographical location to greater economic heights. Madam Speaker, what this equates to is greater confidence in Belize's aviation system, which in turn encourages more travel to Belize, resulting in more jobs and more dollars in the pockets of our Belizean people. Madam Speaker, This includes also, if I may add, the acquisition and installation of 5 rotating beacons around it. This has increased the safety margins of the aerodromes, especially as a navigation aid in times of low visibility and night operations. We have also seen the installation of runway lights and repaired fencing of the Dangriga aerodrome to increase safety and security margins. I also want to take the opportunity to congratulate the BAA on the signing of the contract to rehabilitate the Kikaker airstrip as well as the Belize City Municipal Airstrip. I want to mention here, Madam Speaker, that we're investing over $7 million to repair the undulations, deep undulations are occurring right now at the Belize City Municipal Airstrip as well as the Kikaker one. And it's going to be costing somewhere around $5 million and an additional $2 million to repair around the airstrip of the San Pedro airstrip as well. Madam Speaker, I want to mention that it may sound like a large sum of money, but for all to remember that a couple of years ago, the last administration spent $20 million in building the new runway for the Belize City Municipal Airstrip as well as the Kikaker airstrip. But of course, we all know that this $20 million, a lot of that disappeared in smoke or in cut the trims or whatever, but the money was never there. In any event, Madam Speaker, we're here and the repair is urgent. We do not want any kind of accident to be happening. As we see in aviation, failure is not an option. So I want to let everybody know that very soon after the Eastern Kikaker, we may have to shut down the runway for maybe 5-6 weeks for the reparations to occur. So that's important. And of course, Madam Speaker, we have done a lot of repairs and continue to do so in the extension as well as we'll be doing at the Dangriga runway. We're going to be extending that as well, and including the works in the Placentia Airport as well. So, Madam Speaker, all of this is resulting in a great safety and security for international visitors and our Belizean travelers. So without a doubt, our ministry recognizes the essential role of civil aviation in making a vibrant and lucrative tourism industry possible. Last but not least, in civil aviation, Madam Speaker, I have to mention, very, very important, that for the first time ever, at the PGIA, through the Civil Aviation Department and COSESNA, we have successfully secured a contract signed recently in Madrid, where we'll be investing over $17 million, Belize, to install the first ever, historically, the first ever primary radar, something that has not been done forever. So this is historical, not only for Belize, but indeed for the region. All the Central American countries have primary radars except Belize. So we will be up and cutting edge technology to do that, Madam Speaker. So that is a big score for us. We're planning to have it up and running by September, fully running and operational. And that will be able to track down as well the unregulated flights that come around and flying illegal flights that come into our country. So, Madam Speaker, we're very proud of that in civil aviation. If you allow me, Madam Speaker, I want to go into blue economy, with your permission, and also to speak about this very important portfolio. While fairly new, it is also under my responsibility. This very little known concept has now become a shining star in our country, the region, and even globally. With the bold introduction of this new ministry, Belize has set itself aside as a true trailblazer, and our team at the MBECA has moved expeditiously to operationalize the national plan. One of the greatest accomplishments as a new ministry has been the establishment of the Blue Economy Unit, which has the responsibility to facilitate the implementation of the National Blue Economy Policy and Strategy. We have fully staffed the Blue Economy Unit that has been very busy at the task of setting a solid foundation for this new industry, which sees our country capitalizing on the sustainable use of our blue spaces in a manner that is innovative, well-coordinated, sustainable, and inclusive. Back in August 2022, Madam Speaker, Cabinet adopted the National Blue Economy Policy Strategy and Implementation Plan for 2022-2027 and the Maritime Economy Plan. Both documents were officially launched on the 31st of October 2022 in San Pedro. This, Madam Speaker, was a proud product of extensive consultation and collaboration between governments and many stakeholders who work in and depend on our blue spaces and resources. Madam Speaker, we all know climate change is real. Climate change is climate change anxiety. And with that also, we look at this massive sargassum that is plaguing not only Belize, but the region. So with that said, Madam Speaker, we also have to speak now and be bold and speak and accept that sargassum is anxiety as well for our country. And so, Madam Speaker, our ministry, in coordination with the Ministry of Economic Development and the Food and Agriculture Organization, has over the past 2 years been implementing the project entitled Enhancing Adaptation Planning and Increasing Climate Resilience in the Coastal Zone and Fisheries of Belize. Now this project, which was made possible through the GCF, has brought together the Fisheries Department, the Coastal Zone Management Authority and Institute, the Met Department, and key NGO partners. The objective of this first phase of the project has been to increase the resilience of the coastal zone and fisheries sectors of Belize to climate change impacts. Madam Speaker, as well, I have to mention in this issue of sargassum as well that is plaguing our country, we have launched through the Holchan Marine Reserve, we have secured funding via a loan from Social Security, whereby we are putting in a pilot project of bringing in a type of machinery with the barges and the, what you call a pontoon boat with a truck to the back, where we'll be attempting or making that pilot test project to capture the sargassum in the waters. As such, we do not want the sargassum to reach to the beach, because when it arrives to the beach is where it starts to decompose and give up this foul odor. So we are making this pilot test to capture the sargassum on the waters. Obviously, we cannot catch everything, but hopefully whatever we capture just outside of the waters, coming to the reef, can be with the different municipalities, whether it's the town council, whether it's the village councils. It's a pilot project, Madam Speaker. I want to make it public and everybody to know that we're making, if it works in San Pedro and Kikaka, then we look at it as a national project to do it all the way down south, including Placencia and all the coastal villages. So that is also an ambitious plan in dealing with this sargassum. Madam Speaker, as well, the Fisheries Department, through Plan Belize, we have provided the opportunity for us to further capitalize on the potential of our sustainable fisheries program in Belize. As a result, our fishing industry continues to contribute to the Belizean economy, mostly through export earnings and employment. The value of the fishing industry in 2022 was estimated at a whopping $52.3 million. The fishing sector provided direct employment to 3,300 licensed fishers in 2022 and over 250 processing plant workers in the capture fisheries subsector. The Ministry of Blue Economy now is currently developing projects with the Republic of China, Taiwan, and the Inter-American Development Bank, IDB, to assess the presence, abundance, and distribution of available fisheries resources in the deep sea areas within the territorial waters and in the exclusive economic zone. This IDB Blue Loan project, for the sum of $7 million, is presently being developed. Madam Speaker, this is basically a study of our deep sea, our deep slope fish that we're looking at, that we need to start to explore beyond the reefs. And as such, we have to have a study whereby we are able to quantify the value of the fish that we have there. So, Madam Speaker, also, last year, we also Cabinet endorsed the National Mariculture Policy, which in March 2022 focuses on the sustainable development of this sector. This new policy has provided opportunity for collaboration with other partners, such as the University of Belize and the Nature Conservancy. Presently, students of the university are engaged in a feasibility study on the potential of a sea cucumber mariculture industry for Belize, while a consultancy is currently underway to develop comprehensive legislation to provide the enabling legal framework to support all these initiatives. Much has been said and praised about the Blue Bonds Agreement. Indeed, it is a financial agreement and has been both innovative and financially beneficial to this country of Belize. What we need to hear more now is the important work of our ministry departments, such as the fisheries and the coastal zone management, in ensuring that Belize successfully implements the marine conservation commitments that are part of this Blue Bonds agreement. Madam Speaker, I can proudly share that since the signing of the conservation funding agreement, our ministry has played a pivotal role in the completion of or initiation of three out of the 8 Blue Bonds milestones. In other words, the Ministry of Blue Economy is the one tasked to make sure these conservation targets are met. And as such, we have met 3 of them. The first is including the expanding of the high biodiversity protection zone, or the replenishment zone if you want to call it, which is up to 11.63% of Belize's ocean. Designating all remaining public lands within the BRSS World Heritage Site as forest reserves, such as the Saltwater Key Forest Reserve and the Sapodilla Key Forest Reserve and Bacalar Chico Forest Reserve up in Ambergris Key. Madam Speaker, as well, Belize is presently hosting the pro-tempore presidency of our ministry, and our ministry is the focal point for the SICA or PESCA presidency. During this 6-month period, our ministry will continue to ensure that key actions are implemented to ensure the improved regional management of the fisheries resources. Some of the main priorities include addressing illegal, unreported, and unregulated transboundary fishing. This improved management of lobster and conch resources as well is important, which seeks alternative livelihood opportunities for fisher folks and developing areas of regional cooperation with the Republic of China, Taiwan. Recently, through this collaboration, the Fisheries Department received a donation of 61 vessel tracking devices. The vessel monitoring system will be piloted in a small-scale fishing vessels in Belize. The use of satellite equipment will improve the safety of fishers at sea and will support the traceability of fishery resources, which is very, very important. Madam Speaker, we have acknowledged the importance of our sustainable fisheries industry and our ministry through the support of this new budget, and will continue to work to ensure that all Belizeans benefit in one form or the other from an effectively managed sector that can continue to be hailed regionally and globally for its excellence in the management of our marine biodiversity. Finally, here in Blue Economy, Madam Speaker, I want to take a little time to focus on the Coastal Zone Management Authority Institute. I must also take this opportunity to recognize them. In close collaboration with the government of Belize and TNC, CZMAI was successful in delivering the official launch of the Belize's Marine Spatial Planning process on the 19th of October 2022 in accordance with the requirements of Milestone 3 under the Blue Bond Loan Agreement. The Marine Spatial Plan now, as the Belize Sustainable Ocean Plan, is not only one of the most important Blue Bonds commitment, but even more important, one of the key tools which will guide implementation of our national blue economy and strategy. Mr. Speaker, a couple of weeks ahead, it's going to be Easter time. And I know we're getting a lot of calls at the coastal zone, at the CZMAI, when is Ski going to open? When is it going to open? It's closed for some months. Well, Mr. Speaker, the Ski is a national treasure. It's a national asset. I've been going there from when I was a little boy in high school. But we have to close it down because, again, climate change is real. A lot of erosion and damage, and last year with the hurricane, further damage was done. But we have secured funding, thanks to SIF and the different partners here. I'd like to mention them. Which, of course, Ski is right across the coast of Belize City. We thank the Ministry of Infrastructure as well as, let me see here, Mr. Speaker. I got my notes right here, but I want to thank the staff of the CZMI as well, and that I am happy to report that the first week of April we'll do a little soft opening, but that it will be open for all Belizeans to enjoy starting this in April. So I'm very happy to report that it is open. But it will come with limitations. When you go there, Mr. Speaker, it's beautiful, it's upgraded, solar powered, we have generation, the generator working as well, running water, we're capturing rainwater. We also have an organic sewer system, complete with leach fields. So we're asking our Belizean people to love it, to treasure it, to take care of it. The trash is important that you pick up. It's going to be a beautiful place for you all to visit. So it's important that I make that on behalf of the CZMAI, of the great work that these people do over there. So Easter time, Gavski, you guys can make your plans around the people of Belize. Mr. Speaker, that is also what is CZMAI. A lot of work has been done in our ministry. But before I move in, and if you allow me, Mr. Speaker, to speak about Belize Rural South, I want to recognize in the ministry some important key people that have been very supportive of my work that we do at the national level. I want to acknowledge Mr. Rigoberto Quintana, our Fisheries Administrator at the Fisheries Department, CEO Chantal Samuels at the CZMAI. I also acknowledge the ED, Mr. Ian Pao at Holchan. And also in civil aviation, I want to acknowledge my director, DG Nigel Carter, and also at Belize Airports Authority, our GM, Mr. Garcia. And of course, I cannot forget the unequivocal support of my CEO, Kennedy Carrillo, as well. I know she's monitoring and making sure that we make all the work done on both sides, the civil aviation and the blue economy. Mr. Speaker, I beg your indulgence that while we speak on the budget debate, and I'm supporting it, I cannot leave without sharing all the good things, the good work that we have been doing in Belize Rural South. When I was listening this morning, and it's a pity, it's a pity and a travesty that this morning the children of Holy Angels of Pomona were here to listen. The school of Pomona was here to listen to a debate. And sadly, they were only able to listen on what the leader of the opposition said. And I kind of feel bad about it, that they weren't able to listen to our side. Because what they were treated to, Mr. Speaker, was really 2 hours of amateur performance, of concocted facts that are obviously not true. And it gives off a bad vibes and a bad taste to the students. So I really feel bad about that. That it is sad that we from this side, we are prepared. We came here to do our work. We came here to discuss and debate and make sure we speak on the facts. And that is something that is bothering me here, Madam Speaker. I won't take long, but I need to talk about our friends in Kikaka. In Kikaka, last year we inaugurated to the tune of a building of $1.4 million thanks to SIF. We're able to inaugurate a new health center for Kikaka. And I'm told also that we're working for a second phase where we'll be building upstairs for the quarters for the nurses and the doctors as well. We continue to work as well in Kikaka in terms of collaborating with the village council. Of course, we're dealing with the sargassum, we're fighting it as well. And of course, the beach reclamation is important, and also the streets. So along there with Kikaka, I acknowledge the Kikaka Village Council as well. And this Saturday, we'll be having another clinic that we have been doing on a monthly basis in San Pedro and Kikaka. So what we do is we work together with a collaborative effort whereby we meet with our people, provide health services, whatever needs they need to speak with the area. So that is also something we're doing in Kikaka. My office continues to work along with the San Pedro Town Council as well, with the people. Madam Speaker, that is important. Very soon we're going to start paving the streets. We have already eliminated the loans of the Town Council that we inherited the last 2 years. We're talking about millions of dollars that we left bankrupt. But thankfully for this, San Pedro Town Council's new PUP Town Council is in there. The work that they have done, I must commend the young, vibrant team led by the able Mayor Wally Nunes. Madam Speaker, for this Easter we're going to be ready. A brand new 2-way bridge has been finished. We have inaugurated as well, but we have a 2-way spanking brand new bridge that goes over the Boca del Rio Bridge. That's part of the work that we're doing in Belize Rural South. We have upgraded over 30 streets, and very soon this week we're going to start paving the streets with concrete, completely designed and done correctly with drains, as we have a problem with that. So that is also important for what we need to mention there, Madam Speaker. Another important factor that is out there crying for Kikaka and Abergiski is the issue with lands. Madam Speaker, when you look at social media, you see a lot of real estate companies selling vast tracts of land, acres of land. You can own a piece of heaven, that's what they're saying, for millions of dollars. The fact is, Madam Speaker, that some years ago, Belize South, Abergiski and Kikaka were plundered with all of these lands. And we find ourselves struggling to find some tract of land that we can subdivide to give to our people. In the case of Kikaka, Madam Speaker, I have to say the reality is there is no land for the people of Kikaka. It's all gone. But yet you see in social media the big sales of land that is occurring in the real estate area. That is something sad and a reality that we must face with. Land is a problem and continues to be that. So, Madam Speaker, thanks to the Minister of Natural Resources that continues to assist us in formalizing some of our people that cannot fix up their paperwork. We continue to do that from my office. I want to thank DPM for the work that he assists. Thank you very much. We continue to find land, of course we will, for both Kikaka and San Pedro as well. Madam Speaker, in closing, I want to reiterate the commitment of this humble servant, your humble servant of the people, and the hardworking and dedicated team, that we remain passionate, dedicated, and focused in doing our part to enhancing the quality of life for every single Belizean. And we can do this only through the effective management of our blue economy and civil aviation, and that is our part we do in our ministry. So, Madam Speaker, for this reason, I fully support the 2022-2023 national budget without 23-24, sorry. The 2023-2024 budget, fully, without any reservations. I thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member for Kyle Northeast.
Madam Speaker, I rise to support the budget for the 2023-2024 fiscal year. Firstly, I would like to thank the people of Cayo Northeast constituency for their continued support and to be given the opportunity to represent and work for them. My people, the work has commenced, yet there is a lot more we will achieve. I salute the Cayo Northeast Executive Committee and my constituency staff for their hard work and support. Madam Speaker, please allow me to acknowledge 3 important events. First and foremost, I join our Prime Minister and other members of Cabinet here today and of the Parliament in echoing a happy Women's Month to all Belizean women. I thank our women parliamentarians, our women CEOs, heads of department, all women in the public service who continue to support this government in delivering on Plan Belize and all our wonderful, caring and deserving Belizean women. My ministry, Madam Speaker, in its entirety, has 28% of its staff represented by women, and of those, 47% in high and middle management. There are 29.7% in lower management, which means to say that many of the men are still doing some of the menial work in the forestry department and in the fire department. I'm happy, Madam Speaker, that this budget affords the opportunity to continue hiring these educated women to provide equity within our ministry. Second, Madam Speaker, Belize joined the global space in celebrating World Wildlife Day on March 3, an annual event that celebrates all life on our planet. The yearly event is regarded as the most important, raising awareness about threatened and endangered plants and animals and the contribution that wildlife makes to our lives and the health of the planet. This year's World Wildlife Day is also a celebration of CITES as it turned 50 years in recognition of the work CITES does and the collaborative work for conservation that is going on globally. The theme for World Wildlife Day this year is Partnerships for Wildlife Conservation. Also, Madam Speaker, yesterday, March 21st, people around the world celebrated the International Day of Forests under the theme Forest and Health. Forests provide health benefits such as fresh air, clean water, and spaces for recreation. They contribute to poverty alleviation and help to fight climate change by absorbing carbon. Belize has invested significantly in protecting its natural capital for the benefit of Belizeans and boasts 60.9% of forest cover. Our forests, which include our protected natural areas, our wetlands and mangroves, contribute over 20% to Belize's gross domestic product. To commemorate this year's global initiative, the Forest Department within the Ministry of Sustainable Development, Climate Change and Disaster Risk Management will be donating a seedling today and hopefully tomorrow and the day after, because some of the members have already left, to every member of Parliament present here or in absentia. On the International Day of Forests and every other day, the public is encouraged to undertake reforestation activities, thereby increasing ecological resilience, productivity, and health. Done right, forest restoration is a key nature-based solution for building back better and achieving the future we want. Every tree counts, and every day is a good day to plant a tree. Madam Speaker, under Plan Belize, this administration has made a commitment to ensure that the lives of all Belizeans are improved through the delivery of 6 strategic objectives: poverty reduction, economic transformation and growth, trade deficit reduction, citizen security, protection of the environment, and stopping corruption. Charged with the responsibility for sustainable development and ensuring that no one is left behind, this ministry has been keen on providing the enabling environment for the achievement of these strategic objectives and the successful delivery of Plan Belize since its very first day in office. This is evident through the formulation of our policies and programs, and particularly in our partnership with the Ministry of Economic Development in the elaboration and approval of the Plan Belize Medium-Term Strategy, the MTDS 2022-2026. Madam Speaker, today I shall present and put into perspective how this ministry in the 2022-23 fiscal year has been fulfilling its responsibilities and positioning the government of Belize to deliver on Plan Belize. Firstly, I'll address scaling up Belize's leadership. The ministry has been actively engaged in strengthening Belize's position on the regional and international scene. These efforts are crucial to ensure that the priorities and needs of Belizeans are expressed, reflected, and accounted for on a global platform. Belize's participation at these regional and international initiatives enables opportunities for knowledge sharing and experience learning, and it is also usually the first step in leveraging critical resources, including financial and intellectual resources. Regionally, Belize, through the Ministry of Sustainable Development, assumed the pro tempore presidency of the Central American Commission for Environment and Development under Belize's pro tem presidency of SICA. This will allow Belize to better position itself within the Central American space and ensure that its priorities are recognized and reflected in regional, environmental, and cooperation plans that will contribute to improving the quality of life of member states while also focusing on valuing and protecting the natural environment. On the international front, Belize's participation at the UNFCCC's COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, was key to ensure that decisions were in accordance with Belize's and other small island developing states' priorities in the implementation of climate actions. Furthermore, Belize's participation has led to imperative outcomes that will ultimately improve the country's climate adaptability and resilience. One notable global outcome is the agreement to provide loss and damage funding for vulnerable countries hit hard by climate disasters. This provides a way forward on a decades-long conversation on funding for loss and damage, deliberating on mechanisms to address the impacts on communities whose lives and livelihoods have been ruined by the very worst impacts of climate change. Belize, via the Ministry of Sustainable Development, has successfully lobbied for and assumed a seat on the Global Board of the Adaptation Fund. This will undoubtedly provide Belize and the region with a direct seat at the table to lobby regional and national positions and interest in climate finance. As I speak, Madam Speaker, my CEO, Dr. Kenrick Williams, is in Germany participating and representing us on the board of global stature. We need to address the problems of Sargassum, as mentioned by Minister Perez. The entire coastal area is affected by coastal erosion. Barranco, Hopkins, Monkey River, and other communities. In the Convention of Biological Diversity, COP15 in Montreal, Canada, similar feats were accomplished. At the CBD's COP15, the new Global Biodiversity Framework was adopted by 188 nations across the globe. This new framework aims to mitigate and eventually reverse the loss of biodiversity. Thanks to the hard work of representatives of Belize and other small island developing states, special recognition for funding to SIDS was included in the text of the framework. Madam Speaker, these opportunities for funding will be vital as Belize seeks to ensure that our people and economy are safe from the disruptions caused from the impacts of climate change, and to enable the government to deliver on Plan Belize. These additional financing will complement our 2023-2024 budget. On attraction of investments, Madam Speaker, in early February, my ministry was engaged in hosting an international workshop of global significance in San Pedro and Burgess Cree that included the annual general meeting of the World Resources Institute's initiative 20 by 20, the Convention on Biodiversity's Decade of Restoration, and AFOLU 2040. This event saw the participation of 55 local participants and 104 international participants that included the Ministers of Environment of Central America, the participation from Peru, Chile, European Union representatives, the United States, Canada, the JEF representatives, and several impact investors. A few weeks after the meeting, we are now being contacted by potential investors interested in forest restoration activities. This workshop was followed closely at the same venue by the regional meeting of the Ramsar Convention, the international treaty that provides the framework for conservation and the wise use of wetlands and their resources. It was presided over by its Secretary General, Dr. Musunda Mumba. Belize, Madam Speaker, has taken its place on the international stage. As a signatory to the Sendai Framework, Belize is considered a participating state in the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency. Under the leadership of the ministry, Belize has resumed its role as an active member. As a result, it has gained access to funding to support disaster management operations following the impacts of the natural disasters experienced in the 2022-2023 fiscal year. This renewed partnership has contributed significant resources in the development of planning frameworks to reduce the risks of all Belizeans to climate events. In mobilizing resources, Madam Speaker, Plan Belize cannot be enabled if we do not work rigorously to mobilize the funding needed to meet its targets. Once again, the 2023-2024 budget affords my ministry to have staff that can mobilize additional funding. To ensure that resources are mobilized and used effectively to maximize impact, this ministry established a policy planning and projects unit. The unit is tasked with improving donor coordination, strengthening partnerships with other sectors, and increasing the ministry's management effectiveness of projects. In the fiscal year 22-23, the unit supported the coordination for the delivery of Belize $17.9 million across the departments and units within the ministry. The Protected Areas Conservation Trust in the fiscal year 2022-2023 closed its 3-year conservation investment strategy, which saw investments of $10.24 million across the National Protected Areas system. Madam Speaker, these investments are vital as protected areas provide the necessary services to sustain life through the provision of water catchment, timber and non-timber resources, marine resources, and mitigation from the impacts of climate change. These investments are further emphasized when remembering that Belize's protected area system is an important tool in driving and sustaining the tourism industry and its contribution to national socio-economic development. Furthermore, PACT also launched the implementation of transitional project programs valued at $3 million and contributed $500,000 to Hurricane Lisa recovery efforts, demonstrating our commitment to citizen security as central theme to Plan Belize. The newly established National Biodiversity Office in the past fiscal year steered approximately $5 million, US dollars that is, towards protected areas and biodiversity conservation and management in Belize. The Forest Department, with support from key development partners, leveraged over $5 million Belize dollars in resources to support the protection and sustainable use of the Selva Maya forest and strengthen the management of jaguar conservation units throughout the reduction of current and emerging threats, development of sustainable wildlife economy, and enhanced regional cooperation. Our National Climate Change Office has also been at the forefront of Belize's climate action, mobilizing resources to meet the targets and objectives under Plan Belize. This past fiscal year saw the department investing Belize $63,873 to support the Belize Livestock Association to drive greener and more sustainable livestock practices through a project for the construction of a silvopastoral model farm and a farmer field school. The National Climate Change Office, through a series of projects, enabled the provision of funding in the sum of Belize $80,000 to the Ministry of Public Utilities, Energy, Logistics, and E-Governance for the electrification of public spaces in 3 southern communities, namely Golden Stream, Indian Creek, and Medina Bank. Additionally, the Engender Project, through UNDP, provided the Ministry of Rural Transformation, Community Development, Labor, and Local Government with funding worth $40,000 for the development of a national rural development strategy, one that is not only area-based, but also multi-sectoral in scope. In support of the farmers in Orange Walk, my ministry provided the Ministry of Agriculture with the sum of $33,200 for a solar panel unit to power a cool storage unit for vegetables. Furthermore, the ministry, along with its international partners, completed water rehabilitation projects for the people of Cayo Northeast constituency, for which I am humbled to serve. These investments saw the drainage and water system improved to meet water, sanitation, and hygiene standards for the villages of Santa Familia, Billy White, and Los Tambos, benefiting over 3,000 residents. This ministry, Madam Speaker, is enabling the delivery on Plan Belize. On building resilience, climate change affects us all, but does not affect us equally. Small island developing nations such as Belize are particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change. But, Madam Speaker, if we as a country do not account for the current and projected impacts of climate change, our economy, society, and life as we know it will face devastating consequences. Our ministry recognizes this important factor and as such has placed greater emphasis in incorporating climate change considerations into development priorities, further contributing to Pillar 5 of Plan Belize, with an aim to increase the country's resilience to the impacts of climate change. In response to the Bond Challenge, and in acknowledgement of the importance of having and maintaining healthy ecosystems to deliver ecosystem goods and services, the Ministry, through the Forest Department, launched the National Landscape Restoration Strategy, prioritizing a total of 130,000 hectares for restoration actions by 2030. Recently, we have targeted investments strengthening key institutions, investing significant resources in improving the facilities of the National Meteorology Service, the National Fire Service, and the National Emergency Management Organization, NEMO, to enhance the emergency response services being provided to the Belizean public. Additionally, the accuracy of weather services being offered to the Belizean public was enhanced through the deployment of new weather instruments and its accompanying weather stations, totaling investments of $350,000. These efforts better enable the department to track and forecast Hurricane Lisa through the provision of timely alerts. Furthermore, it also enhanced the department's data management and strengthened early warning systems in predicting the movement of floodwaters across the Cayo district, resulting in millions of savings to businesses. In ensuring that climate and weather services remain relevant and accessible to all Belizeans, the National Meteorological Service continues to host its National Climate Outlook Forum. This forum serves as a key national platform to promote regular dialogue and interagency coordination in responding to natural hazards, climate variability, extremes, and changes. Furthermore, this dialogue provided a platform for stakeholders to identify specific product offerings to the private sector, facilitating one of several public-private partnerships with the department. Expanding on the efforts of the National Meteorological Service, the department developed a climate information system that will provide farmers with timely and accurate climate information, allowing them to plan their activities accordingly and minimize the costs that could result from unexpected climate impacts. Madam Speaker, it is noted that increasing productivity within the agriculture sector is a central goal within Plan Belize. Therefore, these accomplishments undoubtedly demonstrates this ministry's commitment and contribution towards enabling the government to deliver on Plan Belize. The health of our watershed systems is a crucial factor in building our country's climate change resilience. In addressing the rehabilitation of watersheds in Belize, the Department of the Environment, in partnership with its international partners, is mobilizing $1.3 million Belize dollars to strengthen management of water resources in Belize through the design of policies and instruments for water planning in the Belize River and the New River watersheds. Furthermore, the ministry, through its Policy Planning and Projects Unit, is currently leading the developing Belize's first post-disaster needs assessment, the PDNA, to facilitate a more comprehensive assessment of the damage, losses, and recovery needs for the country following the passage of Hurricane Lisa in November of 2022. In forging partnerships, Madam Speaker, it is embedded and recognized within Plan Belize that our shared goals and targets cannot be achieved without collaborative and holistic effort. Therefore, the Ministry's recent strides in forging partnerships to expand its impact is fundamental in enabling the government to deliver on Plan Belize and in fulfillment of its commitment of Sustainable Development Goal number 17, which is achieving strong and inclusive partnership for strengthened implementation. For the first time ever, the government, through the Ministry of Sustainable Development, guided by the National Biodiversity Office, entered into formal public-private partnership via co-management agreements. These agreements contain shared roles and responsibilities for government and the conservation partner. These agreements are site-based and entail the necessary scope, coverage, and commitments to comprehensively address gaps related to financial accountability and transparency, reporting, and data availability. A total of 16 agreements have now been signed, and the Ministry intends to continue solidifying partnerships with the signature of even more agreements. We congratulate and look forward to strengthening co-management with our partners like the Belize Audubon Society, Tide, Yashe Conservation Trust, Sarteneja Alliance for Conservation and Development, Friends for Conservation and Development, the Corozal Sustainable Future Initiative, among others. Additionally, the Forest Department recently signed MOUs with several wildlife conservation groups. Similar to the co-management agreements, these MOUs represent a more comprehensive and detailed designation of responsibility of the Forest Department and of the conservation NGOs that signifies a strengthening of the partnership and collaboration between both parties. In the 2022-23 fiscal year, the Ministry, via the National Climate Change Office, signed a memorandum of agreement with the Agricultural and Natural Resource Institute, ANRI, for the revamping of their greenhouse to increase productivity and increase the greenhouse's renewable energy usage. This will see investments valued at $60,000 Belize. Another action supporting the agriculture sector, Madam Speaker, another action supporting Plan Belize. To emphasize on the impact that forging partnerships can create, this past fiscal year saw the National Climate Change Office, in partnership with the National Hydrological Service and with assistance from the Climate Technology Center, was able to mobilize $250,000 US dollars again for the development of a groundwater monitoring system to track the impacts of climate change in the water sector, identify risks in water supply for diverse groundwater users in Belize. Furthering on the accomplishment in forging partnerships by the Ministry's National Climate Change Office, the Department, as a pioneer initiative, hosted the Belize Climate Change Week from October 11 to 14 of 2022. This allowed for improved knowledge and engagement of youth and indigenous people, as both these groups actively contributed to the development of national climate change needs and priorities. The Ministry has also been forging relationships externally with international partners. Recently, Belize, via the Ministry of Sustainable Development, entered into an MOU with the United Kingdom to implement the Biodiversity Landscape Fund. The Biodiversity Landscape Fund, which aims to support poverty reduction, biodiversity protection and conservation, and climate change mitigation, which will directly support at least 4 of the 6 pillars of Plan Belize. Madam Speaker, while partnerships with external partners is very much important, I think we'll be mistaken to forget the partnerships with our very own Belizean people. It is in this regard that the Department of the Environment within the Ministry prioritized strengthening of the public engagement process within the environmental impact assessment and environmental compliance process in the 2022-2023 fiscal year. Madam Speaker, in closing, let me mention that these accomplishments are a testament to the diligent work the Ministry of Sustainable Development, Climate Change and Disaster Risk Management has been undertaking in the 2022-2023 fiscal year. We will continue to make great strides on behalf of the Belizean people in the year to come and ensure that no one is left behind. This ministry is in full force and committed to doing its part in enabling government to deliver on its plan Belize. Madam Speaker, in terms of significant legislation, we were able to garner the support of both sides of the House for passing the Trade in Endangered Species Bill, known as the CITES Act. This now builds upon Belize's transparency and credibility on the international arena. Also on March 7, 2023, the Permanent Mission of Belize to the United Nations deposited the instrument of ratification to the Regional Agreement on Access to Information, Public Participation and Justice on Environmental Matters in Latin America and the Caribbean, known as the Escazú Agreement, signed on 27 February 2023 by our Foreign Minister, Eamon H. Courtney. In closing, I would like to thank the staff of the Ministry of Sustainable Development, Climate Change and Disaster Risk Management, my able CEO and heads of departments, and give special recognition to the hard-working women who sacrifice a lot each day to assist the ministry in meeting its objectives. But also to thank all our partners, collaborators, co-managers, and conservation groups that work arduously to keep our ecosystems alive and functioning. Madam Speaker, allow me to address briefly my constituency and to thank the Constituency Development Fund for having been able to assist our communities with several small projects, including garbage collection and disposal, cleanup campaigns, the establishment of 2 stadium light systems for 2 village football fields worth more than $80,000. These were equipped with LED lights, which will reduce electricity consumption by 70%. I'm hopeful, Madam Speaker, that eventually all our sporting facilities will move from those large halide bulbs to LED lights. And perhaps we can start someday, Madam Speaker, with this National Assembly building. Sport bleachers for 3 football fields to date have been done, and a walking track around 1 football stadium in one of our villages. We have also commenced the construction of 1 basketball court in Esperanza Village, have assisted hundreds with school assistance and health assistance, and thanks to the grocery bag program, hundreds of needy families, including single mothers, widows, and elderly who have received assistance. With the assistance of the Ministry of Education, we refurbished the preschool in Belize Village. And thanks to the Deputy Prime Minister and his team, we delivered over 150 persons who received their land documents and are in line to receive another 150. Project funding also assisted in drainage projects in Belize and Los Tambos, an improved water system in Santa Familia, Belize and Los Tambos Village. Madam Speaker, the 13 years of UDP administration could not provide clean, potable water to these communities who suffered, especially during the dry season. I can still recall, Madam Speaker, when we were in opposition asking for support from the then administration, when students, 450 of them at the Santa Familia School, with flush toilets, but no water to flush the toilets. I can still recall, Madam Speaker, when filling a bottle of water and you let it settle for 15 minutes and 1/5 of the bottle was filled with mud. But no more, Madam Speaker, no more. We have done it in just about 2 years. There is much work to be done and several projects are on the pipeline. Once again, Madam Speaker, I take this opportunity to thank the wonderful people of Cayo Northeast for their continued support. And Madam Speaker, I support this budget. Thank you.
I recognize the...
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
1 second.
See, all right. Madam Speaker, I rise today to support the national budget for this year. I am the representative for Toledo East, and I was listening to Plan Belize. Well, in our days, we also had Plan Toledo East, of what we hope to accomplish in the term of government that we represent today. And it was not something I was doing alone. I had the honorable member from Toledo West, also from Sand Creek West, and Dangriga, that we used to meet together and plan together so that whenever we got back into government, it would be an easier ride for us to know exactly where we wanted to go. So I pulled out my little Plan Belize, my Plan Toledo East, because it is important that the people in the Toledo district understand that the People's United Party is a party that represents people. It's not a party that just get together and have fun together and talk together and fight together. It is a political party started by the Honorable George Price to serve the people. And maybe sometimes we tend to forget that. So it is very important that we keep in mind that it is the people that put us here, and it is the people that we need to help. And that is why they elected us, because they want help. They want something out of this. It's not just voting for someone because I like his face or maybe he talk good. They vote for somebody who they have faith in. They vote for somebody that they have trust in, and somebody that will not lie to them and tell them, maybe come back tomorrow. People don't want to hear about it. They want their problems solved. And we have many. Believe you me, we have many problems that still needs to be addressed. You know, I always remember George Price saying, after he presented himself, there's a lot more to be done. And that is true. The work never ends. So in my little document that we presented to the people when we went to an election was to provide low starting homes for first-time homeowners. That was one of the first items that we had in our little manifesto. So far, we have built 5 houses, 2 in Punta Gorda town and 3 in Bella Vista, which is a start. The first 2 years of this government, COVID was the boss. COVID was deciding where we go. A lot of my friends have gone to the other world during that 2 years. So we will continue. My problem in Punta Gorda town, as a representative, is that Punta Gorda town is surrounded by private property. And that is a serious problem in that people do not have any documents. So the mayor and myself will have to come up with a solution sooner or later on how we will address that problem, because all the expansions that we have done in Punta Gorda town, lands had to be acquired. And we did it about 2 or 3 times in different PUP governments in order to be able to get people with a document in their hand that they can present when applying for a house. And I want people to understand too that these houses are not free, because some people are under the impression that the houses are free, and they are not free. You have to pay every month. And maybe at the end of it, the Prime Minister might decide to have mercy on you and maybe take off some of the price. So, yes. So, I just wanted to get that across to people, because some of them give me the impression that, oh yes, you know, this thing is free. Surfacing and grading of streets. Now that You know, 2 years ago, I think in this house I reported we are getting over 140, 150 inches of rain every year, which I think the Ministry of Infrastructure still cannot appreciate the problems that we are facing in that part of the country because of the heavy rainfall. I have seen streets paved, and in less than 6 months, gone. You got to go right back and do it again. So it is important that whenever we tackle these problems, we tackle them with the vision of not coming back to do the same work over again. Because it's serious, and every year it is the same exact problem. We also proper drainage in the town. We have a section of the town on the south side. Whenever you have heavy rains, you have 2-3 feet of water in some areas in Punta Gorda town. And we have tried everything to open the Magoon drain into the sea so that this flooding will be a lot less and it runs off a little bit faster. Most of the time it's overnight that water will stay in that section of the town. We also look at the village problems. The Prime Minister said, boy, we don't spend $6 million between Dolores, Otosha, Machakila, Corazon, San Lucas, and the work goes on. The work goes on. Today they sent me a video of the contractor working on the road to Monkey River. Total mess. I don't know, Madam, we have a problem here. We started out with 7-ton trucks. Then we jumped and we gone to 15 ton. Now we're gone to 30 tons. And these roads are not designed for that amount of weight. These are, you remember, I don't know if you remember or members of the House remember when the United States government set up a scale in Hattieville to weigh trucks, to weigh the axles on those trucks. It is something that has to come. Otherwise, we will end up, again, on the major roads, we will have problems. Because when I look at some of the trucks hauling sand, and it's not just a 30-ton truck, they are also hauling another one behind that. And this is putting excessive weight on those trucks. So as we go along, we have been able to maybe dress some of these village streets and roads because it is important for the kids going to school. Kids are going to school from Machakila, and then they hitchhike across to Dolores, and from Dolores all the way to Corazon. And now the kids are coming all the way from Barranco village, all the way to Corazon, no longer going to Toledo Community College, because they're trying to get them all into one area. So it's a constant battle to keep these roads in shape, and the ministry have to keep putting money and finding money to keep these roads open. We have a problem with Joe Taylor Creek Bridge, another point that we raised. The Minister of Tourism is gone, but he promised me today that he is going to find the necessary financing to do the Joe Taylor Bridge. That's an old bridge going into Punta Gorda town. And it's next to the sea, so the steel underneath is getting rotten. And what they have done temporarily is to put a plate over the bridge and bolt that onto the bottom sections to keep the bridge together. And they're no longer allowing heavy vehicles to pass. So that is a bridge that absolutely needs attention. And like I said, the minister promised that they will look into that. Buses in town. Every Wednesday and Friday, all the buses accumulate from the villages in town. And it's causing a problem. It's deteriorating the streets. Streets that had pavement no longer have pavement because they go out there to load the buses before going to their villages. The Prime Minister has allocated, I think, $600 and something thousand this week, where the mayor and council will find a contractor to start to pave 2 areas that they are designating to the board, to the town board, that they want paved. So they are starting on that, Prime Minister. But like I said, we foresaw these problems, and that is why we included them in our list. Now the next one, still, an honorable member from Toledo West was always fighting about road units. You know, it is so unfortunate that 2 successive UDP governments, the party and government bought equipments for both Toledo East and Toledo West. That is why today we have roads all the way to Jalacte, San Vicente, Barranco. Barranco was without a road. They had boats capsizing, people got drowned between PG and Barranco traveling by boat. And that is why it was urgent. But it was not just getting the road to Barranco. They also had a bridge across Moho River. And we also had another bridge at Jordan, the same river, to get in through Santa Teresa. So the road units were something very, very important. And the minute the UDPs took over, the machines disappeared. Disappeared. 2 times, you know. You are talking about more than $10 to $15 million worth of equipment. Gone. For what reason? I don't know. So here we are again, starting from scratch. And PM will not give up yet, so we will scratch a back more. Because we really and truly need these equipments to maintain the roads in the Toledo district. We were having a problem, Minister of Aviation, with the airstrip in Punta Gorda town. You know, I heard you today with some big numbers. You know how much money we spent to open Placencia airstrip? $50,000. Mr. Utley was the foreman for the Ministry of Work. And we had obstacles trying to get that open. Because the US government was against us opening Placencia because of the drug trade. They even came after Mr. Utley with gun. You are destroying my oak trees, to put the curve around so that the people do not have to cross the airstrip. We even challenged them. Why don't you put the security out there? When there are so many private airstrips, you know. How many? Where you have the Sanctuary Bay, planes could land all over the place. Good airstrips out there. But that is something that we are looking at, something that we need to address. And, you know, air transportation, my brother, is out of hand. $300 to go from Belize City to Punta Gorda. We used to pay $50, you know. $50, and it just grow and grow and grow. Everything in the Toledo district is more expensive than any other part of this country. Why? Because everything got to be transported in. The 1 mile section, the minister spoke about erosion. We are having the same problem. Monkey River, having the same problem. Barranco is having the same problem. The ones that are on the land, it is easy to solve. Easy to solve. We did it from Cat Landing all the way down to Joe Taylor Bridge, past Joe Taylor Bridge, all the way down to Texaco. That was done when they were completing the first section of the Southern Highway from Punta Gorda town. And it's still there, with stones. So it was not cement or anything like that that is required. It was only stones. All they did was put a mat underneath and then the stones on top, all along the coast. And it's still there, holding up. So the same thing can apply to Monkey River if we have a crossing or use a barge to get the stones across. And it is not impossible to do. We have crossed bulldozer over that section in Monkey River after the hurricane to try and build back the beach in Monkey River. So it is not an impossible task, and it is not that very, very expensive. Electrical extension and water extension is necessary for the people in that district. We built the 2 houses that we built in Punta Gorda town still are without water. So what did they tell the householders? Oh, go and pay the bill at BWS and we will come and put in your water. You know what they did? They put in the water, yes, and they put the meter, yes, but over 100 yards away from the house. And said, no, you are responsible for the rest. You know, these are simple problems that these people can deal with and get these people in a comfortable home, because that is the whole objective of this exercise. The minister has done a lot of help in regards to land. But like I said, Punta Gorda town, we have to acquire. But when we leave Punta Gorda town all the way to Bella Vista, we have all the land you could think about. We have already surveyed 164 lots, and we are now in the process of surveying over 700 lots to help the people, because those people are not like our Belizean brothers and sisters. Those people are not complacent. Minister, I want you to help me. But if you don't help me, I go to Belmopan. And if they have to make 5 trips to Belmopan, they will come to Belmopan to get what they want done. That is the type of people we are dealing with in that area. They're very, very serious about getting what they want. And surprisingly, when I look at the amount of cement houses that these people are building, you know, it really shocks you. How are they able to do it when they are getting not more pay than any other person in this country? But they're doing it nonetheless, surprisingly. And the material is a little bit cheaper because of the sand that they have available. When we are paying $700 for a load of sand, they are paying $150. You see the difference? Total difference. Because you are looking at the 2 constituencies in one. We are 70 miles apart. From Punta Gorda to Bella Vista is over 70 miles. And from Bella Vista to Dolores is over 100 miles. So it's not a small constituency. So we will continue with our land distribution to try and help the people to get their lands. Now, in order to do this, we have to find the money to put in the roads. And I must congratulate the chairperson and the committee in Bella Vista in that they don't sit down and wait for me to go and do it. They find a way to do it. When I went there yesterday, they had a bulldozer building streets without the government of Belize. They might bring me the bill later, I don't know. But they are taking the initiative to put in the streets. Why? Because BEL went there and said, okay, we will do extension. But if you do not have the streets in place, we won't come. And then you will have to give us the plan of the area that you want the electricity. The problem we have there again is squatting. These people don't worry. Our Belizean brothers not just go in and take a piece of land, you know. They're afraid to do that. But the people living in that area have absolutely no fear. They take what they want. And it is something that we have to control. Because when we do the survey now, some of the survey drop right in the middle of a house. So what do I do like Melvin Holtz? Bring the bulldozer and bulldoze it down? But that is the situation that we are caught in. And it's terrible. The Ministry of Health was the next item I had here. The Punta Gorda Hospital. The doctor we have there is doing a wonderful job in securing funding, securing agencies that are willing to come in and participate in helping that hospital. And they are doing a good job. The problem is, no eye doctor. I think we need 5 doctors. We have about 4 or 5 different qualifications required for nurses. We do not have a pharmacist. So what is UB doing? I thought they were supposed to be training people in pharmacy, people in nursing, but whenever the nurses get trained, they are gone to happy hunting ground. They are looking for a better way of life. You know, so these are things that we really have to address and how we are going to fix it. Because we cannot have a hospital without the proper staff. We wanted a gynecologist, hardest thing in the world to find. We advertise it, because most of our problem, the pregnancy, and that is what have that ambulance up and down that road night and day, because they don't stop make babies. So it's a problem and dangerous to have people like this on the road. At the moment, I was asking the minister in regards to primary health care, where there is no doctor. That was started by Asa Chuman, 1980, where there is no doctor. And what he did then, as the Minister of Health at that time, he started a health workers program to train people within the village to take care of the needs of their village. And they've been doing that now for years, but like it's falling apart. You know, at that time, every village had a radio. They could communicate direct to the hospital in Punta Gorda. Not anymore. That's gone. And the telephone don't work unless maybe you go climb on top of a hill. The telephone might work. So, you know, it's important that these people can communicate with the hospital. Under the NHI program, Prime Minister Said Musa spent a lot of money in the Toledo district to upgrade health. Santa Ana, still functioning, still have a doctor. Barranco, totally abandoned, nobody there. Big Falls, operating with a doctor. Bella Vista, operating with more than one doctor. So those are successful programs. Then San Antonio Health Clinic was having a serious problem in that when the buses leave San Antonio or Pueblo Viejo going into Punta Gorda town, people are reluctant to jump off at the hospital. No, we're heading to town, so we're going to the town hospital better. So what they were doing, they were abandoning that facility, that health facility, that had X-ray equipment, which they have now taken out. It's no longer there, that they could attend to the people in that particular area. So all these things need to be addressed. You know, it's no use putting all this money in these projects and then just leave it. We have to follow up on these projects. Somebody said, I think my colleague, we had an argument in a new hospital versus upgrading the old and maybe extending it, because that is also possible, rather than going into that expense, because the Punta Gorda Hospital is not broken up. It was properly refurbished just recently, and there is space where you could acquire land right next to the hospital, that if you wanted to extend or expand. And NHI is right next to the hospital, and the visually impaired also next to the hospital. So, you know, it makes it a lot easier for the people going there. Education. Well, I have to support this budget, otherwise my people will really chop off my head, because the minister is telling me that free education for Toledo Community College and food. You want to find that money, Prime Minister? And the food, and the books. So let's see how we will put this to work. So Toledo Community College will be free. And Corazon High School will also be free this coming year. I remember the then leader of the opposition was telling the kids in Corazon, we will do it free. And then when they get the bill, everybody was so shocked that they did not have the money to pay. But now it is a reality under the People's United Party. I am now also, with my community vote, building a health clinic in San Pablo village. And we are doing it properly. It's not a big clinic, but it has toilet, it has shower, it has an examination room, proper floor, and properly fenced. So that the people, that's just a start, because we are looking at the other communities that do not have. We also have volunteers, that go out to check the people in those villages. And what they do it outside in the yard or in a bus, which is also a part of the National Health Program. So we are at the school. I don't know. We also completed the primary school in San Isidro that was left halfway. And at that time, the contractor was also doing San Isidro and Corazon. So now Corazon is still halfway because they underestimated the cost. So they finally found money through the Social Investment Fund to complete the school in San Isidro. And I think possibly this year, they should be able to find enough financing to complete the school in Corazon because they need it. It's really needed. Employment. Again, this is one that we spoke about. The Minister of Agriculture was in PG, and he made a proposal to the farmers of 40 cents a pound for paddy rice. Now, why paddy rice? Why the rice industry? This year they only had 750,000 pounds of paddy. That is what they're milling right now. We were at 14 million pounds till the UDP put in a hand and broke it up. Gone, 14 million to 750,000 pounds. Now you all remember one thing with Judge Price? Control price? Control price? So they used to complain, and I guess that complaint moved over to the United Democratic Party, because at that time I heard Manuel Esquivel saying, oh, we have invested over $70 million in Toledo. 70 million to transfer technology. Never work. Tide, stop, card, you name them. Millions of dollars. Never work. Because we went from the planting stick to a bulldozer. We missed the animal stage in agriculture. So people believe that, oh, it's all right, we could get a bulldozer. We're worth $250,000. That is not practical. I suggested to my brother from Toledo West that at that time he was a member of the board of the credit union, and I suggested to him that maybe we should get some small equipment, like they do in Taiwan, like they do in Japan, and let the people learn to use one piece of land. Because along with that come what you spoke about just now, member of the environmental group. These people are burning 4,000 or 5,000 acres of land every year. And then we talk about global warming, we talk about green revolution. So I am challenging the environmentalists to get in there and try to do something to help these people. If you go along the Stantric Road, there's a Mennonite planting along that road, same place for the last 8 or 9 years, same piece of land. He plant rice, then he plant the corn, and then he rotate it and put beans to bring back the nitrogen into the soil. Same piece of land, not gone anywhere. Now the people in San Vicente and Jalapte, they are learning their lesson because they don't have land. It's all mountains, all hills. So they have to learn to use the same land every single year. And they're doing it successfully by rotation. So they rotate. And it's working for them. The only thing is that they don't sell anything this side. Everything goes to Guatemala. Now, that's another thing, Prime Minister, that we need to address. We have a security problem with those borders that we need to address. Because our borders are open. Whether you go to Awakate, you go to Dolores. Dolores is only 2.5 miles to the highway, you know. The Pan American Highway, 2.5. Machakela, you just jump in your dory and you are right in the Sarstood River. So these people don't have to go to town. These people can do all their trading with Guatemala. In regards, again, Minister, with the environment, why is it we have done nothing to enhance the environment in this country? You want to lock me up the guy shoot on guana out of season? Why don't you raise the guana, man? Go to Salvador, go to Honduras. Salvador is now canning guana. They put it in a can. It's an industry. You want turtle? Raise the turtle. You want give nut? Raise the give nut. Enhance the environment. Not just tell me you're sitting down taking care of a tree that has been sitting there for 100 years. Enhance the environment. That is what we need to start to do. Huh? People want job. You know, when I went to Honduras to check the guana fields, they are no big thing, maybe the size of this room, with zinc right around. And they have kids working in there that when the little guana hatch out of the egg, they have to give them medicine through a medicine dropper. Simple. Like the kids are doing it. But something wrong with we want it ready-made. We have to start to do something to enhance our environment. Immigration. My manifesto at the time said single mothers. You know, I heard a lot of things about women and mothers. Well, I want the member for Home Affairs and to deal with a lot of mothers out there that need help. They come to this country to work. The men get them pregnant, leave them. They don't have a social security card, so they can't get a job. You go to Bay Vista, you will find a lot of single mothers. Now with the amnesty program, but at this time, like I said, when we were discussing it, we were catering, first of all, to single mothers that had Belizean children, because they can't go anywhere. They can't go anywhere. I think the numbers now is a little bit over 10,000 people have already registered in the amnesty program. And we also had people, I was surprised, people from other departments who came in to help, to assist in this migration program. And I think this coming weekend they will be working again, because the program will come to an end at the end of this month. And they pay for everything. They pay for the bus, they pay for the food, they pay for the blood tests, they pay the doctor, everything. Just to encourage them to come and do it, because most of the people don't have the money to come in and get registered. So for Toledo East and Toledo West, they have been very helpful in getting these people registered. Youth and sports. Through our vote, we built a basketball court in Bella Vista with lights. We are now in the process of fixing a football field in Catacamas with lights because these people love football. They don't like basketball, they like volleyball and football. So we have to give them what they like. And that's what we're doing. Senior citizens. I have not seen anything in the program except where we are helping people that are in their homes, they can't work, they do not have a job. That has been working well. And I think people really appreciate the help that the government is giving them. And it's like $80 per bag of groceries that they get every month. So I think that is very helpful to the people out there. We are also in the process and to build a port in Punta Gorda town through the Ministry of Tourism. And I hope it will be a free port. We got 15 million plus Guatemalans on the other side, 35 miles from PG. They have nowhere to go. All of them have boats. They live in Guatemala City, you know, and then they rent a garage in Livingston or in Rio Dulce to put up their boats. But where can they go? When they get into that boat for the weekend, where can they go? They're right into Belizean waters. Right into Belize. So why can't we utilize that to invite them to come? Because they have the money. If you ever have a chance to go to Hunting Key, Easter, you can't even walk on the beach. The pure Guatemalans, they bring their own kitchen, they bring all the vegetables you could think about, they bring their own bar room, they bring their own orchestra, and they have fun on our island, Hunting Key. So how much do we get out of it? Very little. So this port, I envision a free port, which was started. We actually wanted a free zone, but we never did get the full support from the last time we were in government. So now I would suggest that we have a free port, because coming into Punta Gorda town, $500 to dock at that wharf. Saturday and Sunday just as bad. How will you encourage people to come? Weekend is when people can travel, when they are free from work. And they want to come to PG, but because they have that tax to pay, just to enter Belize, I don't pay anything going to Chetumal and coming out of Chetumal, or going into Melchor and coming out of Melchor. I don't pay nothing. So why is it we have to pay in the Toledo district? And we have two ports of entry. Punta Gorda town and Barranco is a port of entry to come in to Belize territory. So it's something that we need to address, something that we need to look at. Why is it, I won't go into the other parts because we don't get there yet, but we hope to get there in the next 3 years. But I wanted, before I close, why is the Toledo district important? Have you ever stopped to think about it? I really get annoyed when people say, oh, the forgotten district. Think about it. Where all the cacao come from? The cocoa for the chocolate? Toledo. The rice? Toledo. Banana? Toledo. We got 4,000 acres of coconut that will be in production in the next 2 years at least. 4,000 acres. Fish, the Jamaican got their thing set up right there. at Mike Dunker Farm, right in the Toledo boundary, where they get fish paid, the conchs pay the crayfish, and they ship it out. That is why the Toledo district is important. That is why it is important, Prime Minister, to spend some money on the roads in the Toledo district, because they are producing. And the minute we try to sabotage by not doing the infrastructure properly, then do you realize that when a shipment of banana reach England, and that shipment is bruised, do you know that they send a penalty to that farmer? You have to pay a penalty because the bananas get their bruised. That's not easy. And the banana industry right now, they are producing like 55,000 bucks a week. And that's not, they want to raise that to 100. But so far the weather has not been, favorable for them, and they are fighting. And it's a very tedious, very expensive farming for any farmer. But they continue fighting, and they continue to bring foreign exchange into this country and create a tremendous amount of employment. All of Santa Cruz, Bella Vista, San Isidro, San Pablo, all these people are working in the banana industry. They have an income. And that is why when you have activities in those areas, people don't worry about where the money is coming from. It's a totally different culture from what we are used to. But I will leave it at that. One of my colleagues said to me, well, why don't you raise something about this Maya problem in the South? I said, no. Why? Because NAFCO and DAFCO are now taking it upon themselves as a responsibility for them. And I told them, you all have a responsibility, not just me. You all are elected representatives for these villages. So you all go out and do your exercise, do your work. As I was told, well, do your political work. Well, let them do it. They are also elected. So, Madam Speaker, without any delay, I support this budget, and I hope there's one other thing before I forget. Toledo Community College will now be a government high school. The minister just repeated that to me today. A government high school. And let me just say why. In that the teachers, myself, I was the architect of Toledo Community College in 1983, when Said Musa was Minister of Education. And the board of directors at that time thought that if you went government, you will remove God from the school. And that is why they went community. That way, they still had their religious programs. That way, they still took the kids to church one day a week, and also afforded that same time to all the other religious groups that had children in that school. So let's just hope that everything works out. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Members, I will propose that we suspend day one of this debate and we resume tomorrow at 10 a.m. All those in favor? Gonna say aye. All those against? The ayes have it. Thank you.
We support.